Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to one and all. Welcome to the second day of the International Symposium on Educational Pedagogies and Technologies for Sustainable Development, EPTS 2022, organized by Amrita's UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning and Sustainable Innovation and Development, and the Amrita School for Sustainable Development. Today's keynote sessions will be chaired by Dr. Soundarajan. He is an associate professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, Amrita School of Engineering, Coimbatore. He joined Amritapuri in 2018 after his postdoctoral research at the Hero-Watt University, UK. Dr. Soundarajan completed his PhD in Water Resource Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. Dr. Soundarajan has more than 10 years of research experience in teaching. It's my utmost pleasure to hand over to Dr. Soundarajan to chair this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. And I thank the organizer as well for giving me this opportunity. And I welcome both the speakers and participants to this second day of educational pedagogies. And then just reading the title, Educational Pedagogies, Technologies for Sustainable Development, organized by the School of Sustainable Development and UNESCO Chair on Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development. I'll give a quick overview about today's session. We have nearly 9 keynote talks, each about 20 minutes, followed by 5 minutes quick discussion. And this will be for another until 7 p.m. And then finally, we have a panel discussion on how to teach. This is Pedagogies for Education Curriculum, chaired by Professor Gerard Munks from University of Geneva. I hope these talks will be interesting, informative, and useful to everyone. So I also request all the participants to take part in the discussion, post your questions, comments, which we can ask the speakers. So our first keynote talk is by Dr. Manisha Ramesh, Mr. Krishna Nandanan, and Mr. Ranjit Mohan, all three from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. And Dr. Manisha Ramesh holds multiple portfolios, such as Provost of Amrita University, Dean of International Programs, and School for Sustainable Development. And our second speaker is Mr. Ranjit Mohan. He is Program Coordinator for Amrita Living Labs Program, a multidisciplinary experiential learning program that facilitates research, development, and deployment of sustainable solutions for current challenges in the rural areas. Finally, Mr. Krishna Nandan is also from the Living Labs program. He is a program associate and academic coordinator for Living Labs, and his research focus includes rural sustainability, experiential learning, human-centered design, and participatory research methods. I request the keynote speakers to start their
share my screen.
Over to you, Mr. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can be able to see your screen. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so we can start. Yeah, welcome everyone for this second session of the day. Thank you for providing the opportunity for the speaking today's session. So today's topic is how we can teach sustainability. So to start with, we would like to share our experience of Living Labs, a transdisciplinary approach for sustainable development education. So today, in the next 20 minutes, me, Krishnandan, along with Dr. Manisha, is trying to share our experience of how we bring this unique program into practice at the Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham and how the students and faculty able to take it in the academics. So we are sharing with you the unique story of how it implements with engineering, medical, biotechnology, Ayurveda, business school, social science school, etc. So welcome everyone once again to the journey. So we would like to, yeah. So let me share our sincere thanks and for the guidance of Srimad Amrita and the Mai Devi, who inspired of this unique program into the university to ensure that we get an opportunity to learn to serve the people. Yeah. So okay. So let me just bring your attention towards this, which we are discussing yesterday also, sustainable development, a myth or a reality. So where we stand as a community in achieving sustainable development goals, like many of the speakers yesterday mentioned and the panelists explained. So there are millions of academic journals and the academic output has come over the last 6-7 years after the UN SDGs were launched in how we can achieve this thing. And many governments, many institutions were trying hard to achieve this by 2030. So, but still, still the sustainability reality for many millions, it is still a myth actually, because we see that our science has grown beyond, I mean, our Earth, maybe our solar system, but still we can see people starving for food, people lacking basic education, people lacking basic water, people standing long queues, people dying because of lack of food, shelter, etc. So we can see that in every country, not alone in India or in South Asia or everywhere. The scene is the same. So I mean, in the Africa itself, so you can see that how different countries are in the different periods. So if you see 2050, you can say a realizable target of 2050 if we take, okay, think that, okay, 2030 we may not be able to achieve as much as we think, but 2050 definitely we may all think, as an academicians, we can think that the current projections can really reach and solve the issues. But are we going to achieve the target? So what role the higher education institutions are playing? Because I just wanted to point out that how and who are going to be the champions of this change of sustainable development in this globe. So basically, you can see that by 2050, you can see that the large set of population is going to be the youth population below 35 years of age, who are going to be associated with some of the higher education institutions. And you can see that Africa and Asia contributes to that a lot as we go towards 2050. And are we have the capacity currently to ensure that all these people who are going to be in the youth category can be trained and skilled as a sustainable development champions? And where are we now? So this is one of the humble initiative from the Amrita University, which we want to share our experiences of what worked with us, what didn't work with us, while we're trying to ensure that sustainable development becomes a part of our academics. Okay, so just sharing that thing. So this particular You Live in Labs program, launched in the year 2014, is a multidisciplinary theory into practice program that facilitates the research, development, deployment of sustainable solutions for the current challenges faced by the rural communities in India. So you can see the key thing is that there's a focus for rural communities, because rural communities constituted the real challenges, basically challenges in achieving the sustainable development goals. You can see, because the India's rural population is more than 60-65%, lacking many basic necessities, etc., like food, water, shelter, etc. But things are improving. But that is why our focus was on rural communities. Another reason being that this is the rural communities are providing the basic needs for everyone in this country. So you can see that it's a connected world where food they are producing, the cloth they are producing from these communities in these agricultural fields, etc. And so it is a connected world. So our progress also should be the connected one. So we approach this particular thing with a multidisciplinary angle, because we believe that one one discipline, if our focus was very myopic in one discipline, it may not be able to solve the challenges. And it is not like we sit in the universities and say that, okay, we can solve that thing, this model will work, that model will work, but it has to be, the theory has to go beyond the practice. So it comes with a lot of challenges, right? A lot of challenges in how we educate them. We can say that this might work, this approach might work, the other approach might work. So over the years, we were able to see through that many approaches we tried out, many pedagogical methods we tried out to the students, so that the students and faculty with multiple disciplines can work together to go to these communities and try to solve some of the challenges. So to give a more explanation to what I was telling, so it starts with the whole with the grand challenge. The grand challenge can be a water, grand challenge can be energy, grand challenge can be in the areas of disaster management, or in the areas of skill development, or the areas of income generation, waste management, anything can be the grand challenge. So once the grand challenge is identified, you will listen, you will learn to these grand challenges in these communities. You come back to the laboratory, where in the university laboratory, so the laboratory can be either a mix of university and the field. That's the beauty of it, where we explore and experiment. So the key concepts which we want to ensure that they go through the processes, that they're able to upskill on listening, they're able to learn on, they're able to explore, they're able to experiment. And how they do all those things, they experience in the village, then they embrace, engage, enhance, and empower, get empowered to solve the sustainable solution. So in the meantime, they will be able to bring insights, they will be able to implement, innovate, and they will to implement. So there's a large amount of process going through the whole thing. So what outcomes can we make out of the whole thing? So for a student, for an academician, how these whole things look like. So for academician or from the academic world, it's look like you will be basically in a participatory approach we are trying to do, where student, faculty, community, stakeholders, everyone is together. So it's not like I am learning and I'm going to solve your problem. It's the attitude is not like that. The approach is not like that. It is like, okay, we together can look into it. We know that we are not from your community, but we try to embrace your culture, so that the challenges with respect to understanding the problems with your view will be mostly mitigated. So basically, the idea is to build motivated actors and stakeholders, not only in the university, not only in the community, but together as an ecosystem. We see that every stakeholder has been connected, every stakeholder has been empowered to work towards this participatory approach of understanding what I said earlier. So basically, then it's an interdisciplinary program. For if you look at that, the whole approach was interdisciplinary, where we ensure that a student gets connected to multiple disciplines. So it will help in the capacity development because of the peer learning which is happening, because of you learn from each other what the whole thing, guided by the faculty and the community people. Then finally the outcome is like the people who've gone through this program, which we will later come through that part, what the student gets out of it, how he feels empowered, is that they are become the sustainable champions. Not only the student, the people associated with it or become the sustainable champions. And the end goal is very beautiful, is that the organic way of developing the sustainable models, which we don't think before that, okay, this is the model you're going to implement in this village. I think the whole beauty is that you're getting the sustainable models, but at the end of the day, you have to think about how the whole thing can be funded, etc. So basically, this particular Amrita Seed Fund is a particular fund the university has provided to ensure that to funding this particular initiative for the students to design, develop, and implement the solution. So not only the university provides it, the beauty is that the participatory, the PPP model of providing the funding, where the university puts some money to build the things, the community also slowly build the capacity to also contribute to the operation maintenance of the whole thing. So as I said, what are the grand challenges we are looking at it? The grand challenges in which we are oriented the whole our program is into energy and environment, where the people work on basically to understand what are the energies challenges the particular community has, what are the water and sanitation challenges where lack of access to water, lack of access to clean drinking water, or you can say how to manage the wastewater coming out of this, how to ensure that everyone has access to safe and secure sanitation practices, everyone is able to get access to healthcare facilities, everyone has able to get hygiene food, shelter, etc., livelihood and skill, ensure that how we can value add the agriculture produces there too, or the practices there to ensure that everyone has education. I think this all aligned to what the sustainable development goals are. Like the speaker said yesterday, the 106 targets of 176 out of the 176 targets, 106 are locally, can only be achieved locally. So we believe that this approach can bring in that connectivity to at least that 106 targets of the sustainable development goals. So moving on, so which requires a platform, definitely. So what is the platform which we're able to drive over the years of experience is that the E4Life. So which is very common among the Amrita family is that E4Life, because of this, every set of students are part of the whole program. So even if you're an engineering undergraduate or a PhD student or a faculty or a researcher, you are at times part of the whole thing. So it is like experience, embrace, engage, and empower. So experiencing lively, it's not experiencing virtually, experiencing lively, the challenges and the opportunities in the community can give you, the particular situation can give you, embracing the culture. So you embrace the culture, you become one among them. So you appreciate the values. You are not saying that we are only to solve the problems. It is like the learning. You learn the way of their life. You learn how they're able to sustain over the thing. So it's like we learn in history, right? So basically, if you see the school education, right, we learn in history, like people say that, okay, this particular war has happened or this revolution has happened, etc. The same way, every community which you work, every problem, for example, a particular community has a water waste challenges. The student not only goes and say that, okay, you don't have water, we will dig a well. Not like that. We understand how it is not like they have water now. Why they were able to strive for hundreds of years. So there should be some setup, etc. What values they were focusing, how they're able to sustain as a community, then what challenges they face, what is the system all about. So that is the beauty of it, where you see all the interconnected thing. You open yourself and you engage with them in understanding the challenge, in solving the challenge, in designing the challenge, etc. So it is like an individual, group, and community. So the engagement is in the multi-level. So that is the whole thing. So we will come to how we approach that thing in the pedagogical basis. And finally, empower ourselves, empower the community, empower the stakeholders. As I said, the end story is the empowerment. So the whole focus is not like you particularly as like normal approaches, like you have the knowledge, you have the skills, you practice it and evaluate it, rather than we look at something where we see the empowerment as the final output of the particular thing, of not only yourself but also the people associated with it. So I think that's the beauty of bringing it wide open. I think that is what the key concept of sustainable development also is. That so moving on to the framework where we work, where the whole idea brings in is that it starts with the compassion driven research and the value based education, which the universities is mission to achieve, where we focus on our 4 pillars of empower, experience, engage, and embrace. Moving on to the interdisciplinary innovation and integration. So, and with various disciplines, moving into change models, technology, business models, etc. The teaching and learning, focusing on participatory, problem-based, experiential learning, immersive learning, peer learning, and team learning. So these are the key things actually we're trying to bring in with multiple community dimensions, supporting it through the socio-cultural, economic, political, environmental, culture and behavior, about the resources, the aspirations, and the governance. So basically, so as you pass on to this, what will happen is that you will come to a community empowerment, frugal innovation, and sustainable solution. So you think that, oh, these are the buzzwords now. Actually, this is what the whole idea is, to bring this natural organic progression of anyone who goes through this framework to reach this, because that is where you touch upon the whole thing. So if you take any of these ideas of community empowerment, frugal innovation, sustainable solution, so you will understand that the basics brings to this. So, and finally, at the end of the day, you become self-reliant, you become, the wholesome learning happens the whole way, and the end product is that a global citizen who supports the sustainable and resilient community. And I think we'll have a beautiful future. That's all. So okay. Yes, yeah, good. Okay. So you say, okay, it's very beautiful. You might all be thinking, right? Okay, so how you actually do it? So you say all the stories, how you actually do it. So we have 4 levels of this thing a student or a faculty has to go through. The first level being where the role internships, knowing the community culture, local governance, policies, structures, etc., which will result in the rural exposure, empathy, socio-economic, cultural knowledge, and communication. So that's a very key thing. So what means for them a good, what means for them a bad thing? So how they think it as acceptable, how a particular community sees another thing as not acceptable. So you build, so that's very important in trying to solve a particular challenge. So from that level, so that means if a student has to go through the training and skills, etc., so it will go through the level 2, where they will work on the challenge identification, ethnographic research, understanding the community, mapping and prioritizing the challenges, and finally to understand what change agent they should work with. So which will result in the research inquiry. I think the gains with the thematic interdisciplinarity will become more prominent among the student groups. And then they move to the next stage, where they will be working on design and development, co-design, project management, etc., which will end up in prototyping. They will experience the theory into practice approach, sustainable design, etc. And finally, they will be moving into the implementation, where the whole ideas of how they can implement so that it is sustainable, the real-time deployment, social responsibility, etc. So that's how the 4 levels, which will work with multiple disciplines. So that's how every student who was going through this program move through it. So either they will be in level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 4. Yeah, so that's how the passage. So I would like to call Krishnanathan to share more on the approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will try to make it quick. Thank you, Ranjit. So as you saw previously, you saw the transition that a student goes through when he takes 7 labs. So 4 levels from there, a student starts, and then as and when he traverses various levels, how does he, reach? Where does he reach? As Ranjit has mentioned, the global citizen. So now, when the students are experiencing this live-in labs, what are the certain things that they go through? As you know, it is built on that E for Life platform, that Education for Life platform. And when a student is undergoing this process, there is experiencing, imagining, reflecting, analyzing, thinking, deciding, acting, initiating, all these things that the student goes through. And while the student is going through each things, they also document it. They also put it out as like, how do you evaluate the student? Now, the question comes from a very pedagogical approach. How are you going to evaluate the student's experience? How will you evaluate the student's imagining, reflection, etc.? So there are some of the things that we do, which helps us to evaluate how much the students and to what depth the students have gone into each of these phases. As you can see, when experiencing, students students do a participant observation, where students work with the community and observe the challenges firsthand by themselves, so they understand how difficult certain challenges are when they experience it themselves. They conduct semi-structured interviews and unstructured interviews. Also, they have a field journal where they note it, then they understand, they imagine, even before going to village, they try to imagine what a village would be like. And then once they're there, they do even a reflective journaling, where they reflect upon whatever they see in the village. And also, while analyzing, they will analyze all the resources in the village in various thematic areas such as water, sanitation, education, health, etc. The seasonal variation, the activities that the community takes part in across various seasons in the year. And all these data is collected together, and the students analyze them. And once they come together to analyze, they do some brainstormings and group discussions to reflect on whatever they have understood, whatever they have analyzed, and then they go back to the community to design the solutions along with them, where collaborative design approach, a co-design approach is initiated with the community so that the needs of the community are respected, are understood, and they're involved in the process so that the solution that comes out of it is basically owned by the community. So this is where we ensure the community buy-in into the process. And then there is a prototype development and solution deployment, which is again done in a very participatory manner. And then this is what is going to initiate a social change in the village. As the community were themselves involved in the process, so students worked along with the community to deploy solutions. And in the process, if you see from an academic point of view, these are the certain things that students do as deliverables, which is then evaluated on. And once this happens, we can see that the outcome of this is that you will find a resource-aware community, a community-specific design that is given to them, which is very relevant for the community. Frugal innovation is applied where minimal resources are utilized to maximize the output, and sustainable business models are developed so that the communities can sustain themselves economically. And also they transform the rural communities into knowledge societies and also ambassadors of compassion and change. And in this process, what does a student achieve? They extend their horizon, the current capacities, they extend it and they become open-minded problem solvers, versatile learner, inquisitive researcher, multicultural adaptability they are able to imbibe. And also inclusive management are some of the skills that the student will achieve, and also higher level employability, entrepreneurial readiness is what are some of the things that the students will achieve when they are going through this process. Now, another thing that we can see is how one basic question that everyone would ask, okay, you are going into a completely different community. So definitely there will be some inhibitions from their side, from the community side to interact with us, how much ever we try. Well, that is right. There are certain cultural inhibitions, but what do the students do? Ethnographic research is the basis where the students actually go and live in the community, be with them for a couple of weeks or months or, for many months. And then they try to live the way they live, eat the way they eat, sleep with them, work with them, and, embrace the culture, as Ranjit had mentioned earlier. And then through the continuous engagement process, as we had seen, the human-centric approaches, human-centered design, co-implementation. These are the various ways in which cultural barriers are overcome, and students become part of the community, and the community also feels that they are deeply connected to the students, and they feel as the students as one of their own. So these are the certain steps that the student takes to go and mingle with the community and be one among them. Another thing that we can see is the pan-India approach. So from the time Living Labs was initiated until now, as Ranjit has mentioned, we have our presence in more than 100 communities all over India. And in each of the communities, they have their specific problems in each of the thematic areas, which have been identified by the students and the faculty and researchers, and continuous work and engagement is going on, as you can see in various parts of India. And these are some of the projects at a glance that you can see that the students have initiated and progressed and completed and implemented in these rural communities. You can see right from the water distribution system, energy-based solutions such as solar powered energy, lemongrass oil distillation, clay artisanry, e-cycle, and rural electrification models, remote health monitoring system, even the modular water distribution system, the agricultural solution in the form of rice cycle. All these are some of the various solutions that the students have deployed in the rural community. And as you can see, the interdisciplinarity, students from various departments come together and work to solve challenges in various thematic areas such as climate change, agriculture, water, energy, infrastructure, skill development, health, etc. And over the period of time, we have now close to more than 165 projects which are currently being worked on or have been completed over the period of time. And as you can see, while you engage in the Living Labs process, when you're trying to bring the best in each and every one who are involved in it, they go through different facets. That is academic excellence. Living Labs has seen more than 11,000 students who have participated until now, with more than 400 international students out of them, and more than 100 faculty who have been part of this process. And there has been more than 165 products and processes that have come out as innovation in this area. And if you look at the research perspective, there has been more than 180 international publications in reputed international journals and conferences. And we have 30 plus international collaborators who are working closely with us in enhancing the research that has to be come out to deploy sustainable solution. And this has created a global impact. which is also India focused and also which is contributing to the 14 United Nations Sustainable Development Goal out of 17. And so far, what we have achieved in a nutshell, more than 186 publications, 1,368 students as part of the academic program. Apart from that, we had many other students who have been part of this process, 60 communities, 165 projects, which has been infused in by 4.18 crore of Amrita seed money. And all this, what has come out is a very impactful paper that is done by BTech students, a PhD student, as well as a faculty. It was published in an 8.5 impact factor journal, the name Technological Forecasting and Social Change. And we can see like how a solution, like to see how in different phases, Sandra, you can stop me, like you can let me know if I'm exceeding the time.
I think we have one more minute.
Okay, I'll wrap it up quickly. So this is how the various phases a student and faculty go through while they're deploying sustainable solution. One such example is the lemongrass distillation unit that has been deployed in Wayanad in Kerala. And also we can also see how much a student has impacted this particular program, where in 2017 a set of students identified water challenge, water impurity challenge in a village in Andhra, and when they went and spoke to our chancellor, Matamrita Devi, and told about this problem and how we can solve it, Amma said that we will put in the money ourselves and we have to scale it up to more than 5,000 villages all across India so that we can solve this problem to as many, solve the problem for as many people as possible. And hence it started as a 100 crore project, which was initiated in 2018 by our honorary president, Sri Ramnath Kovind. So this is the structure that the student and the project goes through, right from getting the seed grant, shortlisting the communities, selecting the phase communities, and then deploying community to only those communities which really are facing the challenge. And I'm skipping this because of shortage of time. And this is one such example where in a village in Orissa, where we have deployed various solutions such as toilet building, water distribution system, IoT-based mushroom cultivation, and Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, through various initiatives from Amrita, through collaborations with various international universities in different thematic areas to achieve various sustainable development goal targets. And also we can see that this particular program is a very inclusive program which has various facets, various thematic areas working together to achieve a common goal of rural sustainability. And through this process, Amrita has achieved 2 UNESCO chairs in the area of experiential learning for sustainable development innovation, as well as for gender equality and women's empowerment, as well as Tribal Center of Excellence from the Government of India, Ministry of Tribal Affairs. And also this has helped us climb up the global rankings, where we are right now placed 81st in the world and the only Indian university to feature in the top 100 THE Impact Rankings 2021. And we have very good score in each of the thematic, the sustainable development goal areas that you can see in front of you. And we thank you very much for your time and patience, and we look forward to questions.
Before we end, I think just to bring in 2 keywords, this is Manisha. So what makes it different is the ecosystem what we have built in. The ecosystem provides the opportunity for students, faculty, and community to work together. At the same time, if you see that the ecosystem also makes sure that it brings in all the stakeholders together. And on a phased approach, if you can go to the slide which shows the solar lemongrass, so it goes in a phased approach, and in each of the phase, the ecosystem helps us to identify which are the groups that needs to work together. So if you if you see that there are some 7 phases, and there are nearly like I think 7 different schools have been involved in building this solution, where you have all the different phases from challenge identification to multidisciplinary aspect, which started with the engineering, and halfway through you have the system coming from the social science. Then the phase of sustainable marketing and logistics design coming in, solar thermal design, then the co-design and capacity development, phase of sustainable business model, the deployment and the empowerment. And at each of the phase, it's not like a straight cut where you are saying one finishes and the other starts. You can see that they start when it is necessary. So they work together. The team is there and they work together, and they bring in each of the phase the more of their expertise. That's what it says. The team as a whole is there, but the more of that expertise comes in those phases. So in the process, the engineering student will learn what the social science is needed. The management student will learn from the engineering. So back and forth, they have an exchange of knowledge happening. That makes them the wholesome students. Can you go to the slide of the Jivamritam, or the 3rd slide, which you have skipped? So here, if you see that every project at Amrita, if you see that the beauty of it is the multidisciplinary engagement. You will have people coming from there. You have also all the different stakeholders from community to local government to university to NGO. And what they are trying is they're trying the collaborations from women entrepreneurs, local self-government association, ward level. What is the strategy there to bring in the end user engagement, self-governance for operations and management, and customized technology, so that you ensure that we are providing the empowerment to the community. And this is through by building the modular affordable solution and multi-stakeholder engagement and community empowerment. And today in this program, more than 30 international partners have participated in the whole program. And if you see that it brings in both the west part of the West and East education together to provide this solution to the communities. And students and the faculty get the opportunity to work in different communities having different culture, different traditions, etc., to move forward. That is what is happening. The learning is so intense, and it's a long-term, on a phased manner, it is going in a sustainable approach. And there is nearly 100 faculty who is involved in the university in building this whole thing. It's not that 1 or 2 person who is working. Every campus have from every branch there is faculty. So there is an ecosystem of mentoring system, an ecosystem of resource system, and we also have an advisor group from different areas who are very good at, from the industry to the research institutes to the organizations, are also brought in to give them those facilities. And we also work with the technology business incubator and technology enabling center at the university to transform some of these solutions into a long-term business plans and long-term business entities which has come out of that. So it gives a lot of knowledge in the students, and the transformation happens at all levels for each one of us involved in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Manisha, Ramesh, Ranjit, and Krishnanandan for your excellent presentation on the experiences in achieving sustainable development goals and Living Labs thematic focus. So all the intellectual and immersive programming you have mentioned are very promising. And I'm looking for some questions from the participants. Already there are requests for the presentation. So please, can you help us share this slide for us? There is some question. Are we sharing the presentations later?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So the presentation will be made available to the participants later. Couldn't find any other questions. So participants can use the Q&A button at the bottom to send your questions or comments. Probably we can take more questions during the discussion time. Time being, thank you all for your excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Shall we move on to the next keynote talk? Thank you very much. Yes. Our next keynote talk is by Dr. W.G. Prasanna Kumar. So he's the chairman, Mahatma Gandhi National Council of Rural Education. He's a renowned public servant working for climate change. His expertise is on disaster management. And he is also a panel member of several state and national level departments. And he is also serving as expert advisory committee member for Telangana State Disaster Response Force. He is also master trainer for civil services candidates. He conducts intensive training program regularly for nationally recognized training institutes. He is currently involved in promoting higher education curriculum addressing rural concerns in India. With this, I welcome Prasanna Kumar. I'll just hand over the platform to Dr. Prasanna Kumar. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Saundar Rajanji and Amrita, for giving me this opportunity of interacting with you. And this is an opportunity where we learn from each other and grow together. And I have been very rapt attention. I was looking at the presentation which was done prior to this, and I was really impressed by the work that this great team is doing. Manisha ji, congratulations. Saundar Rajan ji, congratulations. The total team in Amrita Mahavidyalaya, congratulations. It's a fantastic experience that you have, and more importantly, your spread of activity across the country makes it much more useful and impactful. It is a great learning experience for others to take from you. So thank you very much for that presentation. I also would like to visit your institution and interact with you people to learn more about it. I have been to your place sometime back, 3 years back. I have interacted with the social work department there. And that was the time when the institution was under some program or something like that. So the total university was closed, but only some people from the social work department I could gather and we could interact. So friends, from community engagement perspective, if we are looking at institutions of higher education being part of community engagement, then what we are looking at is presence of something called as institutional social responsibility. Whichever institution feels the social responsibility, its involvement and involvement in the community through the community engagement process is intensive and it is long lasting. So for that to happen, there is something called as responsibility, there's something called as duty. Duty is something which is given by somebody and expected by somebody. Responsibility is what we don in and what we take on. That's not something which is given by somebody. It is beyond expectation of anybody that we feel that there is a responsibility and we would like to do whatever is whatever is called for by the system or by the situation, and beyond that also. So if institutions are to get into social responsibility, there is a need for mentoring of the institutions. The institutions which are in higher education, they have their own objectives, goals, mission statement, and vision. Do these institutions have in their mission statement, or do they have it in their vision, or do they have it in the strategy or action plan for the institution? This aspect of being responsible towards the neighborhood and being engaged with the neighborhood in order to express their responsibility. So friends, institutions take the space in a particular area, a geographical space. They make use of the land. So the land comes from the community. So that's the first thing which they take from the community. So they have a duty towards the community because of the land taken, but they feel more responsible because they need to sustain there, and a long-term basis they need to work with the community. They are dependent on the community for the road network, for the groundwater, for the surface water, for the people who come and work in the institution, who are from the neighborhood. So there is a level of dependence on the community for any higher educational institution. One is this at the peripheral level, that is physical space, road, land, the water supply, and then the greenery or the surrounds. All that is there in front. But in terms of the objectives of the institution, objectives of any higher education institution are related to the successful support system for the students in learning whatever their students get into learning. I ask mostly the teachers when they are interacting with me or in our programs, what is the goal of the students when they join the college? What is the main goal of the students? They will say that, okay, they to learn, for education, for higher knowledge, or to be enlightened, all those answers they give. So I also ask them, what is the goal of their child when the child goes to any educational institution in terms of their own perception? Which type of education institution would they like to send their child to? And why do they want to send their child to that particular education or that particular stream of education or that particular educational institution? So the answer mostly would be that I want my child to settle well. So I ask them to define what is the settling well would mean. So they would say that, okay, we would like our child to get a good job, to be able to handle his life with the job, with the learning that they get. They should get a job which should be able to help them handle their life. So I ask them this simple question: if that is the goal for your child, the child whom you are feeding, then what is the goal for the child who is feeding you, the child who is giving us food, the employment in the educational institution? Shouldn't that be the same goal? Shouldn't we look at the settlement of the child, of the student, very well after pursuing that education in that educational institution? Then there is a staring blank face. But the answer should be same. The goal for my own son or daughter and the goal for the students whom I am handling should be more or less be same, which means that I am looking for a competent child coming out of an educational institution when it is my child, in a way that he would get his livelihood needs met. The same logic, if it is applied, we are looking at building the competence in the students in academic institutions. Competence is multi-dimensional. It's not just reading or writing or memorizing or reproducing or interpreting, but it is beyond that. It is at the level of skill, that is, the student is able to handle the world. Whatever domain of knowledge he or she is getting into, they should be competent to handle the world later on in that domain. Many of the educational institutions, when they handle the academic system, or when they offer a program, in a program you have some 30 or 40 students, let's say. Out of the 30 or 40 students, you have anyway 3 to 4 students who will get good job or settle well, and the institution's role in those 3 or 4 settling well is very, very minimal, because wherever they go, those 3 or 4 students would do well and they will settle well. If the institution is able to take care of the needs and cater to the competency needs and livelihood needs of the last student in the class in terms of the class merit itself, then the institution is able to handle the education of the student responsibly. It's not just to give some degree or grant some degree that the education is conducted by an educational institution, but it is to help the student to lead a great life, lead a sustainable life. So that means if the institution is only helping in the child to get a degree, then the institution is being dutiful. But if the institution is taking care of the need for the student to get employed, get sustainable in terms of his or her livelihood, then the institution is responsible. So that is a primary responsibility of the institution when it dawns in that responsibility to help the student to succeed in his life by training, by skilling, by giving those inputs which are required for the society, which are asked by the society. If we take that into consideration, then what is that the society or community asking as a skill from the students of a particular educational institution or any educational institution. Whatever is the need of the community is what will have to be met. And when the student of an educational institution after completion of the course is competent to meet or to handle the needs of the community, then we can say that the student is accepted by the community. Community is always looking for those people who are competent to handle their challenges. That educational institution which is helping the communities in handling the needs and challenges of the community will be welcomed by the community. So continuous interaction with the community for the educational institution is essential, which means that the educational institution should first be interested in it and not interested of it. So a continuous process of mentoring of the higher educational institutions is required so that they keep on focusing on the needs of the community rather than the needs of the scientific community. Educational institutions, whether when they are in the process or in the realm of creation of knowledge or production of knowledge, they are mostly guided by the reference group that they have, that whether it is academic community in the neighborhood or academic community in the international arena. So what is accepted or what is published in the international publication is what is the focus of the researcher than what is required by the community. Sometimes it so happens that what is required by the community is also what is sought after by the publications or by the internationally reputed journals. So that is where both of them match. When they don't match, the researcher is mostly bound by what is required by the journal than what is required by the real life in the community. So that is where our research will also have to meet the needs of the community. When the research is meeting the needs of the community, then the community is willing to come 4 steps forward to support the research institution or research endeavor. So taking that into consideration, there is a need for the students to skill themselves. For skilling, they need to also get into service learning. When the student is participating in services in the community, in the neighborhood or elsewhere as per the requirement, then the student is learning how to do the service. It's not just that when somebody completes a graduation or completes a post-graduation or a degree, he has the skill to handle the world, real world. He or she will get the skill to handle the real world only by handling the real world. Just as seeing somebody cycle, you will not be able to cycle, nor do we get into swimming by seeing somebody swimming. We need to actually drown, we need to actually handle the water ourselves. Then only we are competent. We, over a period of time, we get over the possibility of drowning, and we are able to float and we are able to swim. So that is the same way when we are working with the community in any area, whether it is agricultural technology or rural livelihoods or irrigation or post harvest technologies or handling the pisciculture or prawn culture or sheep culture or handling horticulture. Any of these things require on-hand practical experience. Not only this, handling of the village finance, handling of the rural village development needs, village road infrastructure, village sanitation, village health, village environment, village energy, all of them require our own participation. Institutions which participate with the communities in these endeavors always learn, not only they accrue institutional knowledge, but they also share that institutional knowledge accrual methodology with the students and with the faculty members who are part of the program, part of the institution. So it is in this context that there is a continuous mentoring required for institutions towards the alternate goal which is called as alternate goal, but which is actually one of the main goals of meeting the community needs also. It's not just that we are meeting the need of the student to acquire a qualification or degree, but through that we are trying to meet the needs of the community to handle the need to handle those needs through a technology, through knowledge, skill, and attitude which is required, which is produced or which is shared during the course of education. Next is another important aspect. Yes, institution is interested, student is interested in getting involved, getting engaged with the community. Just the interest doesn't actually lead to action because there is a competence required to action. The way we interact with the villages, the way we interact with the urban communities, we need to build over our competencies of interaction, handling group dynamics, handling the leadership issues there, handling the priority setting there. The priorities of the children are different from priorities of the adults. The priorities of the older generation are different from the younger generation. Women's priorities could be different from men's priorities. Priorities of agriculture sector people may be different from those people who are involved in pisciculture or prawn culture or horticulture. So various priorities exist in the village. Maybe some people may be looking for a hospital, the others may be looking for a school, or somebody else may be looking for sanitation facilities, and somebody else may be looking for road network or support in the other infrastructure. So when you have competing priorities and scarcity of budget available or finance available, what is required is we need to match the competing priorities and the budget requirement. This is possible only when we are continuously interacting and trying to adjust, trying to see that the different needs basing on the intensity of the need and urgency of the need are met. So it is in this context that while we objectively may think of certain needs which are there in the community, we also need to continuously interact with the community and learn how to interact with the community. There is an arrogance in the education sector when they meet the community, that they need the community to learn. That is, community is not aware. Community needs to learn from the education sector because education sector is learned and the community is illiterate or ignorant. So this arrogance we need to get over. That is why we adopt the technology or the methodology of participative learning and action or participative rural appraisal. But this technology and this methodology is yet to be learned by several of the colleges and universities which are interacting with the communities through various programs like NSS. So they are just going with the academic arrogance and using the terminology of adoption. We seem to be saying that we adopt the villages. There's nothing which we can adopt in the village because village is the mother of livelihood. So you don't adopt the mother. You adopt a child who is motherless or parentless. The child which is village or the community is the mother. So they don't require adoption. They require empathy. They require being in their world, understanding their requirements, understanding their needs, and that requires facilitation. The sector from which the background from which the people who are in education come, and the background in which the people who have felt needs in the community, they may be different. So there is now a need for those people in the educational institution to learn with all humility which is required from the community, not with the arrogance. So from arrogance, there is a requirement of moving completely towards community with humility. That humility is to be learned, it is to be practiced, and it is to be exhibited. It is to be felt by the community also. Only when they feel that we are humble, we are interested in learning, they will be interested in sharing. And what they share is very critical to our learning, whether by way of sharing their challenges or learning from the extraordinary responses which the community adopts over a period of time or generates over a period of time. So it is this challenge that the higher educational institutions will have to take on. The very fact that we use the name higher education, we go with that feeling that we are higher. It is just the level in terms of the educational structure, but it is not as though we would know sometimes more than the community. So this point is to be kept in mind while we are interacting. It's a huge shift. It's a huge shift when the education gets involved with the community. Then when we are learning from the community, we are reforming our curriculum also. We are changing our curriculum. We are making the curriculum to meet the present needs as well as future needs of the community. The curriculum that we generally make is basing on the past experiences and past decisions on the past experiences. We need to reform and upgrade our curriculum basing on what is required in future, not just the present, but what is required in the future. For that, again, we need to be continuously engaged with the community to understand their aspirations, their growing aspirations, and the challenges which they are facing, which they are handling. Many times there are innovations which are local, which are sometimes called as jugaads, which could be adopted by people elsewhere also. When we have institutions like Amrita handling this type of community engagement across the country in over 150 or so villages, you have experiences of your own people, your own students, your own projects, which become part of the education. So the input for the curriculum comes from your interaction with the community. Elsewhere, interaction can be an input for the curriculum transaction right now here.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
So one more minute.
Yeah, I'm closing. This is the last minute from my side. Thank you for alerting. So it is in this context that the curriculum will have to be kept, will have to keep in mind the requirement of the community, the competencies of the competencies present in the community vis-a-vis the competencies in the education system. It is in this context that UGC has thought of institutional social responsibility and community engagement and the 2-credit course on that. Beyond these credits, beyond this academic realm, there is something called as livelihood realm. That is what we are trying to meet. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your insightful talk on mentoring and institutional social responsibility. Thanks a lot for your wonderful discussion.
Sir, thank you, sir, Prasanna Kumar, sir. It was really heartening to hear your talk and insightful. We feel that there is a lot we can work together also. And a lot of your points we have experienced as we are working in the communities. And you have brought out several of those things, you know, with the competencies from what we learned from the communities, etc. Is very insightful. And we have always known also, like, you know, we should never enter into the community thinking that we are going to teach them something. You know, go with the open mind to learn from them, because they know much more than us, and they are the center of the country itself, our heart. And thank you for bringing out all those points, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There are some comments as well from the participants. They are very practical and implementable. Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, shall we move on to the next keynote talk? Our next keynote speaker is Professor Vasilos Makrakis.
Yes.
Thank you. Sorry for the bad pronunciation. So, Professor is a UNESCO chairholder of ICT in Education in Sustainable Development. Dr. Vasilas obtained his PhD in International Education with specialization on computers in education from Stockholm University. Currently, he is a professor of ICT in education with particular reference to education for sustainable development at the Department of Primary Education, University of Crete. Over to you, Professor Vasilos. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I thank you very much for the invitation to present this paper. I have seen that there are very important presentations before, and Dr. Kumar has raised very key questions concerning curriculum. So my presentation is about a tool, the Decore Plus, which is a tool for deconstructing, constructing, and reconstructing curricula, not only in higher education, but across all education levels. And by deconstructing, constructing, and reconstructing curricula, at the same time, we learn to transform oneself and society. So, as you know, the 21st century demands sustainability justice. This is a concept I have developed in the past 5 or so years, which merges together the 4 pillars and the 4 dimensions of justice for sustainable development vis-a-vis economic justice, environmental justice, social justice, and cultural justice. So these 4 dimensions of justice reflect the 4 pillars of sustainable development: economy, environment, society, and culture. So this concept, in a way, encompasses many aspects of education for sustainability. This concept is also connected very much with transformative pedagogy. Here we have 2 key figures. The one is the 21st learning pillars. The 4 pillars have been advanced by the Delors report and UNESCO, which means learning to know, learning to be, learning to do, learning to live together sustainably, and learning to transform oneself and society. We have added another pillar, which is learning to give and share, because we think that this pillar is very important. And I have heard in previous talks about service learning. So service learning is part of learning to give and share. Next to it, that this Decore Plus methodology is based on is the ex contra framework. The ex contra is an attempt to merge together the constructivistic learning perspective, the experiential learning perspective, and the transformative learning perspective. So bringing together
Professor, I think the slides are not moving. You have not made it into, no, I think it is not in the presentation mode. So we are seeing only the first slide actually.
No, because to me, it's everything moves, you know, the slides.
Could you press that slide?
Can you do it by yourself? Can you have my PowerPoint?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is okay now?
No, they are trying to do, sir. So now you may have to tell which slide he has to go.
No, this here, here. So now let's start from here. As I said before, the DCORE Plus methodology is based on certain demands. One key demand for 21st century is sustainability justice. This is a concept I have constructed that brings together the four dimensions of justice which reflect sustainable development pillars. That is economic justice, environmental justice, social justice, and cultural justice. So the reason why I have brought all this together is that we have to perceive everything from the holistic perspective. Next slides, please. And another, then the 21st century education demands is transformative pedagogy. Transformation is a very important concept if we want to change the unsustainable way of being, doing, teaching, and so forth. So here we have two figures which are very key to the concept of the DCORE methodology. The 6 21st century learning pillars, the four pillars: learning to know, learning to be, learning to live together sustainably, and learning to do, have been advanced by the Delors report many years ago. And a fifth pillar was added by UNESCO, learning to transform oneself and society. I think this pillar is key one, it's very important, because without learning to transform oneself and society, I think that no change will ever take place. And then we have added a sixth pillar: learning, give, and share. Thinking that this pillar is very important because learning to give and share is meaning that is connected with the service learning, but also with the concept of open education resources, which I think is very important for knowledge construction. Next to it, we have also attempted, before, next figure, I think, we have the ex contra perspective or framework, which is an attempt to bring together the constructivistic perspective of learning, the experiential perspective of learning, and the transformative perspective of learning. I think bringing together these three dimensions of learning is very important in order to move to the emancipatory or praxis-oriented curricula, as I will talk later. Next slide, please. Then two other key frameworks were very important for constructing, for developing the DCORE Plus methodology. These are the first is the 10 critical skills. I mean, you know very well the 4 C's model. And we have thought that it's very important to extend this 4 C's model by adding some other very important skills, like co-responsibility, which is to us a very important skill, transversal skill, cross-cultural understanding, critical reflection, critical consciousness, connectivity, and networking, and constructing knowledge. These concepts are very important in order to advance towards transformative pedagogical movement. And next to it, close to it, we have also another model of meaningful learning, which in a way reflects also both the 10 C's, but also the 6 pillars of learning I have talked before. So all these frameworks were very important in developing the DCORE Plus methodology. Next slide, please. Now, we have some global trends and educational roles. We have seen that companies race to the top on who becomes carbon neutral first. We have also seen that circular economic thinking has started to penetrate policies and practices. Then we have to ask, what role for education? A follower or a transformer? If we look in the past, to my own knowledge, education at all levels has been served as a follower to all societal and trends. So now it's time to make a shift and view education as an agent of change. Next slide, please. Now, education as a transformer, a change agent for embedding sustainability justice. Here, I mentioned three projects I have coordinated in the past and now. The first is the RUCAS approach, which started 10 years ago and has been applied in 10 universities in Europe and the Middle East and North Africa region. And the aim of RUCAS was to reorient university curricula to address sustainability. Through this project and model we have developed for capacity building, we have attempted to deconstruct and reconstruct more than 300 higher education courses in more than six academic disciplines. So this was a very important project which laid down the initiative or the thought to develop the D-Core Plus methodology. Currently, I coordinate the PWAT approach in South Africa, which aims to professionalize academic teaching in order to address sustainable development goals in multiple academic disciplines. And this project focuses first on academic skills. I think that there is a huge need for academics to develop their own teaching skills, which will be suitable for changing curricula. Because if we continue with the same paradigm, I think we just replicate what exists and not what should be. So professionalizing academic teaching, I think, is the means, is the vehicle that we have to, apply, to develop in order to reform or deconstruct and reconstruct curricula across all education levels. Another project I coordinate in this ICT, Enable Education for Sustainability. And this is an approach for capacity building and in order to transform curricula across primary, secondary education, but also teacher education, because we think that teachers are the ones that they have to take initiatives and they have to take a lead in order to move towards building a more sustainable and just society. Next slide, please. The Core Plus methodology starts from the individual, from the one that has to apply this methodology. We have to reflect on who we are. This is a very important, concept here. Then we have to see what we have, existing knowledge, where we want to go, and why we want to go there. These are basic questions, because without uncovering who we are, it's not, possible to envision what we could become or what should be. Envisioning is a very important skill, which I think lacks education across all levels. Then we start the process of deconstruction, analyzing critically the functioning of personal perspectives, habits, and minds in chosen curriculum units. Or you can deconstruct not only individual or certain curriculum units, but you can deconstruct whole curricula or study programs. Of course, deconstruction does not imply that you waive everything, no, but it gives you the opportunity to reflect on what kind of knowledge, is transmitted to students across all educational levels. After deconstructing, which is based on certain processes, then we have the construction process when we gather resources, creating ideas and constructing new meanings, perspectives. And reconstruction is the integration of new constructed knowledge in line with the reconstructed frame of reference. And of course, after we have the new updated or the new changed curricular units or whole curricula, then we have the implementation process, turning the theory into practice. And of course, we have to assess all these processes. I mean, not only by summative evaluation at the end, but also recently we have also developed the DREAM methodology for course assessment, which starts from the very beginning, but it's not, there's no time here to refer to it. Let's go to the next slide, please. So, as you know, the curriculum approaches, we have three types. The product-oriented curricula, which are prescribed, reproductive, linear, and transmissive. This is the old paradigm, which is the most one that still is in practice. The process-oriented curricula are open-ended, flexible, negotiated, constructive. And finally, the praxis-oriented curricula are transformative, empowering, action-oriented, reconstructive. So the DCORE plus methodology helps to shift from product-oriented curricula to process-oriented, and finally to praxis-oriented curricula, which means learning to transform oneself and society. Next slide, please. So deconstruction, just to refresh the model presented before, is the process where we have 6 key steps. The content, which is what we have in our curricula, the methods of assessment, gaps and silences, and underlying assumptions. This is the third one, is the most important thing, because we never ask, what is behind the concepts, the knowledge we are asked to transmit or to develop. So deconstruction puts much more emphasis on the gaps and silences and the underlying assumptions behind the content of a curriculum. Power and interest. This is a very important, process in a deconstruction. Dominated perspectives and versions of reality, the image and values portrayed and transmitted by the unit module, or a curriculum unit or a whole curriculum. So these are very key processes we apply through our own instrument to the DCORE Plus methodology, and through it we start, reflecting on who we are as teachers, as educators, and what exists, in curricula. So next slide, please. So after we have worked through these 6 processes in a deconstruction, then we start to bring together knowledge and use very much open education resources, not just reinvent the wheel. So there is much to get out from others experiences and try to provide a new co-constructive knowledge through this process. And finally, in the reconstruction process, we have the new one, the new curriculum, which reflects the transformative pedagogy perspectives I have talked before. So through this attempt, to this model, we have hundreds of curricula units, courses at universities, where this tool has been applied. And we have trained even more than 2,000 academic teachers and primary and secondary teachers on how to use this tool in order to identify who they are, and at the same time to view curricula as a process, not just as products to be transmitted, and use and also point to the teacher as an agent of change, somebody who is a leader and not just somebody who is going to replicate what is found out there. Next slide, please.
Sorry to interrupt.
So,
we have 1 more minute.
Yes, just to summarize, of course, this process is not so easy because there are certain, inhibitors or impediments. So disciplinary contestation, which creates confusion over what sustainability and sustainability just means, is one issue. Institutional compartmentalization prevents the intercross-disciplinary dialogue and sustainability demands. Decontextualization is also another, inhibitor. Economic globalization, which transforms higher education into marketization and commodification, is also a problem to our own knowledge. And impoverished discourse in teaching and reasoning, which drives educators towards surfers, decontextualize meaningless learning, and this is, I think, one issue which we have tried in several countries to approach through capacity building programs. So the RUCAS project, as I mentioned before, the PUAT project, and ICT Enable Education for Sustainability, are projects which focus on capacity building and try to reverse all of these amendments. Next slide, please. So the ways forward, that's the last slides. We need, these challenges posed and the impediments identified require demand paradigm shifts in what is taught, why it is taught, and how it is taught. And also, I think that the Aristotelian notion of phronesis, that's making good judgments at the right time in a difficult situations for the common good, is very important notion to remember. And bridging the knowledge, attitude, value, action gaps. I think that we have spent very much, of our own resources on knowledge and attitudes and values, but less has been done to action competencies, to action-oriented education perspectives. So, and lastly, develop human agency through merging knowledge, critical consciousness, critical reflection, and action. These are in the tenses model I have described before, is also a very important way forward. So I have provided some literature, for all these concepts. I think it's not so easy to present these concepts in a very, short time, half an hour. So through these writings, I hope that you have the opportunity to go deeper into these concepts. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
for
Thank you. Thank you for your
attending
informative
me,
talk.
and sorry for the rush to catch the
No.
time. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for informative talk. Participatory curriculum planning model. Yeah. There are a couple of questions from the participants. The first question is, shall I read out the questions? So what are the incentives that have helped make this transformation possible in curricula at individual and institutional levels?
At the institutional level, I think it's first it's policy. Policy is very important from the, you know, and when I mean policy, I don't mean only from the top level, also of all levels at the education. So without policy, it's not easy to move towards these paradigms shifts I have discussed before, and also giving incentives to teachers and academics, you know, recognize their own work, recognize their own attempts. I think academics need this kind of, you know, of various incentives of recognition in order to move, you know, to their own paradigm teaching, and capacity building is very important. And of course, at the personal level, what I have mentioned before, if we try to reflect who we are, this is, I mean, the beginning in order to identify who we are. I mean, all of us have, you know, certain personal theories, and, you know, minds, you know, in our minds, there are many things, you know, without reflecting who we are, I think it's not possible to move ahead in order to transform. Yeah, you know, it's not only to transform society, because we talk very much about society, but centrally talk about ourselves, because first we have to transform ourselves and then see how to transform society. So I think that this is very important, and this connects also to the core responsibility, you know, skill I had in the 10 C's model, because sometimes we blame the others, but leave ourselves, you see, untouched. And I think this is very important if we want to move forward towards building a more sustainable and just society.
Thank you. The next question is, do you have any examples of transformative educational curricula which
Yes.
could be suitable for rural communities by any chance?
Yes. In these projects, you know, I mentioned both the ICT enabled education for sustainable project, and I can communicate with you the addresses, the URL addresses of all of the sites. We have uploaded, you know, many of our, you know, work and tools and templates and all the instruments we have used towards these processes. And we have many examples. So I can communicate with you and send you the addresses, the URL addresses. And these are mostly open access, so you can have them and learn from our own, let's say, work, which is not only in one country, it's many countries, in almost in many continents, in Asia, in Africa, in the Middle East and Europe.
Thank you. One more final
Welcome.
question. One more final question. How you are implementing service learning? What kind of community service you focus, and what academic learning you focus?
If I understand well, because the voice is a bit, you know, you said before that about academic learning and service learning.
Yes.
Yes. You remember before when I presented the 6 pillars for 21st century. One pillar which is an addition from myself and a colleague, is learning to give and share. So learning to give and share is strictly connected also with service learning. And learning to give and share is also, from the academic point of view, is connecting to open access and knowledge. So by sharing what we do, what we have done, then I think it's much more easier for us to develop new concepts, to envision new models and new frameworks, which will help to transform, our curricula, ourselves, and society. So the key concept, is learning to give and share, which can be applied to many, issues concerning, knowledge and practice.
Professor Makarkis, this is Manisha from Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. Thank you for your enlightening talk. We could see several areas where we could collaborate and take forward. We will be writing a detailed email to you how we could jointly work on both of the works both groups are doing.
I would be very glad to share, knowledge with all your, partners and have a very fruitful cooperation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me space for that. No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And now it's time for a very short break. Now it's 4:36 here. Shall we start our next talk by 4:40? Another 4 minutes. Will that be okay?
Sorry, before we break, I request all panelists present here today to turn on their videos for a photo.
All the panelists.
I request everyone to turn on their videos for a photo. Thank you. Can we have everyone's video on for a quick photo?
Hi, Manisha.
Hari, is it over?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
future for all. Love and compassion towards all beings are the very foundation of our existence. Amma is the living embodiment of these very values. Amma says, "We are not isolated islands, but are connected to each other like links on a chain. With an unparalleled vision to revive, nurture, and protect nature, Amma has for more than 40 years continuously strived and pioneered various initiatives to restore harmony and embrace sustainability as a way of life." Amma's initiatives are aligned towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. As a member organization of the United Nations Billion Tree Campaign, through Amma's initiative called Green Friends, over 1 million trees have been planted across the 6 continents since 2001. Amma has promoted the cultivation and consumption of organically grown vegetables in 101 communities adopted under the Amrita Serve program. Along with this, organic gardens and farming initiatives such as Haritamritam and Growin have been established. To make clean drinking water accessible to one and all, Amma's organization has launched Jeevamritam, a $15.2 million clean drinking water provisioning project for 5,000 villages in India. Along with this, Amma has initiated several programs to provide water access by implementing a number of solutions. Through Amma's Amala Bharatam campaign that started in 2010, more than 7,500 cleanliness drives have been organized by mobilizing 10,000 plus volunteers, clocking over 500,000 hours in 23 states across India. One of the largest drives has been the cleanup of the Holy Pampa River at Sabrimala, which hosts one of the massive religious gatherings in the world annually. The cleanups have been mammoth efforts of 72 hours of hard work of 5,000 plus volunteers from over 12 countries, participating each year, clearing over 2 tons of waste each day. Other key initiatives include awareness drives and distribution of handkerchiefs to school children to promote personal hygiene, design and distribution of banana fiber-based sanitary pads, and a citizen-centric approach to clean the roads across Kerala, with the distribution of 1,000 bicycles and waste bins deployed at 2-kilometer intervals. Amma's organization has donated 1 billion Indian rupees to the Government of India for rejuvenating the river Ganges as a part of the Clean Ganges project. The team has built more than 12,000 toilets with democratic participation. In 2018, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and UN Secretary Antonio Guterres presented Amma with a special award for making the largest contribution to Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. Amma's organization has been at the forefront in case of natural disasters, providing rapid response and long-term rehabilitation across the globe. This includes serving the victims with real-time medical assistance using the telemedicine unit with a team of volunteers, doctors, and medical equipment as a need of the hour. In the face of tragedies like the earthquakes in Gujarat, Kashmir, Uttarakhand, Philippines, Japan, Haiti, floods in Mumbai, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu, hurricanes in the United States, and the Indian Ocean tsunami, Amma's ashram has provided food, medicine, and temporary shelter, as well as new homes, counseling, and jobs. Using the Amrita Kripa mobile app and a 24-hour call center, 400 plus students worked day and night without sleep and provided relief to more than 100,000 victims during the Kerala floods in 2018 and 2019. Since 2004, Amma has spent more than $75 million in disaster relief. Amma's empathy and concern for disaster survivors is so complete that she responds to every aspect of their emotional and social well-being by keeping an eye on their future.
Shall we start again? So welcome back. So our next speaker is Dr. Sydney Strass. He's a professor of emeritus and he's currently working at adjunct faculty at Amrita itself. He's also emeritus professor of educational psychology at Tel Aviv University. He is having more than 63 years of professional experience. He is also a former chief scientist for the Israeli Ministry of Education and was part of several international committees. He was also a member of OECD Educational Committee representing Israel in Paris from 2005 to 2008. He taught more than 10 international universities, including MIT and Berkeley. With this very short introduction, I hand over the platform to Dr. Sydney Strass. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you, Manisha, Dr. Manisha, for inviting me to talk to this really interesting conference. And I'm happy that a neighbor of mine from Greece was before me, and I heard really interesting ideas. So for all of this, thank you very much. To start the presentation, thank you. So I'm going to be talking about conceptions of learning and pedagogical strategies. How do you teach based on your understanding of what learning is? So next, please. So what guides curriculum development, if it's global, if it's local, or whatever it is? First of all, there's the part about what is it that you teach. And yesterday there were discussions about the content that you're teaching, subject matter, and how it's structured. What is the idea of sustainability? What are its parts? How do the parts go together? Also ways of thinking. It's also what you teach. For instance, systems thinking, a la Tarek. The second part is the how part. How do you teach? What are the pedagogical strategies you're going to use in your teaching? I'm spending time on that. This session today is mostly around that. And the last one is via what do you teach? The platforms that exist for that teaching. Okay, done. So what are the relations between teaching and learning? So we want to know, how do we learn? This is the outline of what you're going to be hearing. And I'll talk about research domains that people have, in those domains have been studying learning. I'm going to come up with a conclusion that there are unclear answers as to what learning, but we don't have to despair. There are ways out of that. Then I want to talk about how do we teach. I'll talk about metaphors for teaching and learning, who teaches, and in the end, child peer teaching. Okay, next, please. Okay, so how do you teach? What are the pedagogical strategies? So there's something fundamental here, which is that the goal of teaching is to cause learning in others. Well, you might think that that's pretty trivial, but I don't think it is, because how we teach is based on our understandings of how it is that we learn. And so we have to have an understanding of learning in order to understand how we can teach, because we're teaching for learning to take place. So it's actually far from trivial. And we want to know, of course, what is being taught and what is being learned. And as I said in the earlier slide, there's subject matter, sustainability and its parts, and ways of thinking. And the example I mentioned was systems thinking. Okay, next, please. So how do we learn? Well, it's not, the answer to the question is far from simple, for certain. So there are 4 domains, at least, to try to answer that question. So one is the brain sciences. The other is the cognitive sciences. The third is computer sciences. And the 4th is education. Notice that it's not the educational sciences. Okay, next, please. Okay, yeah. Well, there's a brain. And then the next one, cognitive sciences. There's the cognition, computer sciences, and education that takes place in classrooms. So the next, please. Right. And then there's research that's being done in the brain sciences about what's called brain-to-brain coupling. How does one brain couple with another brain? What is the teacher's brain doing that's influencing the learner's brain and vice versa? And this is an area that started actually not all that long ago in the brain sciences, and is picking up steam. That has to do with the nature of the relations between 2 brains or more than 2 brains. If you're not tutoring and you have a class of 30, then how does that one brain, the teacher's brain, influence the 30 brains? How do the 30 brains influence each other and influence the teacher's brain? So there's research being done on this. And then in addition to brain-to-brain coupling, there is brain-to-machine coupling, which could be a robot. How is it that we learn from robots? How does our brain interact with machines that don't have brains? It turns out it's a very interesting area that's just beginning to come into the fore. Okay, next, please. Okay, so how do we learn? And anybody who says, oh, well, we know how we learn. I mean, this happens, that happens. But when you start analyzing what it is that each thing that you say is how we learn, you begin to understand that each statement that you make is really quite complex and far from obvious. So there have been enormous strides made in research on learning, enormous. If you just think about somebody who received the Nobel Prize for understanding what is the basic structure of the brain, which people didn't know before. It was neurons, and not just one kind, but there are different kinds of neurons, to where we are right now. There's just, as written here, there's enormous strides in understanding what learning is. Yet, there is much that is not known. It is, as I said, we know a huge amount, and we don't know even a larger amount. And so if we're going to try and bridge the brain sciences to education, John Brewer had written that it's a gap which is too large to fill, but in the middle, between the brain and sciences and education are the cognitive sciences, and that's a place where we ought to be spending time doing our research. Okay, next, please. Okay, so if we don't have a clear and definitive model or models of learning that are relevant to education, not in the brain sciences, not in the cognitive sciences, not in AI yet, I'm not saying that in principle we'll never have it. What I'm saying is at present, we don't have clear models of what learning are that could be relevant to what's happening in classrooms and outside of classrooms. Then one place where we can go looking at what it is that how it is that we might teach is based on teachers' normative practices. How do teachers teach in order to bring about learning? What are their conceptions? What are their mental models of understanding how learning takes place? And that we can know by watching how they teach. But it's culture bound. It is not something where everybody has, in different cultures, have the same understanding. They might not even have similar understandings. Next, please. Okay, so one place we could go looking for this is to look for metaphors of teaching and learning. And there are a number of metaphors. I will just here talk about two, but there are many more. Simply, there isn't much time for me to present all of them. So one is a source recipient model. It's an engineering model. It says something to the effect of the mind or the brain is like a container. Knowledge exists outside of the container. The engineering problem is, how do you get what is outside of the container inside the container? And how do you hook it up, this new knowledge, to what is already known? And that's this is a direct transmission model, which is basically a model of lectures. You talk about something and you're presenting the information, which is being delivered to the mind. There's another model, the active constructor model. We learn through actively constructing our knowledge. The experiential knowledge by doing is one way that you can teach based on the idea of somebody being an active constructor. Discovery learning is similar. So there's a joke in Israel, which can be used for understanding what discovery learning might be. So a man walks into a restaurant and sits down, and he orders soup and salad. The waiter brings the soup and the salad, and the customer is just sitting there and he's not eating. The waiter comes up to him and he says, "Sir, I noticed that you're not eating the soup. Is it too cold?" And he said, no, it's not too cold. Why don't you take a little bit? It's okay. Take a little bit of the soup. And then you'll see it's not too cold. As well as it's too salty. I can change that. I can go to the chef and we can give you soup which is not that way, which is not salty. He said, no, it's fine, it's fine. But you know what? If you just take a teaspoon of it, you'll see. And this goes on. And eventually they get to the point where the waiter says, "Okay, I'll take some." And he looks and he says, "Oh, you don't have a spoon." And the man says, "Aha." So he learned by discovery. He was not told, and he had to figure it out because there was a person who was allowing him to get to the point where he could understand without being told. But there are also practicalities here about a curriculum, a global curriculum, a curriculum which is based on understandings of what learning is. We'll have lectures and experiences and peer teaching and other parts. We're not going to create a curriculum and then tell people how to teach something specific. We can give suggestions, we can show how it could be done, things of that nature, but it is not going to be something where people are told, and this is what they're going to do. Teaching is diverse. Understandings of learning are diverse. And any class that you have is going to have many different parts. Okay, the next, please. Okay, so when humans teach each other in schools, in universities, in companies, where there's professional development, whatever it is people who are teaching people. And the way you think about it is more competent people teach those who are less competent. And Vygotsky had written about this extensively, the zone of proximal development. You create a zone of development as the person who is more competent guides the one who is less competent. And in that case, adults teach children. We're used to that. Adults teach adults, like at the university. And something which is not very common as a way of thinking about things, children teach children, and children, of course, teach adults. I have 8 grandchildren, and they're all teaching me different aspects of technology, let's say. Sometimes without success. I was asked to have a banner behind me. I was told how to do it. And if you notice that there's no banner there, then you'll understand my technological competence. It turns out that teaching is a natural human ability. You don't have to teach people how to teach. 3-year-olds know how to teach. They teach. Nobody taught them. It was rare that somebody would teach a 3-year-old how to teach another child. But they've been taught, and they've learned how to teach. And it's something which they're able to do, even though it is remarkably complex. So teaching is a remarkable gift given to us by nature. And at an early age, despite its complexity, young children are able to teach. There's even a way of making an argument that 1-year-old children who do not have language yet teach. They have the foundations of teaching. Okay, next, please. So children teach children. It's, as I said, a natural human ability. And I'd like to ask the people who are so kind and helping me with this, if you could show the this clip. It's like a minute, a little bit more than a minute.
श्रीमाता श्रीमहाराज्ञी श्रीमहाराज्ञी श्रीमत्सिंहासनेश्वरी सिंहासनेश्वरी चिदग्निकुण्ड सम्भूता देवकार्य समुद्यता समुद्यता मुद्यद्भानुसहस्राभा चतुर्बाहु समन्विता रागस्वरूप पाषाढ्या पाषाढ्या क्रोधाकाराङ्कुशोज्ज्वला क्रोधाकार
Okay.
अंकुशोज्ज्वला
Eye contact.
मनोरूपेक्षुकोदण्डा
What?
சொல்லு मनोरूपेक्षुकोदण्डा मनोरूपेक्षुकोदण्डा
Okay. So if you could go back to this, thank you. And the next slide, please. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, young children are doing this. So to summarize what it was that I'd been trying to say, there are relations between teaching and learning. The way we teach is guided by our understanding of what learning is. And how is it that we learn? That will guide our teaching. Well, it turns out that there are not terrific answers available yet about how it is that we learn from areas that are where people are studying that. There's the brain sciences, cognitive sciences, computer sciences, and education. So how do we teach then? And I claim that one way is through metaphors that we have, the metaphor of direct transmission, a container, and putting information into the mind of others in an engineering view, as in lectures, and also in experiential situations where you learn that way. And then that would be a way to create, you would think about creating experiences that would be helpful for learning sustainability. Talked about who teaches, and adults and children teach. And I showed you this remarkable case of children with peer teaching, one child teaching another child. Both of them were engaged. Both of them were doing turn taking. The teacher was passing on information, checking, monitoring the learner and the learner's learning, and correcting in the case where there was a mistake, and correcting herself as a teacher as well. So something which is really remarkably complex, teaching, is based on an understanding of learning. And that teaching is what it is that children know how to do when they're very young, when they're toddlers. So that was short. I was asked to make it 20 minutes. I did my best. Thank you very much. And Manisha, once again, Dr. Manisha, thank you for inviting me. It's a privilege. And even though I didn't have the background that I was asked to have, I have this, the Amrita. So that's my apologies for not having a background. I tried to compensate with this.
Yeah. Thank you for very, very, very interesting presentation on teaching, as well as interesting video on child-to-child teaching as well. It's very interesting. As of now, there is
Professor Sydney, it was really good presentation, and what I feel is like, you should actually have some workshops for the faculty in the different universities, on how to assess their own, teaching methodologies and what are the new approaches they can bring in. Because several of the time when we teach, we are not thinking whether the student is learning or how they are learning. I think that perspective was really good, that what you have brought in. I think it is a thought-provoking thing, and I think the universities should look into that matter. And we look forward to work with you.
Okay, and when you're working on curriculum materials, you should, as best as you can, have a deep understanding, as deep as you can, for what learning is, because all of this, the curriculum that's going to be developed, the global curriculum, is based on understandings of learning. And we normally, when we do curriculum development, we normally do not pay attention to that. We spend a lot of time on the content, how the content is structured, what should be taught first, second, third, etc. How you evaluate through exams or however else you do it. what the platform is. Is it going to be human beings, or is it going to be robots or other machines? And it's rare that people talk about how is it that the students are going to be learn. How do we think that they learn? That we're going to base the curriculum on those understandings about learning. So that was basically a less than a minute summary of what I tried to say.
Yes, we will do along with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Now we move on to the next keynote speaker. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Krishnasri Achyutan. Dr. Krishnasri Achyutan is the Dean of Postgraduate Programs and the Director of the Center for Cybersecurity Systems and Networks and Amrita Technology Business Incubator at Amrita. Dr. Krishnasri is an ardent researcher with multidisciplinary interests such as cybersecurity and governance, mathematical modeling of systems, cybersecurity policy, and IoT security. She holds more than 30 US patents. With this introduction, I hand over the platform to Dr. Krishnasri. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Soundararajan. Thank you, Dr. Manisha and the School of Sustainable Development for giving me such a platform to share some of our work. I thoroughly enjoyed Professor Sydney Strauss's talk. You really inspire us to learn with everything you say. Thank you so much for sharing those wonderful thoughts and insights. With that, I'll just quickly share my screen. Please let me know if you're able to see my screen.
Yes, ma'am, your screen is visible.
I'm just putting it in the presentation mode. Okay, great. Okay, a very good afternoon to everybody. This work that I'm sharing with you is actually a work that culminated over a decade of, you could say, outreach in a specific topic called as virtual laboratories. And I'll explain that as we go along. And it is one of the most sustainable ways to actually bring together a platform to be able to teach scientific skills and concepts related to science to students. And we were very fortunate to be able to do this. This is where I come from.
The slides are not moving.
Oh, I see. I think I have it in the presentation mode. Stop that.
It is not in presentation mode.
Okay, let me do this once more. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think you know what the problem is. Okay. Again, I'm going into the presentation mode here. Are you able to see now the change?
It has not come to the presentation mode. It shows that it's trying. It has not come.
Okay. Sure. I'm going to try again. I'm sorry about the delay. you able to see now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm just going to try this. Are you able to see the switching of the screens, the slides?
Yes, ma'am. Now we can see.
Okay, all right. I'll just quickly go. This is where I come from, the beautiful state of Kerala, God's own country. A little outline of what I will go through, what the whole project was about, and really reaching out to bridging the gap that we have in India on laboratory education through the use of internet and communication technologies, the types of labs that we have built, what has been the impact in doing this towards educational pedagogies. Finally, I'll end with a little bit of the usage. From a historical perspective, actually, engineering laboratories started in the late 19th century as a very formal form of educating students in laboratory activities. So as engineers, students needed to have hands-on skills, and so as part of the normal curriculum, this came into being in the late 19th century. And simulation-based training was pioneered actually in the area of flight simulation, and it's still very much current today. And pretty much, there was the development of a blue box and a link trainer in 1928 to be able to do this kind of simulation-based training. From there on, the area of mathematics actually took on this in a very, very big way, and using finite element modeling and other IC programs such as SPICE, etc., modeling became much, much more easier. And then, of course, came the internet, which really globalized the education. And as we all know, the massively open courses that are available brought a lot of accessibility to people that did not have teachers or institutions to be able to impart quality education to them. And this really bridged the gap a lot. And then from there on, we moved on to this concept of massively open online laboratories, which is really a place where you're not simply sitting and listening to somebody, but you're actually doing something. You're able to creatively think and actually apply what you've actually learned in a classroom or an online environment into specific applications. So this project that we were part of was a big initiative from the government of India called as National Mission on Education. And it was really to address all the educational learning needs of students, teachers, lifelong learners, etc. And the vision was really that knowledge superpower for India to really become a knowledge superpower in the world in the shortest possible time. And looking at how can we really hone our working population to knowledge or knowledge enable working population. So basically, we wanted to be able to address the learning needs of more than 50 crore Indians, which is really the working population, using a one-stop solution. This was really the government's vision behind this project. And so one part of that was really development of these laboratories. Typically in engineering curriculum, you do laboratories as groups of students. Some of them happen to be very active in those groups, so they very, take the initiative to be able to do those experiments, but others in those groups perhaps are very passive and they don't really realize the learning outcomes in as much effectiveness. So this is you could say, the difficulty with doing these laboratory experiments in a physical lab, especially at the undergraduate level, etc., where resources are very constrained. So you only have a certain number of equipments, you have a certain number of experiments, and you can't teach a lot of it in the given stipulated time, and also allow individualized learning. And hence, so there was always a gap. So students actually went to a lab, learned something, but they really came out not knowing what to do with that knowledge or where it is truly applied. So the gap between the actual intent of actually doing a laboratory experiment and what it's supposed to give you as a student widened as time increased in the Indian education system. And so this project came into being to be able to provide kind of an opportunity for people to not have to say that we do not have the resources for these expensive equipments. We are not a top university. However, we do have top-notch students, and how do we still motivate them to be able to learn this in the absence or in the absence of trained teachers. So that was really the, you could say, the novel goal of this whole project. This was a work of a significant number of partners. Actually, it was 11-member consortia across India, that included Amrita, and Amrita was kind of, you could say, one of the top 3 partners here in terms of the work actually they delivered for this entire project. Amongst my own colleagues within Amrita, I have to here acknowledge the different centers and departments that contributed towards this very large project. Amrita Create, School of Biotechnology, the Department of Physics, and the Department of Chemistry that very actively participated in this. And the work that I'm going to show today is actually a fruition of their collaboration as well. So basically the concept was, when you build any kind of solution, how do you really get it to the masses? And so it really required a lot of thinking, planning, etc., to be able to do this. And we came up with a concept called, as we have these principal institutes, that are the 11 institutes that I showed, and then you have a lot of disciplines that you're actually building. In the left side, you see all the different areas in science and engineering that we built these laboratories in, and then that had to cater to the actual requirements of these individual institutes across the country. India has, over 1,000 universities, and I would say more than probably 25,000 colleges and institutions under them. So a very, very large number of institutions and millions of students pursuing these different types of discipline. So how do we really build something that actually caters to all of their needs in a short amount of time? That was really a big challenge. And this kind of approach to be able to, divide ourselves and have some concentrated effort on different disciplines was the way to go. This is actually the work that we did at Amrita, where we try to look at identifying experiments, doing a storyboard, doing simulations, and building a platform to be able to allow students to access it anytime and use them effectively. If you really see world over, there are different countries, different universities, different research groups that really attempted to do this, but no one close to the scale that we were able to achieve. So these are various different countries, primarily focused, in fact, European countries had a big lead on this in putting together virtual laboratories. You can see they had hundreds of experiments and simulations, etc. But what we did in India was phenomenal, which was this consortia come up with over 1,200 experiments and simulations in various different areas, all put together for the world to use. It was not just for these students from India to use. This is completely available for anybody and everybody, and we have many international users as well. So the types of virtual labs included looking at animations. You're seeing here experiments in biotechnology, where you actually have to work with mice, etc. And you can see that how this is such a sustainable platform actually do these experiments without actually harming any animal or taking any type of chemicals into your hands to be able to do it. Still learn concepts. You can see how visual and real these platforms are. The other advantage really was there are many experiments in the lab that you go to that you cannot actually visually see what is happening inside the equipment. Here is a Millikan's oil drop experiment. A student is supposed to observe a drop that falls through the Millikan's apparatus. And if you ask, 90% of the students would say they hardly saw anything through those microscopes. So it was very hard for students to actually conceptualize what this experiment did and with the knobs that they were turning on this experiment. So having this platform helped them visualize much better what the concept behind the experiments were. And this was actually a significant impact on the educational outcomes that students had at the end of the day. Another very big part of the work was really looking at expensive equipment that is not available easily for many students and connecting that online so that students can actually use them from various parts of the country. And here is an example of how you can remotely actually trigger a physical equipment that is located somewhere else, now outside of your own educational institution or classroom, and work with it to be able to understand. And here The example quoted is actually of UTM that is used in mechanical engineering to study the stress and strains of materials, etc. So that said, like I mentioned before, the diffusion and dissemination of this work was equally important, because it's not just enough to do, offer good solutions, but you really need to take it to the masses. And India is a challenge because you do have a diverse set of learners, and also the languages that students are used to are very different state to state. So we actually had to come up with a concept called as nodal centers. Nodal centers are regional leaders, and this picture actually shows very clearly. They are regional leaders in their own regions that actually have reasonable internet and computer labs. They can actually share that resource with other institutions that do not have them, and train them to be able to use these resources. They got highly recognized by the government of India to become these regional nodal centers, and they continue to work with us on training and disseminating these set of laboratory experimentation. Most of the work is self-explanatory. There is actually no intervention required by a teacher to be able to explain much of what we did and the procedural aspects to do a virtual laboratory experiment. So it's self-sustaining from that perspective. In terms of our work, we really reached out to mostly the tier 2 and tier 3 cities in the country. And this is just sharing with you the types of colleges and cities that we were able to support using this project, primarily tier 2 and tier 3. And the reason I say that is these are the places that do not have laboratory infrastructure. The quality of education is questionable in many of these institutions. In our own personal visits, we found that even basic amenities were somewhat constrained, and these were the institutions that needed maximum help and support. And all of our work actually focused on them primarily, I would say. A number of workshops, a number of engagements directly with both teachers and students were conducted as part of this work. And this is a continually ongoing process. Of course, we ensured that there was good gender equality in terms of reaching out to our users, and we saw enthusiasm from both genders in participating in this. Of course, we had excellent support from the government of India and their own promotion, and inculcating them into the requirements and giving them the right visibility also helped. And if you see the usage, you can see them especially going up, and especially when the students have final exams, that's when they come to the platform more. So they're able to understand these concepts and apply them. And we are happy about that. And it just shows you the volume of usage. And all I'd like to say is when you're seeing these experimental setups, you can see a very large amount of usage on actually interfaced equipments as part of this process. Now, I want to be able to also say that these remote triggerable experiments were extremely popular, and this is kind of how you see the usage across the whole map. Now, I'm going to switch over. This is also the international presence of our users. I want to be able to share with you a little bit of what really this work did at the fundamental level in terms of learning. And here is some of the studies. I'm just going to take 2 to 3 case studies and run over them with you in terms of what did we really do in terms of attempting to analyze the metacognition, the analytical reasoning and transfer of knowledge that happens through the use of virtual laboratories. And primarily what we really found was reflective learning is something that really came out as very distinct that the virtual laboratories platform promoted. So actually having these setups, we are not saying virtual laboratory can ever completely replace a physical lab, because there's definitely significant advantages to interfacing with the real equipment. It is never the same. But actually, if there's a possibility of actually giving people an exposure to these types of experiments online prior to they going to their physical lab, it completely changes their learning curve. And it helps them do reflective thinking. Another very interesting study was especially in the area of chemistry. I do know about all of you, but I also had a lot of challenges in learning chemistry, looking at molecular symmetry, alternate conceptions. Students actually learn concepts, but then perhaps have very different views of how they understand concepts. And so they end up learning concepts wrongly and perhaps never correct them, have an opportunity to correct them along the way. So here is a study that we looked at alternate conceptions or wrong conceptions, concepts that students learn. And what we did was a systematic study of various different molecules and their molecular symmetry. This is actually one of those parts of chemistry that is, you could say, the hardest to learn for many students, and how these virtual laboratories actually intervene there to really correct that conceptual understanding. And we found that by systematically providing a platform for them to be able to understand the concept, we can again significantly see how they actually end up learning. And here you're able to mitigate the alternate conception. Another is again self-efficacy. We see that there's a lot of anxiety when people see large instrumentation of corrosive acids or liquids to be able to deal with in a laboratory. There is a lack of confidence in students to be able to engage in science, which also ultimately results in a lower enrollment in science and engineering. And this was the one study that focused on what really assists with self-efficacy. And we looked at 4 specific parameters there: procedural complexity, hazardous labs, lack of resources and conceptual understanding, and looked at 4 different types of experiments that actually promote one or more of these aspects, and what really, how you can really overcome this. So these are all, again, specific studies looking at 1 or 2 specific aspects of learning that we were able to study in the process. And again, so we were able to coin for the first time in the literature of self-efficacy theory what is called as experimental self-efficacy, and come up with a measure for how you can actually improve the experimental self-efficacy of a potential user with this process. So just looking at the scores, you can see that the self-efficacy dramatically increased, from the left to right, red to purple bars just show how you can actually use them as a platform to be able to improve them. And here we actually looked at transactional distance theory to be able to characterize how effective are these long distance equipments to be able to promote learning. And here also we found some very interesting results that show that basically the amount of time students take, the amount of student interaction, student to student interaction, student to instrument interaction, etc., we are able to capture to be able to see what is the kind of transactions they do online to be able to promote the learning outcomes. And you can see the bar charts here on what we were able to capture as comprehension without supervision. Like I mentioned, some of these platforms should enable students to be able to learn without actually having any external interventions. How did the procedures that we actually had defined, how did it really impact learning, etc.? And there were some really mixed results here that we were able to take as researchers to improve the overall understanding. I think I'm probably out of time. So I'm just here at the conclusion of this talk to just share with you that our work on virtual laboratories really opens up this area into a wide research rich, you could say, platform to be able to explore many, many more directions on how we can actually improve laboratory outcomes as we do in theoretical learning. And this is probably, you could say, one of the most comprehensive sets of groups that has actually delved deep into this to look at various different aspects of repetitive recognition, reflective learnings, etc., metacognition, etc. Of course, the coverage and depth is quite not enough for this area to really understand how much more we can accomplish with it. And obviously, the challenges always are with regard to adoption and enhancements. With that, I conclude this particular session. Thank you all for your attention. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to take it. You can always write to me. Also, if there's any further interest.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your interesting talk on technologies for education, especially for virtual labs. We were immensely benefited from this, especially during this pandemic time. I think there are questions are coming up, I guess. No, I couldn't see any questions. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Dr. Krishnashree, I have one question.
Yeah.
So when you are implementing these virtual laboratories, especially, there may be a lot of rural communities where they have lack of infrastructure. What are the challenges you must have found when you want to implement it, both the remote triggered and virtual laboratory, because the resources required are different?
Correct. So basically in the remote areas, we really needed to pretty much actually get to the management of these schools and colleges to have an understanding. But once they understood that this is going to really enhance their laboratory portfolio, for example, any institution or any particular program has n number of experiments they teach in a classroom or in a laboratory. Now, using these virtual labs actually increase the number of experiments that students can do and learn, and complemented their theoretical courses as well. They overwhelmingly responded saying that this is something they want to do. The only limitation really was the ability to devote time and have a lab with an internet connection. They had that, pretty much they were good to go. So that is all that they actually needed to dedicate for themselves. The language part of it, if there was a difficulty, we actually did enough training to be able to get them on board. And this is something we saw that many times tier 2, tier 3 city colleges used these platforms many, many more times because they could really repeat these experiments and then get to understanding them well, which they could not do in their traditional laboratory because there's this fixed times, fixed resources. You didn't understand it, tough luck. You got to go back and learn it without actually physically seeing it. So we were able to overcome many of the challenges that they had, and definitely we wanted them to feel benefited at the end of the day.
Thank you. Thank you for the wonderful presentation.
There is a question from a participant, madam.
Yes.
We tried to explain some experiments by virtual labs to our students in Maldives, but they said we are doing work in fields, so we need to do all experiment by hand. How do you see this?
Let me just read the question. We try to explain some experiments to our students in Maldives, but they said we are doing work in fields, so we need to do. So are they saying that they do not find the laboratory online experimentation as effective? If that is what it is, then I'm not sure how I can really change that understanding. But from our experience, in fact, exposing them to this kind of a platform before they go into the field or into their online laboratory would be the ideal way to actually approach this. So it's impossible for anybody to have every single scientific concept converted into a hands-on experiment to learn the concept. It's impossible to do that at any institution. So complementing this would go a step further to what they already have. So take it like from that perspective, and then you can actually use it. We actually have overwhelming requests to expand the portfolio of experimentation, and we would love to do it, but the resources are also limited. But so we have the opposite problem. We hear from people wanting to expand in the number of experiments in many ways in different areas as well. So
thank you, madam. I think that's all. There is no other questions. Then we move to the next our keynote talk. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Ulrich Speidel. He is a senior lecturer in computer science at the University of Auckland. His research interests include fundamentals and applied problems in data communications, information theory, signal processing, and information measurement. Okay, with this introduction, I hand over the platform to Dr. Ulrich Spiegel. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I'll just see whether I can get my PowerPoint to sort of come up as a background here. Just give me a moment. So I'm just gonna go and just bear with me for a second. Here we go. While that comes up. So yes, thank you very much for having me. And I apologize for the somewhat basic nature of my slides. I've had very, very little notice of the talk, so I had to sort of put something together in a bit of a hurry. And really, I'm also probably not the person that should be here tonight. It should probably be my colleague Mano, or Dr. Manoharan, as they tend to call him here, who pioneered the system that I'm going to be talking a little bit about. So, but anyway, so what's the problem that we're sort of trying to solve? Well, basically, it's a problem that pretty much everybody will be familiar, well, hopefully be familiar with, who's working in academia. And this is the problem of cheating. So if you've ever taught any sizable class, then you would have noticed that there's a certain percentage of students, you know, and this goes across institutions. Harvard's had that problem, we're having that problem, and if you think you're not having that problem, you're probably not looking. So basically, it's always been rife in large classes. The students have always sort of seen this as a bit of a competition with, you know, with the lecturers to a certain extent. Not all students, obviously, but there's always, you know, guesses go to around about a third of the student population generally in a typical university, and the problem there is we're basically you know, seeing people colluding in written assignments. They copy off each other, or they get help from people who are not really involved in the class. So in invigilated tests and exams, it tends to be a little bit more difficult, but even there, you know, sometimes you get collusion if your invigilation isn't good enough, or you get ogling, where people sort of just shoulder surf over, you know, other students' you know, exam, you know, writings, or in some cases also, there was a big case in Australia a couple of years ago. You get the issue of stand-ins, so people actually, you know, going into exams for other people. Now, you tend to get this typically in large classes where there's a number of contributing factors, which I've listed here. And generally, you also tend to get this usually in subjects where people basically, you know, see a big salary at the end of it and very, very little motivation to do the hard yards and to, you know, basically go through all of those cumbersome labs where you actually have to learn and develop understanding that the previous speaker was talking about. And that was really, really fascinating what you had to say there. So I really like to see this. But, you know, there'll always be the certain percentage of students that won't really engage with us. And the problem is that they then go on and they basically, you know, go and, you know, sit exams and you know, assignments and other assessments, and they come out with good grades that aren't really based on their own understanding and their own work. And that, of course, not only, you know, gives sort of a bit of unfair competition for the people who put in the hard yards and, you know, who do actually go through the learning process, but it obviously also, you know, presents a bit of a threat to the integrity of the academic education system, you know, as a whole. So how do you prevent students like this from succeeding with this kind of strategies? And this has always been sort of a, you know, arms race between, you know, between that particular sector of the student population and those of us who teach. And the one particular aspect that I want to concentrate on tonight is contract cheating. So contract cheating is basically where you pay somebody else to assist you in an assessment in an illegitimate way. So historically, there's been a relatively high hurdle doing this. I mean, you've probably all heard about people who've had their PhD theses written by ghostwriters and this sort of thing. But there's usually a fairly high hurdle in the form of expense. Not everybody can afford a ghostwriter for their PhD thesis, right? You have to have a certain amount of money for this. And if you're doing this in a large class where the lecturer knows you, there's also very, very high risk of detection. So historically, this wasn't particularly common. These days, this has completely changed. So these days, you can pay $15 a month and subscribe to tutoring services like check.com, for example, which offer near real-time answers to questions and a back catalog of answers. Now, with Check, it's a little bit like this. They say, well, we're not going to be answering things that are part of current assessments, but in reality, they leave it up to their tutors to decide what's part of a current assessment and what isn't. And if a tutors who are basically just free contractors, a lot of them apparently employed by their Indian subsidiary, what basically happens is these tutors, in inverted commas, are then faced with the question: do I answer the question and get the money for having had the question answered, and conveniently overlook that the question is part of a current assessment? Or do I basically tell the students, to wait until the assessment is over and then we can talk about the question? And most of the time, we have found they sort of opt for the former. They basically, go and answer the question anyway, even though it's part of a current assessment. And the thing that makes it so incredibly dangerous for academic integrity is that the response time of those tutors, because they basically just sort of sit there, in a kind of a call center fashion, and take the incoming questions and then answer them. So the response time for those is typically well under an hour. So it's typically within the time that you'd have for a written test or a written exam at a university or polytechnic or something like this. And it's extremely widely used. So we found that most of our students were familiar with this. Not all of them used it, obviously, for cheating. Some of it used the service for exam preparation and this sort of stuff. But the one thing that we also found when we submitted some test questions there, so we basically went and submitted test questions from a wide range of computer science subjects, and just to see how quickly that get back to us, so typically under an hour, with very few exceptions. And typically the answers were also fairly good quality. So would have scored reasonably good marks. And in fact, if you're teaching anywhere, I'd encourage you to go to check.com with some of your previous exam questions and poke them into their search box and see whether you can find them. Chances are they'll already be there and there'll already be an answer there for them. So if you go and recycle them in yet another exam, as some of you have probably been doing, lecturers only have so much time to set exams and other assessments, chances are there's just an answer sitting there ready to be copy and pasted by your students without any involvement of their brain, beyond the copy and paste process. And obviously that's not learning, right? So anyway, check that out. So, and then anyway, this was already sort of creeping up on us, but very, very few people had noticed. And then came COVID-19. And at our university, what they basically said is, okay, our students are going to have so much trouble with their internet connection, which was obviously something that extrapolated from our then sort of senior academic management who had trouble with their internet connections. And they assumed that because they had trouble, the students were also going to be having trouble with their internet connections, which turned out to be a non-problem by and large, at least we know with our clientele, which were already mostly following our courses online anyway. They made so they gave them 24 hours to do their tests and exams. Previously it would have been like 2 hours or something like this. And then they made them de facto or officially open book, so they could go to any source that they would have wanted to get answers from, basically. And they gave up almost immediately when the question of verifying student identity came up. As long as they were able to log into the system, they were deemed to be the person that was meant to sit the exam. And so a totally uncontrolled assessment environment. So what that meant is that all of a sudden our pass rate shot up shot through the roof. Students tipped us off on there being exam parties with students, basically literally meeting online or sometimes even in people's houses and literally answering all the questions together. And obviously we found loads and loads and loads of our questions on Chegg and on other tutoring services, sort of Course Hero and various homework help places. So basically we came out of that first semester and looked at it and said, hey, well, our assessments are really turning into a farce, right? I mean, why are we even bothering putting them up? I mean, we might as well give people a degree, the moment they ask for it. The learning's become totally voluntary, but, assessments no longer a quality control. So, and that had sort of been creeping up on us, and we've been seeing these sort of attempts at cheating, especially in the large classes, creeping up on us for a few years. So basically, we'd already been thinking a little bit about this, and Manu in particular. So we'd started pioneering the use of multiple choice assessments in our school in 2005. We were working against a background at the time when our resources for markers and people who could basically go and mark assessments, assignments, final exams, where those resources were being fairly savagely cut under the budget situation at the time. And then we basically pioneered the use of multiple choice assessments, which worked really, really well. So a large number of our courses now use them. And we then noticed that students were sort of cheating in those MCQ assessments as well. It wasn't sort of overly widespread, but it was fairly common in the sense that with every assessment, you'd have a few cases at least. And part of what contributed to this was the university standard for multiple choice exams, which basically said every multiple choice exam must come in 4 different versions. You must ask the same questions in every version, and the only thing you're allowed to change is the order of the answer options. And then you have to have those versions color-coded, so there's 4 different colors, and those 4 different colors correspond to those 4 versions. So how do you cheat in something like this? Well, basically, you know that the good students, or the students at least that know a little bit and that maybe are even willing to broadcast to their fellow classmates, they tend to congregate at the front of the theater in which the examination is being run. So, and even really good students who don't want to share with others do that because they don't want to be distracted by the rest of the class, so they go to the front. So if you're a weak student and you want to go and cheat, what you do is you go to the back, or mid-back at least, right? And then what you do is you basically look for an exam script that's got the same color as the one of a good student that you know who's sitting a bit further to the front. And then you go and basically wait until they put their little, ticks into their, bubble forms, their teleforms. And you just make sure it's the same color. That means they're answering the same questions that you're supposed to answer. And you simply copy those ticks across. Again, no need to engage at all with anything that's in the proper, in the exam. You can simply walk into an examination like this and pass it, even if you've never spent a minute looking at the subject matter. Right? All you need to know is how to find the right theater in which the assessment's being held. So also we've had issues where people at the front would write in very large letters the options on their on their scripts, and would then sort of push the script sideways, so people at the back, in case they couldn't quite distinguish the row in which the ticks were meant to go, would actually see that number, question number 8 had answer option C or something like this. Right. So what basically happened is that we had a couple of large classes, and the examinations office said that their invigilators had noticed something, that people were ogling and they were writing in very, very large letters on their exam material. So they suspected that they were cheating, and they basically came back to us and said, can you prove this? And we said, well, this is what we can show, and this is the statistical analysis that we can do on this. But when it went to discipline committee basically said, well, we can kind of, knock them over the head with this, but we can't really do anything about it, because the first thing they do is they'll appeal it. And if they take it to court will basically say, well, it's likely that they cheated, but it's not court, standard evidence. So, because theoretically they could have, by coincidence arrived, at the same combination of answers. So Mano thought a bit about what he'd do about this, and so he came up with this software called Divitni. And that goes away from the idea that you can only have 4 versions of a script. You can now have an unlimited number. Moreover, you don't have to have the same answer options anymore in different, in different orders. You can have 2 types of questions in those. So the first one is so-called truth questions, where you basically select one option, as you answer it, from different possible solutions. The other one is what's called an XYZ question, where you basically present it with 3 statements, each one of which could be true or false, and then the answer option asks you which combination of them is true or false. So both of those types of questions in Divitni you can also parameterize with values generated on the fly. And for truth questions, for example, what we do is we have a pool of correct answers and a pool of false answers. For XYZ questions, we can have a pool of correct statements and a pool of false statements. So what does this look like in practice? So these are from a real assessment in a course that I've taught. So for example, we wanted them to convert decibels into power ratios in the sort of back of the envelope way. And so what we did is we basically gave a parameterized truth question, and we would give a decibel number, and then we'd come up with a number of potential power ratios that this might translate into, and they had to then pick the right one of those. Or we worked on Hamming codes, for example, and basically gave them a Hamming code, that code word that would have been received that could have contained an error, maybe not, and they basically had to look at the Hamming code word, analyze it, and then tell us where the error was, or tell us that there was no error if they found that to be the case. So if you do this sort of thing, so in an XYZ question situation, again, you can go and have those, true answer and false, or true statement and false statement pools. So here, for example, there's on the left, there's 2 questions, from the same, exam there. As you can see, the statements that we're having here for X, Y, and Z, they differ between the 2 versions. So only because you happen to know the first one, the answer to the first version, it gives you no clue as to what the answer to the second version might be. And similarly, over here on the right-hand side, what we've used is, again, parameterization to make sure that every student was presented with different network addresses, and so again the answers in terms of true and false would have been completely different. And as you can see here too, we've actually changed the IP addresses that the packets are meant to go to. So these are essentially 2 problems that have the same solution path, but the actual solutions are completely different. So So reality check, did this work? So we used this from 2018 onwards, and initially we were required to use the existing blank teleforms that the examinations office would issue to the students. And so that meant that we had to put a version code on every exam script, and the students had to transfer that onto the form. And in the first exam, we actually ended up with a minor problem because it's two students with the same version code and with almost identical answers. So 42 out of 44 questions were answered identically, which also includes, giving the same wrong answers. And so what we did though at the time is we told the students, you must retain your actual examination script, which you can take out of the exam room, and you must retain this until you get your grades back. So we withheld the grades for the students and asked them to produce their original script book. One student could produce this, the other student couldn't produce it, and then eventuated that that student had basically shoulder surfed on the other student, had copied the other student's version code and the other student's questions and the other student's answers. And that was then sufficient evidence for our discipline committee to be willing to prosecute and, penalize that student. And obviously word got round, and so students pretty much stopped cheating in those. What we learned from this is that it's not a particularly good idea to use blank teleforms, so we use pre-printed teleforms. So we would, for each version, attach the actual teleform in a neutral color, and then already, as you can see here, put the black dots into the right bubbles, so it would, scan rightly. So now, does this work against cheating with check and code? Surprisingly, yes, it does, because you can usually identify the version of the question or the version number from the questions that are posted online. So if a student basically goes and posts, then their question will basically have a unique combination of answer options. It'll have a unique, number in there, and you can then go, through your list of, which student had which version. You can basically have a look and see, which version this particular question corresponds to, and so at that point you have that particular offender fingered, and you can then, proceed towards prosecuting them, and so that. Even if you don't involve check at all, that is helpful. Now, that said, check is actually quite helpful in supplying information about the posting party. So if your academic integrity officer contacts them and says, hey, we're having, this particular question posted here, that was a current assessment question at the time it was posted, they'll give you the information about who posted it, their email address, their IP address, and then that's usually also stuff that helps in prosecution. But the thing that we've learned here is that it's really helpful to have a clear copyright statement on top of your exam, so that you can even finger the students for just posting there, and basically tell them you're not allowed to post here. And it also makes it a lot easier to argue with check that that question should not be on their database. Right now, on the collusion side of things, what you get is the fact that now, because everybody's got a different set of questions to work on, students don't actually have enough time anymore to solve their fellow students' problems. And this is especially since we went back to, slightly more constrained, time frames for exams, and back from those 24-hour exams, which were a really bad idea. And the other problem, of course, is that if we have a large number of students who would try to cheat in this way, then the ability of online services to handle a large number of queries in a really short span of time during an exam or during a test would be really, quite limited. So again, it makes it sort of unlikely that you'll get an answer back before the exam is over. And then, of course, your subscription isn't really worth its salt, so to speak. Right. So what about written assignments? Well, we can individualize these too, and have done so quite successfully. There's usually some programming required around this, but the advantage there is that that can also be used to automate the marking. And so in the last few years, what we've done a little bit is thrown the resources that, in terms of people time that we would have previously thrown at marking, we've thrown this towards programming in these assignment contexts, and that has the big advantage that we then have literally a marking function that we can reuse in subsequent semesters. So the individualization we do here is based on student ID, so they log into it using the university single sign-on authentication system, and then we know who they are. Their student ID basically seeds the random generator, and then they get an individualized version of the assignment based on that. Again, if this turns up on Check or anywhere else online, and we find that there, and of course we do go looking, then what happens is we know exactly who posted this. And in fact, most of our current successful prosecutions and courses come from cheating in those individualized assignments. And that then also builds cases against students who are repeat offenders. And we had one last year who promised heaven on earth that he'd learned a big lesson and he'd never do it again, and was caught again the semester afterwards. So these people exist too. So what other features do we have here? We can do a QPI format export. Yeah, almost done.
Yes,
from the Whitney. So that can be used, for example, in online learning systems like Canvas to run quizzes, or in Inspera exams on an individualized basis. Again, we've done that quite successfully on both platforms. And that really is my closing slide with the contact details, obviously, for mine and myself. And also you find more information under thewhitney.com. And if you'd like to give it a try online without any any strings attached, try cws-test.auckland.ac.nz. And we've also got a couple of publications. So this is one that we had in 6C about it, and that sort of explains what the system as a whole is designed to do. So thank you very much, and yeah,
thank you.
So we've got time
Thanks
for questions.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks for a very interesting talk. It seems okay. There are some hands raised there. 3 hands. I could see. Actually, there is some participants asking questions, but I couldn't see them. Oh, yeah, it's here. No, it's. There is 3 hands raised. Okay, so participant, can you post your questions here in Q&A? Because I couldn't unmute. There is no option for unmute here. Or whether the participant also can use mic. Let's see if any questions here yet. So it seems contract cheating is going to be a mainstream in the coming years.
Whether contract cheating is going to be mainstream in the coming years, you don't have to wait for the coming years. It's mainstream now. I mean, we had courses where, large courses where 30% of the students availed themselves of, one or other mechanism of cheating. And that's quite consistent with what other leading universities have found as well. I think Harvard kicked about a third of one of its business classes out a few years ago because they'd been caught cheating. So that's sort of the typical figures that you tend to deal with.
Yeah, there is a question from a participant. How much has cheating reduced due to Whitney?
Well, let's put it that way. We can't obviously tell with all forms of cheating. I mean, we can't tell whether somebody might be locally recruiting a tutor to sit their online exam for them. Those things will still fly under the radar for us for the time being. But what we can tell is that before that, we would find pretty much all of our exam questions. Everyone in our school who had exams would find every single exam question posted on Check, or Course Hero, or various other platforms, literally during the exam, in the hope of getting an answer from them during that time. And we've now found that for us it's become quite unusual for anything to turn up on Check. If things turn up on Check, it's often it's either students who are not familiar with the fact that we're doing this, so who are coming naively into the system and have transferred, say, in from somewhere else and haven't heard. So we get the odd poor chap who doesn't know. But by and large, we no longer get a dozen plus postings per exam. We might get 1, maybe 2. And that now tends to sort of be more commensurate also with the number of questions we get outside exam time posted to those places. But it's actually a bit of a big question why those students would post to those tutoring services in the first place, because we provide the same level of support in-house with our own supported student forum and with our own tutors and, with our own lecturing staff. So if they have past exam questions they can't solve, then obviously they can come to us, right? But yeah, definitely it's made significant inroads. Before COVID, it had another advantage that was of a logistical nature. When we had large classes to run tests under exam conditions, we typically needed to book a large number of lecture theatres to be able to sit people apart that would normally just listen to the lecture in a single theatre. And that would require having to lean on colleagues to volunteer to come in and help us invigilate those extra test theatres. And it became, as the university grew, it became increasingly difficult even just to book those theatres. And with Dividni, what we can do is we can sit people right next to each other because their neighbours will have completely different questions from their own. And that really has and because people know it's coming, they don't even come in with the expectation that they'll be able to cheat. They'll just basically come in with the expectation that they have to swim or sink, on their own ability. And so we've seen quite a bit more engagement for students and quite a bit more willingness to work their way through things.
Yeah, thank you. Another question is, learning being more informal in some cases, what less formal ways can be applied for assessment?
Good question. I think in small classes, there's an easier answer for that than in large classes. Obviously you could say, okay, we're offering you this as an assessment and as something to measure your own learning with it. And if you sidestep it, it's your own problem. It's just that, obviously we do also have a duty towards the people who employ our students after they graduate, or even sometimes before they graduate. And that is that our grades must somehow reflect or should somehow reflect the student learning that's involved and actual student achievement. And there's a big question as to whether students actually achieve if they if they cheat or if they go through informal assessments. But in formal assessments, it's easier if we can have a dialogue with students and we can sort of then assess how well they've learned. But with large classes, you'll only ever hear from maybe 5% or maybe 10% of students if you're lucky, and to a level where you'd be able to assess their learning, maybe 2%, 3% at most. So if you have a class of 300, 400 students, you never ever handle more than maybe 10 or 12 students to a level where you'd be able to tell, hey, this is an A student, this is a B student, this is a C student.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your time.
Right. Thanks for having me.
All the questions. Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
So we'll have a quick break of 5 minutes now, and then before that, I request all the panelists to turn on your camera for group photo. Thank you. So all the panelists, please turn on your videos. Quick photo. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. And then we'll have a break of 5 minutes and then we'll continue the session. Thank you. Now it is 6:13. By 6:18, we will start the next keynote talk. Thanks a lot.
Human settlements in rural areas have always enjoyed a direct link with the surrounding natural environment. However, with rapidly depleting resources, many villages in India have entered into sustained poverty. In 2013, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, guided by its Chancellor, Srimata Amritanandamayi Devi, launched the Live in Labs program.
We have made this program in such a manner that it has closely knitted the interdisciplinary domains together to bring in the solution. We give the students an opportunity to see the rural community, be in that environment, in the rural community, along with them, live with them. So automatically compassion will be generated in their heart, which provides them an opportunity to find out what are the challenges they are facing and how their technical knowledge can be used to provide it as a solution.
The Live in Labs program continuously strives to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals by fostering self-reliant communities. Bachelor's, master's, and PhD students from all over the world can spend 2 weeks to 6 months working with Amrita faculty and students at one of the program sites. After a comprehensive orientation session and team formation, program participants will live in and explore the village to identify challenges and co-design a proposed solution. Implementation, evaluation, and making improvements will happen after testing the solution in the university's labs.
For any technological solution to be viable, to be sustained, you need to be with the community in designing the solution. That is one of the major things we train them in the whole process, where they work with them in coming up with the design. They look into it, what is their needs, so that they can come up with affordable, adaptable, sustainable solution, which will make sure that the technological solutions will become a success.
The program draws on principles of human-centered design for the development and deployment of sustainable solutions in the areas of energy and environment. By developing pathways to access renewable electrical energy, utilizing smart energy technology, and encouraging sustainable practices to protect the environment and conserve natural resources. Water and sanitation. By designing micro-water distribution and management systems, implementing water filtration systems, and fostering water-wise communities. These are joined by initiatives in rural sanitation, which develop sustainable models for toilet construction, fostered through democratic participation. Health and hygiene. By implementing hygiene awareness programs to increase community health and well-being, developing low-cost technologies, diagnosis units, micro-healthcare management devices, a rural health management system, and epidemic management and detection programs. Livelihood and skill development. By designing immersive training programs to acquire new skills, further developing existing skills, and identifying alternative and sustainable income generation avenues, ensuring long-term viability. Education and gender equality. By encouraging gender equality in education through immersive technologies for language training, vocational training, after-school assistance, and life skill training. Waste management and infrastructure. By exploring environmentally sustainable solutions for rural waste management, such as waste-to-wealth initiatives and alternative affordable construction techniques from natural resources. Agriculture and risk management. By designing innovative and smart technologies to promote efficient farming practices, developing techniques to enhance soil and crop quality, and implementing models and systems to map and identify environmental risks. Over the years, students from multiple universities around the world have come to Amrita to participate in various Live-in Labs projects. India's villages are her life force, and they need immediate care and attention. Societies are at their most resilient when knitted closely with threads of love and compassion. So join us and let us work together to develop self-reliant villages in India. Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan Labte Jnanam.
Thank you. Shall we start? Our next speaker is Dr. Jennifer O'Brien. She is a curriculum innovator and academic leader for sustainability teaching and learning, and also director of undergraduate studies and senior lecturer of human geography and honorary fellow of the Manchester Institute of Teaching and Learning.
Thank you.
I hand over the platform to the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Apologies for cutting you off there. I hadn't realised you had paused. Thank you so much for the warm welcome today, and indeed the invitation to share some thoughts with you. Speaking of sharing, let me just bring up my slides for today. She says, it's funny, I taught through Zoom for nearly 2 years, and yet this always takes me longer than it should to bring up a... There we go. I'm hoping you can all see those slides.
Yes, perfect.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. So thank you so much for the warm welcome today. I'm just going to start a clock because I hope to speak with you, to share some thoughts for about 20 minutes or so, to offer space for questions at the end. And I'd like to share with you today a piece of work that I've been committed to now for over 10 years, which is using a Living Lab framework. And I would argue that the students at the University of Manchester alone are a 40,000 strong force for change. We're working in and around the Sustainable Development Goals, and through that we are affecting change, yes, for sustainable development, but I would also argue in changing the fabric of teaching and learning, and indeed in the approach of the university. And I would also today like to offer you an open-handed partnership in this project. It's been a labour of love through which I have learned so much, and I'd be delighted today to share it with you, and as I say, invite partnership going forward. So let me share a bit about this concept with you. Now, I am sure that there is nobody here who needs for it to be explained why sustainable development is important. I won't go into great lengths about the need for this project. I think my attention was focused when a colleague remarked that students that are joining our universities this year will have lived through the warmest 10 years on record. And I think we're all agreed that it's no longer a case as to whether or not climate change is going to happen, but a question of how bad. And I'm sure everybody here is also very aware of the Sustainable Development Goals. At the University of Manchester, we're hugely proud that right now we're ranked first in the world for our work towards the SDGs, of which this work, the Living Lab, is a significant part. And I particularly like the Sustainable Development ethos on partnership. And I'm sure many of you are aware that there's this real focus, yes, as an explicit goal in Goal 17, but also as an addition to the triple bottom line of sustainable development and planet, also focus on partnership. And the belief that many of these problems that we are facing when it comes to a sustainable future require new partnerships at different scales to approach these problems differently. So the UN talks about the need for these partnerships across different sectors. And I would argue that within those partnerships, students are a really essential but also undervalued force for change. So I've been shouting really loudly for a long time now that yes, within this multi-scale and multi-partnership need, students could represent a really powerful force within that. And that's a big part of my job at the moment. It's thinking about ways in which we can enhance our curriculum to get our students appreciating the need and the imperative that they have to affect change in the world that they are graduating into. They are future carers, they are future decision makers, they are future policy makers. They will literally shape the world that they are moving into. But I would also argue that there's a need for them to learn that knowledge as part of their degrees. So my students, I'm sure like many of yours as well, a lot of them have commitments. They might be carers, they might be part-time workers. There are some fantastic projects. We've just seen an amazing video about the Living Labs, for example, an incredible project. But I'm really keen to think about ways in which students can learn and have these experiences as part of their credit-rated degree process. So it's part of their learning, it speaks to their qualifications, and thus doesn't necessarily need that additional time. So we have lots of co-curricular and extracurricular projects, which are incredible, but not all of my students have, I would argue, the luxury to give 100 hours to volunteering, for example. And accessible education. So our approach is framed within education for sustainable development. And again, forgive me, I'm sure many of the audience are most familiar with this concept. Essentially the idea that our curriculum empowers and equips students to affect change. Yes, absolutely in sustainability, but more broadly in sustainable development as well. So to tackle those wicked problems. I'd also argue that now is a really powerful time. So we undertook some research nationally with our students, so in the UK through our National Union of Students back in 2019, and it found that over 83% of the 6,000 students that were surveyed wanted to learn about sustainable development, even if they were studying degrees that didn't naturally relate to them. Now, I would argue that any degree speaks of sustainable development, but if their vocational pathway wasn't necessarily within this space, students recognised that they needed to understand how to affect change in the world that they were going into. Excuse me. And it struck me that there's a real opportunity here to bring together the needs of different sectors to affect change for sustainable development, but also to do that within the students' degree learning. What also became apparent is that the potential opportunity here is vast. So let me just share with you the scale of opportunity that we have together. So I undertook a little bit of rudimentary maths. Maths is not my strong point. I'll be very open with you from the beginning. But at the University of Manchester alone, we have 40,000 students. Now, just a quarter of them spent half of their time working in and around sustainable development. That becomes a 7.5 million hour of research time resource annually. If you scale that up, to the estimated 262 million students who will be in higher education by 2025, that is somewhere in the region of 40 billion hours. Now, even allowing for huge margins of errors in those calculations, what struck me is the potential that we have through students' studies, so through their assessment that is part of their degree. They are doing this anyway. This is not resource intensive above and beyond their degree learning. The opportunity that we have there to affect change is just phenomenal. And this is the space that I've been working in for the last few years or so. And what we've been doing is deploying that force through applied research. And as I say, as part of the students' degree programs. Before I go into great detail about the actual lab itself, I need to just share with you that this has been internationally and indeed nationally recognised as good practice. So I'm very proud that our work was presented at COP26 this year in Glasgow. We've won a number of different awards nationally and internationally. So most recently, the QS Reimagine Education Bronze Award for Europe, a National Prize for Employability. But perhaps most importantly, we're also recognised by Advanced HE, and that is the UK's governing body for good practice around teaching and learning. This year, as I'm sure many of you are aware, they've released a new framework for deploying education for sustainable development within curriculum. And I'm really proud that our lab is recognised as good practice to make that happen. Okay, so that's me saying it's just not me that thinks this is good. There is a broader verification for our work as well. So what are we doing? So our lab, University Living Lab, brokers applied research between our students and organisations that need that research to affect change. So the idea of a living lab is far from new. It's been around now for, oh gosh, a good 10 or 12 years. It's defined in different ways, but at its heart, it's basically about establishing partnerships which connect academic activities of an institution with external organizations, non-academic partners. From a local to a global scale, there are a whole plethora of benefits from that partnership for students, for the academics involved, and also for external partners. So a real opportunity to exchange knowledges and to learn skills within that process. So our students benefit by improving their professional skills and their employability. We've seen an active retention of students who get involved in this really exciting assessment. It's amazing knowledge transfer for sustainable change as well. And of course, that then builds stronger partnerships between academics and external networks that I would argue have a greater value going forward. Our projects are adaptable to any assessment at any level. So we have around 150 projects at the moment, and they look like this. It's essentially a database of projects. And the idea is that students can look at these projects. They are all framed around the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. They are big picture projects, if you like, almost like concept notes that students can tailor for their degree learning. So this could become a dissertation, it might be an assessment, and I have colleagues from across the world who are using this as the main form of assessment on their programs as well. So students can adapt them. We cover a whole range of areas because we're using the SDGs, so this is sustainable development in its broadest. Well, there are some fantastic placement-based approaches to applied research, and these are not supervised projects, they are not applied placements. It's the idea of the external organisation sets a challenge, our students adapt it to their disciplinary perspective, and then they undertake the research. They have that research marked as normal as part of their degree process, they get their accreditation for their degree, and then if they send that research back to us through our platform brokers that to the organisation that sets it. So the organisation use that research and then they share back with us through the platform any impact that that research has had, and we get that back to the student. So the platform then undertakes a lot of the administration, which can be a barrier to this sort of applied research learning. Excuse me. And one of the things that it recognises actually is that our students have access to this huge wealth of material, huge wealth of knowledge. Increasingly, we're getting projects from smaller organisations, charities, organisations in the Global South. I tell an incredible one through last week, which is a functional adult literacy group in an informal settlement in Kenya. Now, our students have access to more policy documents than this particular gentleman did who set up the organisation, and he's asked our students to help him formulate his strategy going forward based upon their access to information. The positive impacts of this approach are huge. So at the very basic level, our students love it. So they talk about it being a really exciting assessment style. It's challenging to begin with, but when they get their heads around it, they get really involved. They love the idea of doing something that matters. And this is one of my frustrations as a student. I used to get so bored of writing yet more essays, yet more assignments, yet more multiple choice stuff that never did anything. And if our students are writing assessments anyway, why not get them to do something that is useful, something that can be used to affect change? And it is, and this is one of the really exciting things of this work. So we showcase the students' featured reports. So what's now happening is our lab is becoming an open source of knowledge. So a lot of the findings within our the students' work could be applied to different areas. For example, it's a great students employed by organisations that they did their research for. Many more attribute their employment to this research experience. And of course, it's a great way for external organisations to talent spot early, for example. But it's also to say building up this bank of knowledge, and our students' work is having impact. So we have had students' work presented at the Rockefeller Center in New York, for example, around urban health. Students' work has shaped council policy. My favourite one, some of our students did some consultancy over a sustainable building, again, in Manchester. We started quite local. And because of their work, the developers have included bubble beehives in the building. Now, they would never have funded or costed the consultancy to look at beehives. And it's really exciting. I'm sure many of you know beehives are a real cornerstone of biodiversity. They're also the symbol of Manchester, where I'm based. And it's just a truly wonderful, yes, granted low scale, but I thought really quite powerful example of our students affecting change for sustainable development in the city. We've had a real problem with declining bee populations and the knock-on implications on biodiversity. So it's a really exciting way in which we work in partnership with our students and with our researchers and across to organisations to really affect change. It's really interesting as well how an interdisciplinary approach can become useful. So often organisations will say to me, oh, I need a mathematician and I need a physicist. But actually sometimes, for example, a gendered perspective on I don't know, a council's carbon zero 2038 policy really adds value to their thinking. So their ideas, their approaches to these challenges have grown. So it's a really useful, I think, model in terms of assessment. We get great feedback from our students, but this approach is also affecting broader change within the institution, which is the other, I think, really powerful element of this approach to assessment. So this idea of working in partnership is far from new. Certainly within the UK pedagogic literature, it's been around, gosh, since I was a student, which is an awful long time ago now, if I'm honest. And it's very much recognised that working in partnership, particularly with students, is beneficial to assessment, to curriculum development, to the running of universities, which I will come to in a second. But my argument actually is that students can work in partnership with students can affect incredible change beyond the institution. Yes, directly by being able to do the research that external organisations need for sustainable development, but also in more of a conceptual way as well. So just as by one example, this is a quote from Mark Duncan, who's one of the leading counsellors for Manchester Council at the moment. He presented quite a few projects for our lab. And he was good enough to share with us that this idea of working with the university as a partner has enabled him to think, it's reshaped his thinking about how we could work together, how we could share expertise, yes, through the lab, but also more broadly, thinking about other areas of research. We've just launched our Sustainable Futures platform, for example, on which I'm one of the directors, and had a number of external speakers presenting on that, actually recognising that to affect these changes, we need to work in partnership across the university. All sorts of other ways in which this approach has had value. GTA, Shirley, so GTA is a graduate teaching assistant. So one of our postgraduate student doing her PhD with us at the moment. She worked with me on this approach and she said it really shifted her approach to teaching. So she's always just taught students, and she said she'd never really thought about them as being potential change makers. And suddenly she recognised that she is a change maker through them. And she spoke to me about how she feels this awesome responsibility now, and it's really reshaped her approach to her teaching and learning. This idea of working together in mutually respectful partnership has also led to some, I confess, benefits that I had never considered. So Professor Michael Shaver is a internationally recognised expert in plastics. He's a polymer scientist. And he worked with me around a couple of these projects where he was working with students who took a much more social science approach. And he was good enough to say that actually he'd never thought about the social sciences, the side of that human side. And he reframed his work to think about polymers, yes, and plastics, but that bigger, broader social side. And he achieved this massive, great big research or piece of funded research, which is shaping national policy. It's one bin to rule them all. And I really like the idea. We talk so often about research-led teaching, but perhaps less about teaching-led research, which is one of the many opportunities that this has opened up. So how could this be useful to you? In many ways, I hope. And as I say, this is an open offer today if this could be useful to you. So our lab can be an assessment model. So universities across the world have deployed this methodology as the main assessment on their taught course units. So 60% perhaps of the assessment is a piece of applied research. It can also be a bank of inspiration. So if you have students that are struggling for an idea for a dissertation perhaps, or even for an essay, they are most welcome to look at our examples. If they register their interest through our platform, Once their work is marked, I will go through that process with them. If they send the work into the platform, I'll get it back to the organisation that set it and then return to them any evidence of impact that their research has had. So you're more than welcome. And I'm very happy to talk to you about how we've used this model in the past, if you'd like to build this into your teaching and learning. I'd also hugely value partners for the lab going forward. So we have an increasing global sense to our projects. We started off locally, so there's a heavy dominance of Manchester-based projects at the moment. Many of them, to be fair, are applicable globally, even though they have a Manchester focus. But maybe you have projects, or maybe you'd like to offer projects. So if you're building a strategic partnership, I've had lots of academic colleagues from around the world use this approach if they are starting a new research area. So maybe you need, I don't know, a literature review of a certain area, or you'd like to investigate something further. Perhaps you'd like to build strategic partnerships. I often have colleagues coming to me saying, oh, Jen, do you have anyone in this organisation, or do you have a network here? And we're building this rapidly growing network of professional organisations with the institution that I'm very happy to share. And finally, to build the labs, this idea of a living lab, it's supposed to be an experimental, quite a fun way of teaching and learning. There's a great opportunity here to showcase students' work. And if you are working in areas that are publicly facing, the next phase of our lab is to showcase students' work that has that level of impact. It's great for their public image, their professional employability, for example. It's a fantastic way to affect change. So as I say, we're generating this open source of knowledge that anybody can use. And it also becomes a showcase of pedagogy too. So as I'm talking to colleagues about using more education for sustainable development, they often go, can you give me some examples? And this would be a great way to do that. So we can point them to global examples of ways in which a university living lab approach has been undertaken. So in my final 30 seconds, just to bring this to a close, if you've been inspired by any of these ideas or you'd like to discuss them further, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me. The site is built in a way it's really responsive. We can change it very quickly, so we can make research projects live within 24 hours or so. As I say, this is a nationally recognized, internationally recognized and awarded. The opportunities here are huge. If there's any ideas that you may have, if the platform could be useful, again, in the spirit of partnership of the Sustainable Development Goals, please don't hesitate to get in touch. Okay, bang on 20 minutes. Thank you ever so much for listening to me today.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your interesting presentation. Still, I couldn't find any questions for you.
No, I don't see any.
No, I couldn't see any questions. Thank you. Thanks a lot for the interesting presentation.
Thank you ever so much for having me.
Yeah. So shall we move on to the next presentation? Our next speaker is Professor Alison Bray Palmer and Miss Amanda D. Batista. Professor Palmer is UNESCO Chair on Food Biodiversity and Sustainability Studies, the founding director for the Center for Sustainable Food Systems, and a professor in Geography and Environmental Studies at Wilfrid Laurier University, Canada. The research and teaching combines a passionate for sustainable food systems, biodiversity, and community viability through civil society engagement and innovative governance. The next speaker is Ms. Amanda D. Batista. Is the Director of Programming, Education and Communication for the UNESCO Chair on Food Biodiversity and Sustainability Studies, and the Project Coordinator for the Laurier Center for Sustainable Food Systems at the same university. She co-produces and hosts a research podcast, I think, titled Handpicked Stories from the Field. With this introduction, I hand over the platform to the speakers. Thank you.
Hi. Am I able to do a screen share? Is that possible? Or Amanda, do you want to? I guess I have to do that. Okay, super. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. There we go. Thank you so much for having us. This is a wonderful opportunity, and I've really enjoyed hearing from the other speakers. Amanda and I are really excited to be here today to share and think about something with you. We have really enjoyed the opportunity to put together our work in a new way as we present to you for this conference. So what we're going to be talking about are how our stories on sustainable food systems transformation get shared out through podcasts that Amanda does. And we're going to think about, first of all, what we mean by sustainable food systems. And then we're going to talk to you about, Amanda will share all of the amazing work that she's doing on podcasting and how that acts as a community learning tool. So thank you very much for having us. So in terms of sustainable food systems, what we just sort of like to give you a quick overview as to what we mean by sustainable food systems. And then once we've done that, we'd like to link that to the SDGs in a more explicit way. And then, as I said, we'll go on to talk about how this links to community education and pedagogy, and look in particular at the Laurier Center for Sustainable Food Systems podcast called Handpicked Stories from the Field that Amanda has developed entirely from the ground up. So I'm sure you'll enjoy hearing all about that. But first, we're going to start with a bit of a primer on what sustainable food systems are and what some of the food systems challenges are that we're facing around the world. So first of all, on the ecological side, if we think about some of the challenges that the world is facing in terms of biodiversity, there is a huge amount of biodiversity loss, and this is resulting in over $570 million in annual crop losses. So we're losing money as well as biodiversity every year because of the way that people are farming globally. In terms of the next slide, please. In terms of climate change, we know now very clearly that the global food system contributes at least 31% of greenhouse gas emissions to the climate crisis. So this is a huge contribution in terms of devastation, but it also offers a great opportunity for change. When we look at the impact of the global food system on people, we see that there's an estimated over 3 billion people who can't afford a healthy diet. And this is despite the fact that we have enough food to feed the entire world a healthy diet. We don't have the means, and people don't have the means of purchasing food that's healthy for them. They instead rely on ultra-processed food, or in the case of 820 million people, suffer from food insecurity. And then finally, if we look at what's going on in terms of livelihoods, we also know that the global food system is increasingly jeopardizing opportunities at the local scale, are disappearing. And this is particularly true for women and youth. So at the Laurier Center for Sustainable Food Systems and through the UNESCO Chair on Food, Biodiversity and Sustainability Studies, what we are doing is looking at ways to address these challenges and bring together these problems into opportunities so that we can integrate across the system, and we can use the resources within communities, including traditional and indigenous knowledges, to help understand how we can do food differently. So basically, a food system that we're talking about is fair. So in this way, for example, it pays a fair wage, it's healthy, it provides accessible, healthy food that's grown in ecological conditions to communities. It's localized, so as much food is grown in the local environment as possible. It regenerates the environment, so it helps to protect biodiversity, it helps to regenerate soil and water quality. And it's also integrative, so it takes a systems approach, which is really central, as we all know, to the SDGs. And it's also inclusive in that it brings together and provides opportunities for all people in our communities. So for example, we have a project in Brazil, just to give you a sense as to how this looks on the ground, that brings together traditional erva mate farmers. So they're farming a traditional tea, they're doing it in an agroforestry context. So they're using a mixed farming with animals, very low density animals. within a forest environment. They're growing some of the food for themselves in their communities, but they're selling the crop that they sell is yerba mate tea. They process it locally and they distribute it through a local co-op that pays farmers a fair wage. And it also helps to support women and youth in having livelihood opportunities. So this is just one example of the kind of project that we're involved in. And another thing that the project does is it allows people to both study and understand and farm in a way that's more ecologically regenerative. So there's conservation of local varieties. They're able to remediate water quality and preserve soil, and also farm in a way that reduces soil erosion, erosion and landscape degradation. So one of the things that we think about at the center is how all of this relates to the SDGs. So of course, zero hunger is front and center in our minds as we're thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals. But we also address other goals, including quality education and gender equality. And these are addressed through projects. For example, one of the projects that we have in Quito with one of our PhD candidates is working to understand how gender and urban agriculture intersect to provide livelihood opportunities, but also guarantees more food security for local farmers and also for local families who face high levels of food insecurity. And this helps to bolster gender equality as it provides more opportunities for women. In terms of SDGs 13, which is climate action, 14, which is life underwater, and 15, which is life on land, there are many ways through the chair and its partners that we're helping to improve soil quality, protect biodiversity, preserve and improve water quality, and sequester carbon. So since we have lost about 75% of our crop diversity from farmers' fields since the early 1900s. And because the better use of agricultural biodiversity can contribute to more nutritious diets, and it also, as I explained before, enhances livelihoods for farming communities, it can also provide more resilient and robust farming systems. In terms of 16 and the final goals, 16 and 17, peace, justice, and peace, justice, and strong institutions, as well as partnerships. By working together with communities around the world, we have partnerships in 12 countries, and we work with many different communities to build stronger and more resilient and sustainable food systems. And so one of the things that we want to do with our work is share it out so that people can understand why it's important and what kind of models we have to offer to the world. And this is where Handpicked comes in. It's just won a Laurier Achievement Award, and we're very proud of that at our university. And the approach that we take that's foundational to the podcasts is captured in this slide. So some of the questions that we ask about our research is whether or not the extent to which we can use a systems approach to document good practices and lessons learned. So that's one of the central focuses of the podcasts. They're also a possibility or an opportunity to develop new integrative educational programs. It gives us an opportunity to move increasingly towards the Sustainable Development Goals. And as I said before, it also helps to build learning networks to share this knowledge and build resilient regional food systems. So with that context in mind, I'm going to hand it over now to Amanda so she can tell you all about the really exciting work that she's doing with the Handpicked podcast.
Thanks, Allison. And I'm sorry, I had a slide malfunction there for a moment, so I'm sorry about that. As Allison said, we're really, as she outlined some of the research that we're doing at the Laurier Center for Sustainable Food Systems and through the UNESCO Chair on Food Biodiversity and Sustainability Studies, I think you can hear some of the how proud we are of that research and how much that research is embedded in community partnerships. One of the things that we find, though, is that like all institutions, there are all sorts of barriers to sharing that research more broadly with the general public. So one of the strategies, I mean, we have quite a robust knowledge mobilization strategy where we are working with the university to promote that research and get our research findings out into the public so that we can affect real change. But one of the strategies that we're using that seems to have sort of a little bit of a life of its own and seems to really resonate with our communities, our students, and our researchers more broadly is the podcast, is handpicked stories from the field. So that is really exciting for us. But I just wanted to sort of outline some of the major challenges we see so that we can think a little bit about how podcasting as an educational technology speaks directly to these barriers. One, of course, is a difference in language, different languages, obviously, but what we're finding is that researchers really speak in nuanced and complex ways as they need to really get at the complex concepts that they are researching, but that doesn't always resonate with the broader public. So there is a bit of a translation that needs to happen between academic language or research language and language that is easily accessible more broadly. Relatedly, there's really a difficulty distilling complex research findings for a general audience and for our students. We often have difficulty reaching new audiences, partly because there are researchers often behind a paywall, and that's something that we are really working to move beyond at the Center for Sustainable Food Systems, but also because there's a lack of media attention to some of the more community-based work that's going on. As we all know, news cycles are fast and they are fickle. So really prioritizing some of the incredible change-making work that's happening through research can be really difficult. So at Handpicked Stories from the Field, our goal is to put researchers and researchers and community partners in conversation with each other and to invite our listeners in. So in each episode, we work with researchers and community partners to translate their research about sustainable food systems into stories that anyone can listen to and understand. Our goal is to bring the voices of those working in the field directly to the listener and to provide a little bit of narration along the way to fill gaps or guide the story or explain complex concepts. So the podcast is really a tool for overcoming some of those barriers that I just pointed to. Specifically in regards to language, we engage in that conversation with community researchers and community partners in very plain language. We ask questions that ground their experience, their research and everyday experience to help give listeners an entry point that they wouldn't necessarily have through a research paper or in a conference presentation. We give opportunity to really distill those complex findings into passionate stories, which really gives the content a new life and creates connection with a broad range of listeners. We also reach new audiences through the very organic way that podcasts are moved through online spaces and that podcast listeners encounter new material. We also use social media in a way to broaden those networks and reach new people. Because our podcasts are free, we can overcome that barrier of paywalls pretty easily. And we are very lucky to have funding through the Laurier Center for Sustainable Food System to do this work. So we really feel like it's very important to make sure that all of our episodes are publicly accessible, open access and licensed under the Creative Commons so folks can use them in their classes or adapt them for their needs, and available on all the major podcasting platforms. And we also tend to get a little bit of media attention because this is a really digestible format that lends itself very well to community radio, for example. So we have been featured on community radio here in Waterloo in Canada, and we have also been interviewed by the CBC, which is our national public broadcaster. Handpicked is, for me, a joy to work on, partly because it is such a collaborative project where students and researchers and community partners come together and work with my co-producer and I, Lane Young, to create something special to go out into the world. One of those guest producers is Andrew Spring, the Associate Director of the Laurier Center for Sustainable Food Systems. And he's worked with us on 3 episodes now that showcase the perspectives of his research partners in Indigenous communities in the Northwest Territories in Canada. I would like to share a short video that we recently, that our university recently produced, because I think it is, it's really lovely to hear Andrew's voice and the voice of his community partner, Chief Lloyd Chico. So if you'll permit me, I will just share this really quickly.
Ma'am, there is no audio, ma'am.
Is there no sound? Oh. Give me one quick sec. I will restart. I think I have to change my settings. Apologies. Let me give it one more shot, and if it doesn't work, I'll just tell you what he said. Technology is great until it's not, right? Okay. Allison, can you let me know?
Us adapting to the changes, we're not just going to sit back. It's affecting the way we hunt. I think it's getting warmer too fast.
I'm Amanda DiBattista. I am the project coordinator for the Laurier Center for Sustainable Food Systems. I am also the co-producer of Handpicked Stories from the Field, and I co-produce the research podcast with Lane Young.
And I'm Andrew Spring. I'm a research associate here at Laurier. I'm also the associate director of the Laurier Center for Sustainable Food Systems. And I got the opportunity to work with Amanda and Lane to put together a podcast with our partners up in the Kagitu First Nations in Kakisa, Northwest Territories.
The approach that we've taken with Handpicked is really a conversation, and that is really intentional. For the work that's happening at the Laurier Center for Sustainable Food Systems, a lot of that happens on the ground with community partners. When you sit community partners and researchers down together, they tell you wonderful and interesting stories, and their research really comes alive.
The podcast and that kind of method really gives us the opportunity to go a bit more in depth as to, a bit more about the connections and the relationships behind the research. You don't get those in these other kind of publications. So our experience with Chief Lloyd Chico and Melaine Simba in Kakisa, it really reflected more of the connection and the friendship that kind of has happened as part of the research. We've created this really amazing system where we learn from each other, and I think it's a really good example of how research should be done in the North. The work started really in 2014 when we were asked by the community to help them with a climate change adaptation plan. And so what grew out of that was really, 4 themes. And one was learning how to grow food. The other one was waste management. We've been setting up recycling and composting programs in the community ever since. It was about intergenerational knowledge exchange, so getting youth and elders together on the land. And it was about research and monitoring and giving the community better capacity to be stewards of their own land. We're learning a lot because we have such a great relationship, and we're able to do lots of kind of thinking outside of the box and just try new things. And I think it's really important that we look for other ways to share that research and share those outcomes with other communities, be they in the Northwest Territories or in other places around the world that are kind of seeing some of these impacts of climate change and are looking for new innovative ways to kind of adapt the community or adapt their food systems.
If we can go into a community that we're already working with and have long-standing trust-based relationships with and gather footage and then create a podcast out of that then our community partners also listen to and help us tweak and those sorts of things, then that's really important to us, right? We have the opportunity to create something that we can use to get the research out into the world, but also that is valuable to the community because they get to hear their own voices and that they can also use these things as tools for communicating with policymakers and decision makers and for telling their own stories.
I see us adapting to.
No need to watch that again. So thank you for letting me share that, because I think that one of the things that I always miss in a presentation like this is that you don't get to hear my voice and how excited I am to share information about the podcast and my experience using it as a tool for research communication and for public education. But you don't get to hear why the researchers and community partners are interested in it. So thank you for letting me share that. So the goals of Handpicked are really, I've talked about these a little bit already, but they really are to share knowledge among researchers, community members, and students, to tell meaningful and interesting research stories, and to help the audience understand the content and how to use that new knowledge, how to use research and how it applies to their everyday lives. There are a few main components of a good research podcast, or a good podcast in general, but I think especially important for a good research podcast is that, this list is obviously not exhaustive, but this is one of the things that we talk to our researchers about before we sit down and start a conversation. So we always want to make sure that our content is told, the conversations are in a personal voice. So mistakes are okay. Jokes are okay. It's okay to be a little bit casual. The content of that of those podcasts is going to be really robust. So showing, letting passion come through and linking to everyday current events and context through personal experience is really important. Obviously, we use narration as a way to make links to current events and ground things in context, so that if that doesn't come through in conversations that we have, but it's really very easy for us to allow space for passion to come through. That's not something that we actually have to work very hard at all. I'm sure that you've all had the experience of asking somebody, a researcher, about their work and having them tell you all sorts of really interesting things really quickly. So we have no trouble getting content. But it is really special when you hear a researcher or community partner say, this is my passion project, or this research has made this impact in my community, and this is why it's important to me. For instance, you heard Chief Lloyd Chico in that video. In that episode of Handpicked, he told us that he described the reciprocal relationship between the people of the Kakitu First Nation in Kakisa and the student researchers that often go into the community and live with the community and work there. For Chief Chico, having those students in the community is an opportunity not only to conduct critical community-led research on the impacts of climate change on the fragile northern ecosystem, but it's also an opportunity to educate those student researchers about traditional knowledge and food systems, so that they take that knowledge back to the university and impact the way that research is conducted. So that's one of the real privileges of working on this project, is the opportunity to hear that part of the research relationship. Obviously, we've talked about relatable content, but good quality sound and good technical production is also quite important, because while you may have a very generous listener, if your audio is terrible, it's very difficult on them to hear it all the way through. So we try to create podcasts with the listener in mind. As Alison said before, we're really excited to present today because we have had this opportunity to really think about the podcasting practice as an educational practice, and to articulate that a little bit more explicitly. Handpicked really started as a knowledge mobilization tool, as a way to share out our research with a public audience, but we are finding that it is increasingly becoming an important part of our educational programming across the UNESCO chair and across our research center. This program really involves three distinct kinds of education: formal education, where students are in post-secondary classrooms, and Allison and Andrew are teaching in that context. But we've also heard from educators that use Handpicked as a teaching tool regularly in their classrooms. In fact, Allison's using 3 episodes this term in her classes. The other kind of education that we engage in regularly is community education. And I think this is an interesting way to think about, I think that this connects really interestingly to Jennifer's presentation earlier, where we're thinking about research and education together in this case, right? We do a lot of community-based research, but in that context, there's also education taking place. And then public education. Each of our podcasts is highly educational and reaches broad audiences, so that's pretty neat. We also provide technical and training support for researchers and students and community partners. We're building capacity in our communities for episode production, for thinking through those research relationships and the impacts of that work. And we are developing free and open access teaching tools that go along with each episode. So at the same time, we're sort of creating this really iterative and interesting episode archive where we have the ability through the podcast to be self-referential. So we can say, in episodes 2 of our last season, we talked about this. And so this topic relates to something that we talked about a few episodes ago. Or as in the case with Andrew's work, we have the opportunity to update that work as more findings come out in a really lovely way that listeners can encounter on their own time and in their own way. We're also starting to participate in broader podcasting networks and online communities, which is really exciting. So that means that at our university, for instance, we offer training and consultation really to other folks who are interested in podcasting. And the podcast is really exciting, which is really exciting for me, is the podcast is becoming part of our research programs more intentionally. And we can see that, and I'll come back to that in just 1 minute, but I think that is really an exciting evolution of that work. Just really quickly, as we try to support podcasts as a educational tool, we also have some other things that need to, my time is up, isn't it? I will wrap it up. All right, we also have educational resources that go along with our podcast, including show notes, transcriptions, discussion questions, infographics, and other things. And perhaps I will put a link in the bio or in the chat in a moment so that you can check out our new research that will incorporate podcasting as method, education, and knowledge mobilization tool. And this is called Voicing Change, but I'll put in the chat so that you can learn more about it. So thank you very much. I apologize for going over time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot for your interesting talk on sustainable food systems and linking with SDGs. Really useful and interesting podcast as well. So there is a question here from the participant. So they're curious about how visual impacts of presentation can be just projected on the audio alone in podcasts.
Sorry, Amanda, do you want to take the first question?
Yeah, I'm not sure I totally understand it, but I'll take a stab. I think, so there's something really interesting about, I know that visuals can be really helpful, but there's something really interesting about allowing space for folks to just listen. There's a lot of research in sort of ethnomusicology and about soundscapes and how important those are for different kinds of learning. But podcasts have this beautiful sort of focus to them. And we find that people are also taking them with them in different ways. So if you were watching a video, you can't listen to that in your car. You can't watch that in your car as you're commuting or on the bus a little bit. So we're finding that the simplicity of the audio and the size of the audio is the downloadability and the flexibility allows it to sort of be in people's lives in really different ways, and it lets them travel with them in different ways. So we find that it's fantastic. It's really a great way for sharing research.
Thank you. Next question is, did you have experience in engaging bloggers and vloggers or journalists into knowledge dissemination?
I can take a stab. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, would you? No, please go ahead.
Okay, and I'm sure something will occur to you as I'm talking. Yeah, we have a very, thanks to Amanda, we have a very an excellent knowledge mobilization and communications plan, and we bring together all of these different components through that communication strategy. I think what I've noticed, sort of being a little bit on the outside of Amanda's great work, is that the podcasts help to spur other kinds of engagement. So a podcast can be linked to a blog, or a blog can be the impetus for a podcast. And there's a lot of iteration between the work that happens on the knowledge mobilization side. But I'm not the expert in that area, in this area. Amanda is. I do research and networking and stuff, and Amanda does the podcasting. So I'm sure she has other insights to share.
Yeah. So there's another question. Where can we listen to your podcast? I think there is a link you already shared, right?
I did. I just popped the link to our podcast into the chat. I'll also pop the link to Voicing Change, our new research project that will be really incorporating podcasts quite intentionally. So if you're interested in how that will take shape, we'll be posting information there. We also, we struggle to, no, not that we struggle to engage with journalists. I think that, as I said before, journalists are, the news cycle is really quick. But because we have a podcast that is so easily digestible for the general public, we have had journalists reach out to us, and we do share the podcast really easily. So I think that that's one of the beauties of it. It's very easy to translate to radio context, or to do an interview about, because you have a soundbite that's ready to go all the time. So it's really enabled some more public engagement for us.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for your interesting presentation.
Amanda and Alison, this is Manisha. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation. We really enjoyed both of your presentation. What I also feel is maybe later we can discuss also, because we work in more than 108 communities in India. They have different languages. So it will bring in new challenge for your podcast work also. Maybe we can even look at piloting one place, how we can do this when these different languages comes in. And, my group will be very happy to work with you more closely to see that how we can take it to the Indian space.
It sounds like a wonderful opportunity. We look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you for thinking of that and for hosting us.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for your. So, okay, now we are moving to our last presentation. That is by Dr. T.V. Ramachandra from Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. So Dr. Ramachandra obtained his PhD in Ecology and Energy from Indian Institute of Science. Currently is a coordinator of Energy and Wetland Research Group, and again convener of Environmental Information System at the Center for Ecological Sciences. So during the past 20 years, he has established an active school of research in the area of energy and environment. So with this introduction, I hand over the platform to Dr. Ramachandra. Thank you. It's over to you, sir.
Yeah, good evening to everyone. So thank you for the introduction. So I'll be talking on our 2 decades experience on capacity building through open distance learning. So we have been offering the environmental engineering courses at Indian Institute of Science. Now see, our agenda was to enhance the environmental literacy. So that helps in responsible decision making. That is where we have the sustainable development. When you talk about development, if you ensure the clean air, water, and environment to our next generation, you are for that sustenance of natural resources is required. When that happens, there will be minimal disasters and security, survival, and peace. For this, you need to have a sensible citizens who take the responsible decisions. Okay, so now let us look at what is environmental literacy. It refers to the acquisition of environmental knowledge, which enhances the environmental awareness and concern about the functional properties of the natural world as well as its associated problem. And environmental education at all levels of education would promote the lifelong learning and enhance the environmental literacy. However, when you look at the contemporary education model, it has led to the digital addiction through the human deficit in core mental, intellectual, and analytical skills. So now when we talk about environment, see, we learn from the mother nature. So that's the principles of thing. That is what we teach our students. So that's where they understand the subject better. So now, for example, if you look at this simple food chain, you can teach the principles of thermodynamics. You know, there is an energy and material transfer happen from one level to the other. This is how the student understand the concept in a better way. So now, these are some of our initiative, what we have been doing. But now the next few slides, I'll talk about the environmental engineering course, that is the environmental management, the 19 sessions I have offered for the last 10 years now. So, you know, the first and foremost thing we did is the developing the series of learning material, which are suitable for open distance learning in environmental engineering sciences. These are the modules what we developed. One on environmental management, the other one is municipal solid waste management, soil and groundwater pollution. Then we have the water and wastewater treatment and air pollution control. So now the method adopted is a multi-tier approach. It involved the content development because to be suitable for open distance learning, the modules had to be in self-learning format, and the review of content was done. Then validation and pilot testing of courses, and finally development of delivery model with open access using. Today you have the many LMS, but at that time when we started this course, the delivery model was not available. So now the content development, we started the content development by taking into account the need assessment of subjects, then decision on target groups and their learning needs, then organization of the content, then contextualization for India and Asian countries. Then it was reviewed by the program review committee, then the revision of the content based on the review. Then we had the development of instructional design, the evaluation of the instruction design template, then transformation content to self-learning format. Then we had the evaluation at the 2-level, formative evaluation, that is done by the project review committee, and electronic list discussion, that is the discussion forum. Then we had a summative evaluation, included validation and pilot testing and brainstorming sessions to ascertain the suitability of material to meet the project goals and objectives. So when we did the validation, we had the independent content experts. Then the pilot testing, when we wrote this the content, it was pilot tested. The face-to-face program we had, and we chose the participants mainly from the in-service professional chosen to represent all categories with the diverse the infrastructure availability. This include the professionals from organizations such as PWSSB, Central Pollution Control Board, etc. So then based on that, these two stages, we had revised the content. Then the language and content editing was done. Then finally, we published it in e-version as well as hard copy. Then we developed the delivery model for distance learning. Then the launching of courses. So then these are the two stages: the ODL system, open distance learning system, for delivering these courses. Then the phase 3 was the launching of the courses. So this is how the launching of the course was done. It was announced at the IISc website. Then you know this the course the method was we had a classroom briefing and introductory session at the beginning of the courses 1 week. So it is a hybrid mode. It is both the e-version as well as the classroom sessions. Then we had a midterm examination after the 3rd month. Then interactive session through the internet for the next 2 months. Then we also gave a project for the student to think about the live projects and then implement it. Then final session wherein we evaluated the project as well as we had the examination in the final session. So now when the student register for the course, this is what we provide them, the login, and that courses detail for the student who have registered. They will come to know what are the courses being offered. The subject material for the courses are offered in downloadable mode, read-only mode, interaction to the internet, and classroom interaction. So this is the e-version. So you can see that the content is available online for the courses environmental management and municipal solid waste management. So then in addition to that, we had the forums, chat, and other things, the email, etc. Then the classroom sessions for a face-to-face interaction with the course faculty, and we also arrange normally the guest faculty. So evaluation is done at 2 levels. One is at the concept level and at the module level. At concept level, after student goes through each concept, he or she is evaluated online by randomly displaying multiple choice questions. Then each question carries some weightage or marks. Based on his or her performance, the system checks the number of questions he or she has got right, and the performance is evaluated. At module level, after student completes all the concepts, he or she is given the final exam, which is held at the institutional premises. Concept level evaluation marks will also be considered for grading. The completion of project is a complete requirement for the course. So now the last 2 years with the COVID, we did this final examination also online. So these are our batches of students. This is the very first batch we had. This is the 19th session. That means that during the last 19 years, on an average about 30 to 50, the participants were there for the course. That is how the capacity building was done for the people working in industries and universities and other organizations. So then our other success stories is that we have a flagship program known as a Know Your Ecosystem, wherein we have an interaction with the school students and college students. Sometimes the crowd goes as high as 2,000. So apart from that, we have the orientation program in the schools, wherein you can see me and my student taking the classes for the kids in the rural area. So then, the Know Your Ecosystem is one program. Then we have the ecosystem monitoring using computers. That's how we started. Today, they have the mobiles. Then environmental education series, that is in the self-learning format, what I discussed so far. This is how we are trying to do the capacity building at all levels. When the student take part in the initiative, they also take part in the nature's activity. Here, when one of my colleagues passed away, in his memory on 14th day, we just made sure that the kids come to the campus, they plant the sapling. They planted about 500 saplings in the campus of ficus species. In the process, they came to know what are the species and what is the importance of the species also. So now another important thing what we do is the organizing a lake symposium. The symposium, popularly known as Lake Symposium, we are doing it every even year since 1998. So far, we have conducted 12 events. This is an international event. The uniqueness of this event is that we have given the opportunity for the school and college students to participate and also to do the presentation on the concluding day. You can see that the symposium has all the stakeholders take part in the symposium, the government officials and the decision makers, then the international participants and national participants and the students. So now when the students have to take part in this kind of this one, they are given the orientation program. See, you can see the kids doing the monitoring of the environment. Here they computing the carbon sequestration by the plant. Similarly, if the lakes are there, they do the catchment mapping. They're using the GPS, and also they collect the water samples and the other biological sample for the analysis. Here the kids have been trained by my postdoctoral fellow. Then the kids go to the field and they collect the samples, they come to the lab and analyze it. This is how the students learn how to do the thing. The kids, then there are regular workshops are there, though the kids who have done a good experiment, they will be chosen for the Lake Symposium. So every once in 2 years, this is happens during the 2-year period, this orientation program. For the kids who are there in the rural area, they have to do the documentation of the biodiversity in their neighborhood. So this is the format what we have developed for the mapping the biodiversity. As you all know, the Biodiversity Act came into existence in 2002, and as per the Act, the developing a PBR, that is People's Biodiversity Register, is a requirement or a mandatory requirement of that rule for all the panchayat. It's almost a 2 decade, still there's not much progress. But when we involve the kids in this process, in 1 year we got the documentation of 300 panchayats. And when we evaluated that and when we did the validation, So we found that at least 85% of them are accurate. So that's how we can take advantage of some of the national issues by the youth of the current day. So then you can see that for the kids who are in a rural area, who are deprived of the lab facilities, we have set up the labs, and those who are interested in the lectures of this are also available online. And the web page provides the details of all the publications. You can see that this gives the details, and all our publications are archived here. This is another level of knowledge dissemination. So now, to give an idea about the kind of the experiment the kids do or my students do, as a part of this environmental education is, let me give one example of this. This gives a picture of the region after 3 decades. The 1991, when I used to visit as a student, there was a water with probably because of the vegetation. Today in the same location, the same day, there is no water. We tried to look at what is the reasons for this causal factor. For that, I'll take you to a river basin. If you look at this river basin, this is about 128 kilometers. This is the catchment region of the river, of the dam. The dam was constructed in 1965. If you want to understand what changes would have happened because of the construction of the dam and the consequent land uses, you collect the rainfall data for which is available in the country for the last 120 years. So if you divide that rainfall data into 2 time period, 1901 to the 1965 and 1965 to today, you will be surprised to see that during 1901 to 1965, this entire region was receiving the rainfall of 3,000 to 4,500 millimeter. But after 1965, if you see, this region continues to receive the 3,000 to 4,500 millimeter, while this region receives the rainfall of 1,700 to 1,900 millimeter. This is the kind of the understanding will also help the people to take appropriate decision. When we link this with the remote sensing data, which gives the land cover the region, you see wherever forests are there, you see that stream density is higher and rainfall, there is no alteration. Wherever the people have converted forest into agricultural land or the barren area, you see the decline in the rainfall. To understand the availability of water during the period, we have done the monitoring of the couple of streams in this region for 36 months. So we graded the streams as A, B, C, D. So when you look at this, each of the sub-basins, if you look at the rainfall and the vegetation cover, you see that in this side, if you look at this eastern side, this is the western side. On the eastern side, the forest cover is 30%, rainfall is 1,776, while on the western side, forest cover is 65% and rainfall is 4,800. This establishes a link between the forest and the rainfall. Similarly, we monitored the stream for 36 months. We graded streams as A, B, C, D. A are the stream carry the water for 12 months. B are the one carry the water for 8 months. C are the one for 6 months. D are for the only during the monsoon 4 months. When you look at that, A type of stream occurs in the catchment when the catchment has the vegetation cover of native species more than 60%. When we convert the catchment into monoculture plantation, it becomes the water availability in the stream become either 6 or 8 months. When we degrade the catchment less than 30% forest cover, then you will have water only during the monsoon. Now, to understand this, if you look at this, you see we deployed the sensors in the underlying layer to understand how much water gets percolated when it rains. When there are native forests, native species forests are there, because of diverse vegetation, the roots are diverse. When the roots are diverse, the soil becomes porous or permeable because of the diverse microorganisms that act in this region. When the soil is porous, it allows the water to percolate, it fills this zone, then it fills this vado zone. Then only after saturation, you will see a water flowing in the river or stream. Then after monsoon, the rain of 4 months, you see that water which is stored in this region moves towards the river or stream for the next 4 months. Then during summer, the water in this region moves towards the stream or a river for the next 4 months. That's how you can have the water throughout the 12 months. The reason for having the water 12 months is because there is a sufficient infiltration happens in the region where forests are there. In the forested region, there is a demand for water is also higher because people grow the horticulture crop and cash crop, etc. Compared to this region where the forest is lower, there's a scarcity of water, though the demand is more than the water availability. Now, to understand this further, you can see the linkages between the forest cover and the water availability. This is the region where the water available for 12 months. This is the region for 8 months. This is 6 months, and this is a 4 months. If you look at the forest cover, wherever the forests are contiguous, you have 12 months water. Wherever forests are fragmented, you have 8 to 6 months water. Where forests are degraded, you have the 4 months of water. This establishes that if you want water, what kind of ecosystem management you should be doing. We published this article in Current Science the last year. It's available online. Now, see, this gives the diversity of animals that are there in the region. These are all the sloth, bear, tiger, etc. They are all there where the water is available 12 months. Where water is not there, only the two-legged animal is there. Now, these are the two species of fish which we described in this region. They are there, they have the medicinal value also, which is used for the respiratory diseases. So now for this fish to survive in this habitat, we need to make sure that habitat have the catchment which have the water all the 12 months. That is where it establishes the link between the terrestrial and aquatic biodiversity. Now, with the scarcity of water, with the changes in climate, one of the things that is going to happen on the earth is the scarcity of water. With the scarcity of water, I am sure that no humans can survive on the earth. But let us try to learn how the animals have got adapted to such a situation. See, for example, the frogs, they have two stages in the life cycle. The first stage is the juvenile stage, which is in the tadpole stage, which is in the water. The next stage is on the land, the adult stage. Now, if there is no water, the tadpole stage cannot happen. In such a case, what this animal has done is it has bypassed the tadpole stage and it has learned how to get adapted to a situation or the water scarcity. But with the water scarcity, I am sure that humans cannot get adapted to a situation. That is where we will pay the heavy price. So these are the kinds of the concept we teach for the students with the examples from the field. Now, when you look at the country, we have abundant solar energy and also the youth, 65% are youth, and we have the water bodies with the algae. From that, you can have the biofuel, which gives the liquid fuel, whereas this gives the electricity. If you harvest all these things, you will have the sustainable country with the development. Now, for that, you need to sensitize. Sorry?
We have 2 more minutes, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to wind up in 2 minutes. Yes. Okay. So this is a capacity building at the schools. You can see that the various program what we have implemented in the school, the kids have done these are the painting competition or the essay competition. This is how the rural children take part in the event. And in the urban schools also, you can see that. And this is the vegetation mapping and village biodiversity. You can see that you will get the enormous information when you carry out this kind of study. In one taluk, we got 55 varieties of the traditional rice varieties, which have the higher yield as well as the fragrance. So now these are the glimpses of the various workshops and the capacity building program what we have conducted. Another program what we have been doing for the last 4 years is on the green skill development program. This is also the hybrid mode for the working for the people who are graduate, who are yet to be employed. So now this gives some of our initiatives on the lake creations or the mini forest. So we understood the importance of having the vegetation, because after we implemented mini forest in the campus, which was implemented in 90s, the groundwater table, which was 150 feet earlier, today we have the water at the 10 or 15 feet. And also we have a diversity of this one. And apart from that, the temperature is 2 degrees lower. And in the water body, what we have created in the campus, you see that otter is also there. Wherever I have met people, I have convinced the people to have this kind of a model to sustain the water on the Mother Earth. So if you have done the good job, I would say this is the young brigade which works with me. When they do a good job, the smile is there on everybody's face. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your interesting presentation. And there are a few questions from the participants.
Okay.
Shall I read out the
Yeah,
questions?
please.
Okay. How to teach environmental literacy to the rural people, like even farming communities? What would be the key elements to consider by designing such program for distance learning?
Okay. See, when we talk about environmental literacy, that is, we essentially looked at the land, water, and air, and also the component like the waste management, the solid and liquid. These are the things, and also sometimes the simple thing like the milk, etc. We have posed such questions. See, what we have done is that when we carried out this study in Bangalore, the environmental literacy, So we found that initially we carried out a study to find out what is the level of environmental literacy, whether this kind of program has to be implemented in places like Bangalore. When we carried out the study with that preset questionnaire, we saw that only 3.5% of Bangaloreans are environmentally literate. But when you look at the same questionnaire, when we tried in the rural area, we saw that the environmental literacy is as high as 45 to 50%. This also linked to the environmental condition in the region. For example, if you look at Bangalore, Bangalore is concretized by about 85%, and only 3% are green cover. And if you look at the last 4 decades, there has been a 55% increase in concrete area. We lost 79% of the water bodies. If you look at where the environmental literacy is higher in rural areas like Shivamogga, Uttar Kannada, 45%, we have the forest cover of 45%. In fact, in a rural area, it's much easier to implement it. Since we all travel in the rural area, we have the classroom session. Because of the limitation of the electricity and other constraints, we have not tried the online mode of the sun for the enhancing the environmental literacy. But in Bangalore at IISc, we have tried the enhancing the environmental literacy through the environmental engineering courses for the working professionals who work in industries as well as the universities and other organizations. Okay.
Yes, thank you. Another question is, do students come with the collected water samples to analyze to nearby government labs?
Well, it is, say, we do not depend on the government lab. We make the system the self-sufficient. Wherever the schools are there, if the nearby, say, wherever lakes are there, if there are nearby schools are there, they are our partners. The schools as a part of their curriculum and our interaction, they carry out these studies. And of course, we do the training. The orientation program is given. So wherein we train the kids why we have to collect the sample and how to analyze it. With those things, the kids will do the experiment in their respective lab. The schools which do not have this experimental setup, they come to IISc and they carry out the analysis. Similarly, in the Western Ghats region, we have the research stations in Karwar, closer to Karwar, and in Shivamogga district. That is where similar experiment is implemented. And we have identified many institutions where the schools have the lab facilities. Wherever the lab facilities are not there, we have set up the lab facilities. So that's how we are trying to do the capacity building. So our agenda is that when we sensitize the youngsters, the kids, that kid will never pollute the water body. And we need such people, the sensible people, in the system. So when we equip the youngsters with the environmental knowledge, they become sensible. When they are sensible, they become a responsible decision makers. The country requires such the responsible people in the system. The responsible youth would be an asset to the nation. That is our agenda. Okay.
Thank you, sir. One last question. Your experience in rainwater harvesting.
Well, I have, in fact, because of the time constraint, I didn't talk about that. See, if you look at this one, this is the water body I have created in the campus in 2008. Every year, it stores about 10 lakh liters of water. When it stores the water, the surrounding area also get recharged with the good rainwater. And the similar model we have implemented in the region, this is a place in Mudbidre. During 2014 and 15, they have faced the water crisis. Then this gentleman came to know that I am in Bangalore. When he met me, I gave a presentation about how to do the water harvesting. Then he said that he has 12 acres of land. We visited the land with myself, my student, and they gave an idea, the proposal where the lowest point, how much water can be collected, and where the water body has to be created. When I submitted a proposal in May month, by June 5th, he has implemented the water body. On the 5th June, when there was a rain, there's enough water in the thing. Last 2 years after creating the water body, the last 2 years also, there was a scarcity of water in that taluk, but this region did not face the water crisis. And also, in the district, there was a water crisis, but this particular taluk didn't face the problem. Then I convinced this saint also to implement the desilting as a part of the water harvesting. See, when you do the desilting, the water storage capacity of the lake goes up, and also recharge of the groundwater will be the faster. So I requested him to do it as the saint, at least 1 or 2 lakes. Then, as I predicted, he did the 2 lake, desilting. But there was a cascaded effect. The public did the desilting of 32 lakes. when there was the water crisis in the neighboring taluk, this particular taluk didn't face the water crisis. When I see this is because of the success of the youth taking in a part active in this one. You can see them also planting in this one. And seeing the success here, I found that Alva Science and Engineering College students have taken part, and CEO of Alva is also young, and this saint is also young. And then I convinced this CEO to implement another water body in his campus, which stores about 25 lakh liters of water. And also he took up a large scale planting. When I visited the place, I will go to this place as a guest faculty. Every year I see that greenery with the water. This shows the success. And more importantly, if you look at this one, there is a water, and with the water there is a prosperity in the region. See, when you look at the availability of water decides the livelihood of the people. For example, my study in the in the river basin, it shows that wherever the native forests are there, the farmers earn 1,54,000 rupees per acre per year, compared to the region where in the catchment where the water availability is only 4 months, there they get only 32,000 rupees per acre per year. And when I analyze the reasons, that is mainly because of the availability of water throughout the year, make the farmers to grow the cash crops or the multiple crop, while the other region they can grow only one crop. Another important thing that our study has brought out is the presence of pollinators, the diverse pollinators. Because of the diverse pollinator in the vicinity of native forest, the pollination is efficient because the productivity of the crop is higher compared to the other region where for the same crop the yield is not that higher. So the comparative analysis shows that at least the yield is 1.5 to 2 times higher. That's how they earn 1,54,000 rupees per acre per year, compared to the other region with the degraded landscape, only 32,000 rupees per acre per year. So that's where if you can retain the water in your region, either in the form of the mini forest or the vegetation cover and the water body, you will have enough water. With the water, you will have the prosperity in the region. See, I'm a strong believer that science, society, spirituality, and culture should go hand in hand in a country like ours. To see this, when that happens, there is a sustenance of resources. When there's a sustenance of resources, there will be the prosperity in the region. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your excellent presentation and the reply to all the queries. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you, sir.
Yes. With this, we close all the keynote talks. Next is panel discussion. Before that, shall we have all the panelists? Can you switch on your videos for a group photograph? Panelists, please. Yes. Any more panelists switching on the cameras? So that's it. Yes, we can take it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Shall we have a 10 minutes break before starting our group discussion? Manisha ma'am?
Yes, I think, is it 5 minutes or 10 minutes, sir? What is the next session starting time, sir?
So shall we start? It is now 7:45. Shall we start by 7:50?
Yeah, 5 minutes break we can take and then we can start.
Yes, should be good. Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, we'll meet again 7:50.
ഒരപേക്ഷയുള്ളത്. യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവർ അയക്കണം. പോകുമ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും. അതൊരു സൈക്കോളജിക്കലായിട്ട് നല്ലതാണ്. എല്ലാത്തിലും അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആത്മാവ് എന്നാണ്. വലത് വെച്ചാൽ വെറുതെ തലോടുന്നത് പോലെ മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ ദുഃഖം തൻ്റെ ദുഃഖമായും മറ്റുള്ള സന്തോഷം തൻ്റെ സന്തോഷമായി കണ്ട് അവരെ സേവിക്കാനുമുള്ള തത്വമാണ് നമ്മൾ ആധ്യാത്മിക കൂടി ഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്.
Yes, yeah. Dr. Just, we can have a quick check of the panel. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, now you can hear me.
Yes,
so
yes.
This works.
Yes.
Dr. Doherty is not confirmed to come, right?
She will join late. Yes.
Okay, so let me just keep her so I can stop. But this works.
Yes.
Just let me do one thing. Do it like that. All right. Okay. The light is not so good. No. Okay, nice to meet you, Vasilios.
I think we can start in 2 minutes. Yeah. So
greetings to Greece.
I think we can start in 2 minutes. Yeah. Or okay. Yeah. We
Hello.
Can.
We will now have a panel discussion on the question, how to teach sustainability. The panel will be moderated by Dr. Joost Monks. He is a lecturer on the regional and emerging philanthropy at the University of Geneva. He holds a BA and an MA in international relations from the Graduate Institute of Geneva and a doctorate in political economy from the University of Geneva. He previously served as the executive director for NORAG, a leading international education policy think tank based in Geneva, and had the pleasure to work with Amachi Labs on a joint project in South Africa. He also serves as an advisor to various humanitarian organizations, including the International Committee of the Red Cross, on quality assurance in education and training. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this introduction. I'm very pleased to be here. Very honored also to be here. I was very impressed by the various talks today and yesterday and the discussions. And it shows again the convening power that Amrita University brings. We can bring people together to try to make a difference. So just maybe as a reminder, let me just pull up my slides here to get this started. And I think we have about 1 hour. Is that correct, team, or we have a bit more? What's the time frame?
It's about 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Okay, I'll try to stay within the time. We will definitely stay in the time. Let's do a good hour. So as a reminder, what we've been trying to do since yesterday is to look at, during these 3 days, look at 3 key questions. And Dr. Sidney Strauss reminded us again of these 3 questions in his speech today. The first issue that we started to discuss yesterday is to what is it that we want to teach, what to teach, what are the minimum substantive and also methodological elements for a global curriculum for sustainable development. The second question that we want to address today is how to teach, what kind of pedagogical strategies and what kind of conceptualization around experiential learning. And tomorrow with Dr. Tarek, we will have a look at the third dimension via what will we teach and learn. And we would in particular like to raise the question of building a global educational platform to do that and to look at the specifications. But before we go there, we would like to take the opportunity of today to talk in particular about the how question, about the pedagogical approaches that could be useful for us to reflect on and to build on while we have this ambition to build a global curriculum. To do that, I have a stellar panel, a few people that join us today for this session, a few others join us from the session this morning. I would very briefly like to introduce, can you see this well? Do you see my slides well? Yeah. So the first panelist to join this discussion today is Dr. Saket Pandey. He's an assistant professor of hydrology and economics at the famous Technical University of Delft in the Netherlands. Saket is a hydrologist and a water economist with expertise in their intersection in real-world applications.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Can you
Yes?
put the presentation in presentation mode?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. This thing is also... It doesn't work, but... Doesn't seem to work in presentation mode. Always the same technical problems, huh? Right. Let me just go. Is it fine now?
Yes.
Can you see it in presentation mode? Yes. Okay. So, Saket, welcome again. I was finishing up on your short bio. Saket, you have extensive experience in working in multidisciplinary teams on topics such as uncertainty implications of climate change on water availability, food production, and human well-being in developing countries, including with reference to Benin, Ethiopia, and Sudan. Saket's overarching aim is to use this diverse training to solve real-world problems that are interdisciplinary in nature. So I'm very happy to have you in this discussion, Saket. Second, to join us this afternoon in the panel discussion is Nadia Bello. She's the director at Park People in Canada. Mrs. Bello has over 20 years of experience in the public sector, as well as higher education institutions, and currently works for a nonprofit organization. In a previous position, she was in charge of the experiential learning strategy and operations of a prominent Canadian university. And it's this experiential learning dimension that we would like to pick your brain on today. She has been implementing social innovation projects in Canada and taking Canadian students to the field in India, among many other initiatives. Next, I would very briefly like to, sorry, I forgot to move on the slide, sorry. Professor Bhavani Rao, very pleased to welcome you here also, but Dr. Bhavani. I happen to work with you since quite some time already, including in South Africa, as was mentioned in my short bio. So Dr. Bhavani Rao is the director of Amachi Labs, which hosts the UNESCO Chair on Women Empowerment and Gender Equality. A central focus of her work has been to explore the use of skill development as the baseline strategy, and women empowerment as the underlying vision. Under her leadership, Amachi Labs has spearheaded several women empowerment initiatives and programs all over India. Her research and work demonstrate her commitment to address the challenges of gender inequality in India. Thank you for joining, Bhavani. We'll also join, probably slightly delayed. I don't know whether Dr. Dorothy is already online with us. But I would like to briefly introduce her already as she joins us probably a little bit later. So Dr. Dorothy Saw Asamoah is a clinical associate professor in the Organizations and Human Resource Department at the University at Buffalo School of Management. As faculty director of global programs since 2018, Dorothy identifies, designs, and implements high-impact programs that develop students' global and diversity mindset, an important element that we've been discussing these days already. She engages partners and alumni in Africa, Asia, Latin America, Europe, and the United States of America, fulfilling the school's commitment to training global citizens with diverse perspectives and experiences. So in addition to this stellar team already that I presented to you, the speakers of this morning, in particular, Professor Vassilis Makrakis joins us in this panel discussion, as is Professor Alison Bley, Palmer, Ulrich Speidel from New Zealand, and Dr. Prasanna Kumar. To get this discussion, and I would like to have a rather interactive, not too formal discussion in terms of me directing the questions, I would just like to share some of the key points we picked up from yesterday's discussion, but also some of the discussions that already took place today, looking at these three questions: the what, the how, and the via. What means can we implement such a global curriculum for sustainable development? I picked up in particular on a broader level an interesting distinction between looking at the vertical dimension of building such a curriculum and its horizontal dimension. The vertical dimension relating to the substantive areas of knowledge, the disciplines that we need to integrate in such a curriculum, whereas the horizontal dimension spans across disciplines and, of course, reflects this multidisciplinary nature of sustainability studies by essence. But it also includes like this, the more soft skills that we want to impart on our students in terms of understanding, building understanding, a capacity to listen, and hopefully also to develop empathy and compassion. And it is also very much, and I think Dr. Manisha mentioned that on a few occasions, about building the right ecosystem to have such a program that builds in particular on experiential learning. So these are two sort of general remarks. In addition, I think a few key elements came out, and that is such a global curriculum should be open source, of course. It should be modular, looking at the options in terms of micro certification or micro credits. That is, not having our students to do the full, let's say, 2 years, but maybe take bits and pieces and build up their certification through micro credits. It should obviously be student-centered, and Dr. Mir spoke about human-centered design, then student-centered design of the curriculum, but also of solutions should be central. It should also allow the students to have freedom in terms of finding and developing sort of their own learning pathway. So not too tight a straitjacket in terms of that curriculum. It should, in particular, also enable understanding of social structures. I mean, if let's say I was a Swiss student coming into an Indian village, of course, my frame of reference is totally different. Students, in particular the international students, will have to come in and learn how to understand social structures. Fieldwork, obviously, and this is a repetition, is essential. Experiential learning makes students grow and learn how to listen. I think we heard that also today again from the colleague of the University of Manchester included. Same time, we need to include, if we want to be holistic and comprehensive, also indigenous knowledge and understanding. This is a big debate in the sustainable development and the development studies sphere about decolonizing our studies. It should also enable the students to understand variation in behavioral changes, in the sense that you cannot expect the same impact in the same village if you're in of India or in the South, to speak, in a little bit simplistic terms. But, to be able to assess these differences is important. And finally, it's about nurturing open-minded students and empathy, that our students will become part of society and will not pollute, as the previous speaker said, the waterfall, so to speak, but that they become engaged, committed citizens. So that being said, I would like to open the discussion.
Permettez-moi de vous rediriger vers le site web d'Apple, Inestimable Secret.
What? Sorry. With that, I would like to open a discussion around the following 4 key questions. With this, as the Vice Chancellor also indicated at the beginning, experience as the final evidence of knowledge, which is a little bit the slogan for Living Labs at Amrita University. Around that statement, 4 key questions that I would like to put out to you. So maybe just to still take a few minutes, if you wish, to share your ideas about what the core components for a global curriculum could look like, the what question, but then move into the how question about, what type of pedagogical approaches seem most promising, based also on the perception, as Dr. Sidney Strauss reminded us, of how we think students learn. How can we conceptualize, question 3, global experiential learning frameworks, how to scale it? I think the proof is there. The question is, how can we make this more broad? And finally, the key question that always comes up, particularly now and after the pandemic in particular, is how can we leverage technology really to reach the most vulnerable? And I think MIT Labs in particular, for instance, has quite some rich experience and track record in here. So that being said, I spoke too much already. I'm sorry for that, but I just wanted to, really give you the framework, but also the objective of this meeting, of this session, is try to pinpoint some of the key elements that we want to take into consideration when we develop this global curriculum. And I saw one hand already raised, and that was by Professor, Alison Palmer. You raised your hand, Alison?
Yes, I did.
Yes,
thank you so
please.
much. I was just wanting to note that there's actually another panelist who's supposed to be included, Amanda Di Battista. She helped present this morning. We did a co-presentation, and she has a lot of experience in podcasting and knowledge mobilization, so she might be a good addition to the panel.
Is she connected?
She is. She's standing by. If you don't mind including her, that would be great.
Please, team, can you please give her access to the discussion?
Thank you very
Ranjit,
much.
can you disconnect her? Well, please carry on.
Okay, super. I would like to get the ball rolling, if it's okay, and address question 1 with a couple of important points. And I think the first is that in order to have a global curriculum for sustainable development, what we need to consider is the complexity of adopting a systems approach. I think that that's really fundamental to have a holistic, integrative approach so that we're not putting things into boxes more than we absolutely need to. Operationalizing sustainability requires that sometimes, but I think if we're to create real sustainability thinkers for the future and action, we need to emphasize adopting a genuine systems approach. And I think that there's lots of great examples. Our chair pointed very aptly to the role of indigenous and traditional knowledges and world perspectives. And I think that those examples of different ways of knowing about the world are really important to use as entry points for considering how sustainability can be addressed and how the extent to which Western scientific knowledge needs to be tempered in some ways. I know through the work that we do on sustainable food systems, there tends to be a valorization, an over-valorization, in my estimation, of Western scientific knowledge and a discounting, unfortunately, of traditional and indigenous knowledges. And I think we need to recalibrate that balance so that we're really valuing all knowledges when we're trying to come up with sustainability solutions. So I think that those are, for me, when we're thinking about a global curriculum for sustainable development, those really need to be foundational: how we know things, what we know, what we consider to be valid knowledge, and also adopting this kind of systems approach.
That's an excellent start of this panel discussion. Thank you so much, Alison. Anyone wants to add on? I see Vasilios, if I may call you with your first name, if you don't mind. Vasilios, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that a core component for global curriculum is include change. Change, not just voicing for change, but also how to reflect our, ourselves and change. And in this perspective, I think that the curricula, whether the current types of curricula focus very much on kind of raise awareness, even transmit knowledge, and raise our sentiments, for the environment. And there is a gap, concerning with action. So bridging the gap, the gaps, the attitudes, knowledge, values, action. This is very important, which is missing in global curricula. I have been, involved in many education systems across the world, and work together with many from Africa, from Middle East, from Asia. And this is the big issue. I mean, we all are very sentimental environments, but when it comes to act, then this is a problem. So how to include change theories within the curricula is, I think, one of the most important issues. And this also is much connected with pedagogy, how to learn to change. Otherwise, we will always ask the same questions as before. And I see that the same questions we ask now are asked 20, 30 years ago. And I think this is pity, because things have changed, and especially in the last decades, and still the education systems across the world lag behind. And if you may ask who is the biggest polluter, I would say education. Because education has, raised all of these, decision makers, who has driven us to this unstable world. So we have to raise our critique to ourselves, to the knowledge that has been transmitted so far, in order to change. Otherwise, things will be replicated to the worst. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Vasilios. Education has both dimensions. It can be the best and it can be the worst. But what you're saying is that our education system has actually led to an unsustainable world. This is quite a statement.
This is a provocative question.
No, but it's very true. We will not discuss
all the leaders,
this today.
All the leaders come from the education system. So we have to blame education sometimes. No?
Yes, but I think
just
it's a good premise.
Praise education.
I hear you. I think this is a good premise to really try and make something different here. And what I hear is that education should also involve the capacity to change. And it is this sort of knowledge, attitude, value, and then the action part that is in particularly often missing. And it's this gap between the ivory tower academic work that we all know, but the real application of it. And this is where also I think Amrita distinguishes itself, because it's not so much, of course, it's about academic rigor, but it's about the social impact, first of all. So thank you so much for that important comment. Saket, you wanted to add greetings to Holland?
Thank you. Yes, thanks a lot for the invitation. Really glad to be here. What an honor to be a part of this esteemed panel. What I would like to highlight is something that has also been triggering me personally for some time. Also being part of a university system, being critical thinkers, I think we may want to not, let's say we may want to keep research coupled with education. So in that sense, what I mean is that the what question, what to teach, should somehow be coming out of if there exists a body of knowledge, fresh knowledge coming out of critical thinking from research, which is a challenge in itself. often find if teaching is decoupled from research, then the what element may not be that rigorous. To a bigger question, which was already covered, I think, is a core component of a global curriculum should somehow trigger empathy. I think that is very important. If our agenda, if we want to talk about big questions. Why is that? As such an education teaching, for it to be interdisciplinary is not easy. And I'm telling you also from my personal experience as a hydrologist and an economist, these are two different disciplines. Partly what worked for me and perhaps works for others is I was perhaps driven by feeling for the big challenges, sustainability challenges, empathy, personal experiences, not so much my experiences of things, but being in India, growing up in India. And I think that could help us motivate students to be cross-disciplinary. It's one thing to expect them to be cross-disciplinary, it's another that they themselves go above two disciplines and put an extra effort in that. So I think on core component, I think how do we generate empathy and tailor education in that direction, which is coupled with research, is something that I would vote for.
The second, what you're saying is interesting point is to say that empathy actually leads to the desire by the student itself to become multi or interdisciplinary. It is a trigger to multidisciplinary understanding, desire to do that. That's an interesting point. Thank you. Dr. Prasanna, please.
Yeah, this is regard to the intergenerational aspects. When we are handling sustainability in the curriculum, we are looking at intergenerational aspects relating to both availability as well as consumption of resources. That would make it more comprehensive and also inclusive. That's what I think.
I'm not sure 100% got your point. You're saying is that to have an intergenerational student population also. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting point. Yeah.
What is available to us and what would be available for future, and what has been available in the past in terms of both consumption as well as availability as such.
Okay. Alison, you wanted to join? Do you wanted to add to this? And then I'll give the floor
I
to
will
the-
cede the floor to someone who hasn't had a chance to speak, but if you come back to me later, that would be great.
Well, go ahead. And I think as long as we stay short in our intervention, everybody will have the space. Please, Alison.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for having me here. It really is an honor. I just wanted to mention that we do work in many different places, but I can give you a great example from the north of Canada and the Northwest Territories, where we work with Indigenous communities. And one of the key things that we're trying to enable is knowledge sharing between elders and youth. So it's not just within the academy, it's within communities. And one of the things that we're enabling is in a very small community is a youth council that can engage directly with the elders of the community so that they can learn the knowledge that they need to survive on the land as their northern food systems are threatened. So I think that this question of knowledge transfer between generations is societal. It's very much important to what we're teaching in the classroom, but I think that there's a lot that we can bring into the classroom from our experiential learning and our community-based research that we do to enliven the classroom and animate it, but also to provide a learning for how we can do more effective teaching.
I like this intergenerational sort of that knowledge transfer dimension, or even cross-cultural intergenerational knowledge transfer is a topic I don't think we have spoken about a lot, and very interesting. Maybe Bhavani, Dr. Bhavani, you want to add to this, share some experience also on this last point, and intergenerational learning?
Not exactly. I have some points, but maybe Dr. Nadia can go first and then I'll go at the end. I'm from the host institution, so I think after she speaks, I can.
Yep, certainly, I can. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I can speak to the intergenerational piece because I took groups of students that ranged in age from 18 to 45. So, you know, who came from such a diversity of experience and who really were mostly from the global south, and even some students who were born in India and raised in India and then came to Canada and then came back and then found themselves in a country they didn't recognize. You know, and one of the other backdrops here, and so on the one hand, I'm very old fashioned in that I'm going to advocate for a materialist approach to some of the curriculum in that understanding the impact of colonization, understanding the impact of what it takes to bring students from the West to remote villages, you know, in the global south, wherever that is, to do the work, the resources it takes. And I say this because one of the cohorts we landed in 2018 and, you know, in Kerala in the worst monsoons in 100 years. And, you know, that was devastating and that are still devastating, and the effects of which are still being felt. And so the other piece of this is a very practical one, which is partly about expectations, partly about survival, partly about what resources it takes to divert much needed survival supplies away from local people and into keeping Western students safe. But because my discipline is organization development, you know, for me, it's about levels of system. So the impact, a curriculum that looks at the impact on the individual, on the group, on the organization and organizations involved, as well as the environment and the narratives that come out of that. So just to say that lots of touch points around diversity and making the case. And very quickly, I'll also say on the other side is that, you know, we came into a culture, like I'm a person who looks like I come from Kerala, but I don't. You know, my family comes from Trinidad and we're 4 generations removed from India, but we come into a local population that didn't understand the impact of the diaspora, didn't understand the impact of indentureship and systems of labor that completely transformed the globe. And so that would have, I mean, it was a fascinating thing in its own right, and would have made for remarkable connections if we had the chance to explore it.
Nadia, I'll get back to you on the approach, on the how, as we go. But first, Dr. Bhavani, please.
Thank you. It was wonderful listening to the points made by the previous speakers, and much of what I wanted to say is kind of covered, but I'll add a few things that maybe that can add to the overall conversation. What I'm doing is I'm picking from the people who have done the best in the field. So we've been working since 2009. We've been sending to our students to rural communities and working with them far more intensely, actually from 2012, I think. But who did the best? What skill sets they had? What was it that made them perform much better than the other students? So I'm picking from that, and I'm kind of distilling from that to see what it is that we need to teach our students that will make them perform, as well as the students that we sent in. Definitely a systems approach. That's the first thing that was mentioned by Alison. This is hardcore. There's no simple solution, and one thing you touch can break 10 other things. You have to look at the whole. Your design has to be holistic. Super important. And of course, I mean, we started a whole track on systems thinking only because we realized how important systems was. So now it's become fundamental to everything that we do. So, and I think right now in the School of Sustainable Development, it's one of the courses that is almost like a compulsory course. Second thing that I found that was very, very useful in the field, and these are the students that really did well, those who had some kind of a hardcore skill. I'm talking about skills like carpentry, plumbing. These are useful skills to have, and we do not do that. We're like so much in the head, we just don't do anything with our hands anymore. It's super, super critical to have some kind of hands-on skill before you go into the field, whatever it is, any one thing. It has its own intelligence, and that intelligence can translate across disciplines. This is very practical intelligence. You have to have that. I would say make compulsory one skill development. You have to do something. You learn some skill. Doesn't matter what it is. If it's knitting and sewing, fine, so be it. Learn something before you get onto the field. And those who had that kind of a skill, it's not just the fact that they were able to do things on the ground. I think they could also relate to people in a different way when you can actually do the same thing as the other person is doing with similar kind of skill experience. Otherwise, they look at you like you're a completely useless person. And they do respect you and they're nice to you, but it's a different level of relationship you build. So this skill development has many layers, not just your capacity. It's also in terms of how you interact with people, understand people. I'm pretty sure it develops a different part of your brain in just doing it. Another one is design thinking, but frugal design thinking. This is another thing. Whatever local materials you have, you should be able to build and you should be able to use. So that idea of to build with whatever is around you, find solutions with whatever is around you instead of importing very fancy technology like smokeless stoves that are made in Germany that you put in rural India that break down after 2 days. I can speak volumes about that. But frugal design thinking with local materials is another thing that is super important to anything around sustainable development. Things to train students to be able to be innovative around those things, I think is another important thing. How much of that is trainable, I'm not sure, but probably to some extent, yeah, definitely. This is in terms of, external skills. And okay, one more thing I can add to that is students should have some sense of, I don't know if the word is anthropology, there's some kind of a record of history. So when you go into a place, you have to know what the history of anything that was done in that particular topic or in that particular subject. So some kind of a historic tracing of every single thing that was done in around the place. It's something that's like a core thing that has to be taught to students because they tend to do it a little bit here and there and then find out something overall. And then they think, okay, this is a problem. And without taking a history of problem, what all has been done and why it has failed. They say that history keeps repeating itself because nobody was listening the first time, right? So we have to make sure we listen, especially in the sense of historic record keeping is something that I feel. These are all external things. On the internal side, and this is something that is super critical, there is an inherent, what's the word? There is an inherent, well, I'm not getting the word, where there's not complete integrity with all of us when we go into the field. No matter how hard we try, with the best of intentions, with the best of empathy, it's not 100% because we live our lives differently from them. We don't live their lives. And we don't even look at the sustainability of our own lives. Of course, we have empathy. We care for these people who we think don't have as much as we do, and we want to do something for them. But we have to actually first start and have a reflective course of how sustainable our lives are. And have that one course is a self-reflective course on really what are our practices in our daily lives, how sustainable or how not sustainable it is. Then when you go into the community, you have to have that level. You have to at least have that understanding of where you are, what you contribute to, what you take from the environment, how much of your life is actually sustainable. It is something that we need to know before we go into the field. And this is something that I learned even working with water from the women. So how much water am I used to consuming in a day? Regularly, when I live my life, not necessarily when I go to the field. How much do I use every day? Then when I go to the field, then it's okay for me to actually work with them and then design, because otherwise that there is some discontinuity over there. Again, I'm not able to get the right word from Mr. Red, but yeah, so there should be some kind of a course that one takes you through your own personal sustainability lifestyle pattern or something like that. That should be done at this thing before you even send somebody onto the field. And this is almost ethical, I feel. That's kind of how important it is. And also, I mean, just the missing SDG is just values. And this is something that is so critical, because no matter what you do physically, if it doesn't come from a value base, it's going to fall apart at some point of time. So to me, that's the missing SDG. So these are my high level thoughts. I could talk about each of it with many examples, but I think I'll stop over there. Thanks.
No, thank you, Bhavani. Thank you, Bhavani. But it takes us back to this sort of this riddle of knowledge, attitude, values, action. But if we don't reflect first on how we position us, our positionality, as we call it, right, in academia, how are we positioned in this debate? And if you think about our own water consumption and then go to a village in India, we'll be all ashamed. At least I'll be very ashamed, because I mean, there's no comparison. But I take these points. Ulrich, please. Are you on mute? Please unmute.
So I'd really like to affirm what we've just heard. I also, very strongly believe that it's very important that we build things, on our own values, that we're clear about our own values when we go into places. So I perhaps come at this as somebody who's actually gone to a different culture to teach. I mean, I'm German by background. I went to New Zealand, to study and teach. And I then kind of ended up looking a lot after Maori and Pacifica students. And so I got to see a little bit the colonial influence, but also paired with that colonial influence, the societal attitudes towards learning and towards being taught. And one of the things, for example, that Polynesian societies are very, very strong at is they have a very, very strong age stratification. So essentially, if you're a young person and you're wanting to learn, you go to your older sibling. You don't go to the most senior person you can find. And in a traditional academic structure for us, this is really, really difficult because, and I hope you can hear me against the brainstorm in the background here, but basically, for us, this is a real problem at the university, because the moment you're a few years out of your PhD, you're way too old for a lot of Maori and Pacifica students to even approach. So when I was thrust into that role, my very first task was to kind of establish a rapport with them. And that was really, really difficult, because the first workshop I went to, I basically ended up in a little group where there were Maori and Pacifica tutors sort of tasked with the question, well, where can we get support for our students from? And they were all tutors that were literally only a year or 2 or 3 older than the students that they were meant to look after. And so they were looking at the police and social welfare and the student association and stuff like this. And it all ended up on that big piece of paper. And I eventually, being the only sort of clandestine academic staff member there, that said, well, why don't you go and ask academic staff if your students are struggling? And the response I got, I will never forget. It was basically, no, we can't possibly, they're gunning for us. And I said, I'm academic staff. I'm not gunning for you. I'm wondering why you're not turning up to my office hours. And I'm here on behest of my head of department who wants me to support you, and I'm wanting to do this wholeheartedly. And for a lot of them, that was an eye-opener, because that's not an experience that they've ever had in their own culture. And it's something that I've had to grapple with a lot of the times when I've sort of seen students, for example, siphoned off the teaching for family duties and things like this. And those are all valid concerns. But it certainly, caused a significant amount of, I would say, cultural friction for those students that were seeing a sort of Western university at the one end and then their Polynesian society at the back end. And so basically when they came to university, a very, very common thing that people would say is, well, we basically had to put our culture on the clothes hook, next to the door. And at the same time, we found some value, or at least some people who've had that sort of access have found some value to go back to the communities and actually talk to the communities, for many of whom have no background with anyone in their family ever going to university, people and basically literally just talking their families through saying, look, if you've got a kid at university, that's what they need to succeed. And they're there to succeed for you and to go back and serve your community. And these are the things that you as a community can do and put in place in order to make sure that they're succeeding, that they're getting through there a bit more quickly so they can help you more quickly. And that is an approach that we know works. But again, it's a question, how do you interact with communities like this? So as individual academics and as Western academics, we tend to act mostly as individuals or small groups. You're trying to interact with a culture that's a group culture. And they expect you to turn up, with a large group. Otherwise, they find it reasonably difficult to interact with you. And so those are challenges, and with a lot of goodwill and with a lot of empathy, you can overcome them. But those are things we need to take into account when we're designing curricula and things like this, because some learners respond completely different from others based on their background. I mean, I spent a little bit of time in South Africa. I never found that my African students had any problems coming into my office hours. They were literally queuing, I wasn't even teaching there, I was just visiting. And they were literally queuing up for a chat. And they had no shyness whatsoever to come and approach me. With Polynesian students, it's building a relationship.
The point is clear. I mean, it's different cultures of learning and societal environments. And that also stresses again the need for contextualization and for understanding social structures, the point that was very forcefully made by Dr. Manisha yesterday. And I think it's also illustrated by what Dr. Bhavani said. But by the way, you actually even picked up the New Zealand, the Kiwi accent. So you've been doing a great job there in Auckland, Ulrich. Okay, so actually I want to sort of go into the next topic in terms of focusing in this second half hour on the what question that we've been addressing, move to the how question, the pedagogical dimension. I think certain elements were already raised, and I would like to also hear Nadia in particular as a leading expert on experiential learning, also from your own personal experience on, how can we sort of define a common framework for experiential learning? What are ways to scale it up? Of course, there's also logistical issues, visa issues, etc. But beyond the logistics, how can we make the experiential learning, I think we all agree, a key component of the way we teach our students, because we think that it's through experience that they will really learn. So what kind of pedagogical strategies for implementing a global curriculum on sustainable development? Do you want to kick us off, Nadia?
I'll kick you off.
Here you go.
Very good. So there's a few things. So experiential learning traditionally in Western models comes out of work shadowing and integrated work learning and tied to careers and co-op and that kind of thing. So the scale up is to move away from that a little bit, because this is not necessarily about getting a job or, I mean, for people it is practically, but it is about being a global, and I know it's a controversial term, but I'll just say global citizen, right? I know that it's a term that needs some unpacking, and I know there are other terms out there, but just for the purpose of today. And so it's really about how do we understand our place in the world, and the impact that it has. And so on the North American side, it really is to get away from either missionary models, work integrated models, or these kind of let me go learn about myself at the expense of other people, very much so, right? Like, so there's that piece. I think, I've been thinking a lot about the pandemic and the impact of the pandemic on global learning and experiential learning. And, the COVID has shut it down 100%, and I've been thinking, and I know this leads a little bit into the next question, but, there's a lot, one of the things I've been thinking a lot about is virtual reality, and how virtual reality can be leveraged to do some of this work and to provide the same kinds of connection building maybe it would mitigate risk on one side, but not the other. But more than anything, there's a problematizing piece, and there's a piece we can't get away from, which is no matter what, any student from the West who goes into a place that is not the West, the learning and the modalities come at the expense of something. And that is one of the core pieces, to try and mitigate. So let me stop there and maybe throw it over to other people.
No, just one more sentence, Nadia. What is it that we need to mitigate? And how can we make a start there? But just in 1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's the cost. It's the cost. Whether it's material cost and emotional cost, the labor cost, it's what do we give back for those of us who can and should? What are we able to give back that is equivalent? Because let me tell you what the people of Kerala gave Ryerson University, we can never match that.
This dimension of being able to give back to the communities. Rather than we go there with the idea, okay, we help you, but actually they give us more than that what we bring. Is that what you're saying? Often the case.
That's right. That's right. And we cost more than what we should. So
it's a problematic issue. Alison, you wanted to react to this? And actually, so by the way, I see quite a few raised hands. I don't know whether these are old hands or new hands. So if you don't have your hand up, please take it down. But I saw that Alison just raised her hand. Please, Alison.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Monks. What I'd just like to put out there is what we do through our center and our chair, and that is we work with academics who are embedded in their communities. We don't just show up somewhere where we don't have an existing relationship with a community. So, for example, in our work in Kenya with the UNESCO chair there on agricultural extension and radio, they've been working with their community for many, many years, and they have a trust-based relationship with that community, and they work in service of their community. The research that they do is based on input that the community has given them about projects that they need to have happen. And it's the same with our research up in Brazil, and it's very much the same with the research that we do in the Northwest Territories. So we are not going into communities and saying, hi, we're here, make us feel good about ourselves. The very first thing that we do is we build relationships with communities. And then when we're ready and the community has told us how we can help them, at that point, we bring students to do what they need to have done. So in that way, we work entirely, and I mean, it's not perfect for sure. So Nadia, you're absolutely right. We come at this with the best intentions and it doesn't always work out perfectly, but that's the premise that we use when we do our experiential learning, is that we lay years and years of groundwork before we take students anywhere. And I think that that's a really important, respectful approach to doing research with communities. So maybe that's something to consider. It's very time consuming. But it's worthwhile in the end because you really are doing things for communities. So as you heard in the video that Amanda shared, we've gone up into Kikisa, for example, and we've built raised bed gardens. We've put up a greenhouse. Andrew's been involved in getting a recycling program up and running. Those are all practical things that the community needs and asked for that we did for them. And then the students come back. We had a master's student who did a GIS map to show the community where the hazard zones for hunting grounds are, because the landscape is changing so much. That was very much a community-driven project. So it's that kind of work that we do. And it's wonderful for the students because they are actually helping in a way that's meaningful for them. Amanda, maybe you want to jump in here and talk a little bit about what comes up in the podcast, but I think that that's really an important thing to think about when we're talking about this kind of experiential learning.
Thank you, Alison. Amanda, please, if you.
Sure. Yeah, I think the important thing for our students is that not only are we building those experiential learning opportunities on years of research, research relationships, but we're also trying to make sure that those students have some training before they go out into the field. So this sort of speaks back to the things that were identified in the last question, right? Teaching systems thinking and integrating systems thinking and the SDGs across the curriculum. Really thinking about history and empathy as important learning before folks go out into the community. But then also when they get to the community, we try to make sure that graduate students in particular have almost an entire term, especially in the Northwest Territories, to just be in the community and to build those relationships on their own. So the first thing that when Andrew takes a student into the field, he says, wash the dishes, make tea, spend time. And I know that's not always feasible in all contexts, but I think that it's just that opportunity to be in those places that offers some of the most robust and meaningful learning for our graduate students. I would also say, though, that I think that that learning would be not necessarily easier, but bolstered if we took this integrative approach and did some skills building around empathy and relationship building before students get to university. I think that right now, this is the context that we're speaking about, is a post-secondary level, but systems thinking, you can't teach systems thinking to first-year undergrads. You have to teach systems thinking. We have to be looking even earlier, right? And making sure that we're talking about sustainable development and integrating sustainable development into curriculum at very early ages, so that when our students get to university, they're not like, what? There's a system here. So I think that's also really important.
It starts actually, Amanda, it starts at kindergarten. I should start, actually basically right from the start. And there was a reference was made to the Delors report. Who made it? Jacques Delors, this report about, this what's learning about. And it had this dimension also of becoming, engaged citizens. And we've lost that on the way, actually, unfortunately. I have a number of hands. I have Vasilius. I don't know whether that is a previous hand or is that a recent hand? It's a recent hand. So I will give you the floor, and then I have Saket. And then I also wanted to ask,
okay, thank you.
Dr. Prasanna, is that a recent hand or is that an old hand?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Vasilios, please.
We have used experiential learning together with co-constructivistic learning and transformative learning and intergenerational learning. This is a project which is entitled ICT Enabled Education for Sustainability. It's a European Commission funded project in Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. I'm leading now. And now we are at the stage, we provide capacity building to almost 2,000 teachers there. And these teachers are basically ICT resources in their own schools, whether they function as ICT coordinators, as a duty, or there are teachers who have good knowledge on ICTs. So through this capacity building, we assign teachers to develop participatory videos based on sustainability issues drawn from SDGs, but be locally present. So they try to bring issues that their own communities and societies face with. And through this, the teachers are trained to contextualize SDGs through various, let's say, themes and topics with ICT. So, and vice versa, ICT with sustainability issues, because we want to raise, knowledge and action concerning, SDGs, but at the same time, we want also to develop ICT literacy informally. So contextualization in this project is very important. So now there are almost, 2,000 teachers who have developed these participatory videos involving family members. So this is, I think, a good example of intergenerational learning, because bringing the school into the family, the community, is very important. And if I want to follow up Bahavni's let's say, comment that values and ethics are very important, we have to accept that teaching is an ethical and political praxis, you see. So this means that we have to bring school in the community and the community in the school. So I think this is an example of how to teach about sustainability, and at the same time, how to develop change makers, and bringing resources either from families or the community is very important, because in this way we connect school with community, something which is very important when we teach about sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting project you have there. I think it would be interesting for many of us to learn more about that. Saket?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it partly I've been triggered by some of the discussions going on, and I was also typing in the chat box some of what I'm going to briefly dwell on. I think the idea of giving back to the community is also a question of scale. One can think of student projects with the idea that, okay, this project definitely within that time period of people being there, students being there, has to deliver back to the local communities. There's another aspect which again research comes in to play with teaching and education, is understanding the problem on the ground. Water harvesting may or may not be beneficial for farmers, for example. It needs a deeper study. So I think one aspect is linearity of things. Okay, if we are there in the same time step, we should deliver back. There's another aspect of maybe we can go in there to learn something from them. Let's go back, see what we have learned from not just one case study, but different case studies, for example, and then design interventions, and then go back, implement them, and really give them a longer return, a more sustained return. So I think decoupling our knowledge, what we can learn from the success and failures in local communities, and waiting in the sense of keep working on it to provide smarter, deeper solutions through critical thinking, perhaps could give a return which is more sustained and more valuable than just, for example, building ponds for the communities, which may at first go may look beneficial, but in the long run may not be. And for you, please have a look at the I'm advertising my work, but we recently published a paper studying adoption of rural water purification technology across a couple of countries, considering values and norms across cultures. And really we are able to learn what may work across the communities, what may depend on local context.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing this link. I see it here. I think all the participants can see it and can download it. I think Dr. Prasanna also lifted a hand. Then I have Bhavani, and then I have Ulrich. And then I think we have to start wrapping up. So I would like to invite you also to think about this and maybe comment upon this technological dimension. Nadia mentioned virtual reality, but there's other things that might be of relevance. And then as Ulrich speaks, and I think one of the issues that we cannot really cover, but maybe just one or two thoughts on how can we assess in experiential learning, and there was examples from University of Manchester that were shared, but Ulrich, just your quick take, expert take on best ways of evaluation. So in the order, Dr. Prasanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. This is when we are looking at sustainability as part of the curriculum, we are looking at systems and levels of systems, as well as structuring of the systems of learning. do they have a sequence of experiences which are rigorously available in their own educational institution? Does that educational institution connect to the community in terms of those values or those indicators? These are things which we need to look at. It's not just that one student completes his curriculum, but it is the institution which has a curriculum of handling the community's issues as well as its own learning objectives over a period of time. So we should have steps in terms of learning and also indicators on which there is a progress and that progress is measured and monitored. For instance, we are working on this sustainable campus initiative and also ranking of institutions across the country in India now. We have been struggling to get to the institution this concept of sustainability and looking at some of the bare minimum indicators of sustainability like solar energy or water harvesting or waste management. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort to actually get them to understand or get them to value it. So whatever the institution values, that is the point on which we should start with, and then get on to the other areas which are valuable in terms of the community or in terms of the total system itself. So even in the community when we are working, for instance, many of the communities are interested in water, but as our indicators list goes, it could be greenery, it could be waste management, it could be solar energy, whatever. So when we start interaction, when we start the work, we should start with the area which is most important as perceived by the community, whether it is community or the campus. So once the student gets into having a habit, see, we expect that at every point of time, student or the learning system is conscious about what is being learned and what is being practiced. But what actually happens is it happens automatically, or majority of the living and learning happens automatically without applying of the mind. So the reflection aspect is not integrated into learning. So that is where I think we should focus on what is important and start working on the reflection on from the learning in the experience that they have. Thank you.
Can we say reflection and introspection? I think this was also a point that was made by Bhavani. It's not only about reflecting, but also reflecting on ourselves, that we gain better insight. So, Bhavani?
Yes, since the question was really on pedagogy and how can you actually, what are the teaching methods? I'll bring a couple of things together and how they could be practically implemented. Some of the things that I had already touched upon in the previous thing. So when I was growing up, in my college, we had a very unique program called the Self-Reliance Program. So what that entailed was that every student was a part of some self-reliance group, which was basically involved in maintaining the entire college premises. So there was one group that was in charge of, I don't know, ordering what food had to be cooked, ordering all the kitchen supplies and deciding what the menu is going to be for the entire food storage. I mean, the entire thing. There was another group that was only doing the water maintenance. Another one that was, I was in the audiovisual group because I had physics as my major. So would fix up all the mics for the plays and the programs and do the lightings and recordings and stuff like that. Building on that and building also on what Prasanna Kumar sir said. If we made our campuses sustainable in the sense that we had biogas, we had solar power, we had all these things in our university campuses, but the maintenance of all these things is actually done by students. Not, you could have your main people in charge of it, but regular maintenance or regular monitoring of these things done by the students. They're already exposed to these technologies. They know how these technologies work. They're every day actually coming face to face with possible sustainable solutions. So they're familiar with the technology, what works, what doesn't work. Before going and trying something cockamamie in the field, they already have a very rooted understanding of what these technologies are. It takes care of the skill development aspect of it. It takes care of exposure to technologies. You've got it on your university, so it's a controlled environment, and you're starting even before they get to the village. So in many ways, I think if we had that kind of a thing where the students of the university are actually involved in maintaining the university and the sustainability of the university, I think that could be I loved my self-reliance course. And so I know how much it translated later into my practical life. So this is why, yeah. Okay.
But Dr. Any thoughts, ideas, initiatives in this direction at Amrita today?
Well, I'm going to talk to Manisha after this. I'll talk to Manisha.
You have some homework here.
Running about it. For sure.
Thank you, Bhavani. It is a very good point. Ulrich, please. And then I'll have a final round asking you for your key recommendation. But Ulrich, you first.
Yeah, so I was actually wanting to pick up on the theme that Nadia, brought up earlier on was, what are we actually giving back to the communities? What's the reciprocity there? And one of the things that I believe I kind of, noticed that whenever we've gone into communities, and I don't really teach sustainability, I'm a computer science lecturer, but I do teach data communications, and my research is basically trying to get better internet connectivity into the Pacific. And so occasionally I do field work out there, and ever so occasionally I do send students out there. And one of the things I've always sort of found going into communities is that one of the things that they're really, really grateful for is inspiration of sorts. And, ideas, if you're coming in as an outsider, especially if they're very remote and they're sort of literally a bit disconnected from the rest of the world, they really like that. And the opportunities that we have with sending students in places when they do experiential learning is that really, when we go back and think, ideally, what would we like our students sort of 5-10 years down the track, what would we like them to be able to do? And teaching is one of the big things that comes to mind. Basically, people say you only ever really learn a subject once you've taught it. And so I believe that when we send students into the field, and as Bhavani said earlier on, if people come and have a skill of sorts, right? That's a practical skill, carpentry, whatever, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be related to what they're doing there, even if they only have a particular type of sports that they play or whatever. Something that they can engage with the locals with, and something that they can take back into that community, is saying, hey, this is my contribution to what I do. Obviously, there's the question of financial reciprocity as well. It's been less of an issue in the sort of projects that I've been involved with, because usually we've brought funding into the communities together with our presence there. But at the same, so there wasn't a lot of cost involved at the local community, except a little bit of time by the people that we were liaising with. But at the end of the day, if people can, and especially students can go and teach in those communities, impart what they know, and get kind of a two-way exchange going, right? They learn from the community, but the community also learns from them. And at the same time, they mature, they develop their empathy, and they develop their own teaching skills. Then I think that's a win-win situation for everybody. So getting back to your question, Joost, about how do I see this in the context of assessment? Now, obviously, when you're doing experiential learning, everybody's going to have a different experience. So you basically automatically have an individualized kind of assessment approach. It's something you have to have, right? But in this case, I think there's various possibilities. So one of the possibilities is to actually involve the community that they're going into in the assessment and ask them for feedback. The other possibility is to basically get the student to go and report back, and for example, write a thesis or write a report or something like this, assess that. Another possibility, obviously, is, and it depends on the kind of experiential learning that one does with students. I found it, and there's been few occasions where I've been able to do this, but I found it valuable to be in a project together with students on site, because it usually makes for much nicer project visit. When I'm having my tired moments, my students can take over, and vice versa. But the thing that really strikes me there also is that it also gives me then an insight to see, is the student a problem solver? How have they dealt with the community? How have they developed over the time that I've observed them? And that then gives me a much better idea as to how I might assess them, right? But again, I believe that this is probably, in terms of fair assessment, one of the easier problems to solve. Because there's so many people who are observing what the student is doing, and there's very little way to cheat your way around things, right? As you get in sort of mass examinations and sort of siloed, large classes and classrooms.
Thank you so much, Ulrich.
For me, really.
Thank you so much, Ulrich. Dr. Prasanna? And then I would like you, maybe you can start that actually. I would like to finish this discussion by actually asking each of you, or those that wish to give one or two key recommendations in terms of developing the curriculum, the what and the how. So this is an invitation for you to decide whether you want to take it or not.
Sustainability is not charity, right? So as long as we consider that some institutions, some people, some of them, some streams will do sustainability related education, it will not sustain. So what is required is it needs to be universal and not just preached, but also practiced in the campus. What the campus practices, if it can take that and showcase to the community, and also learn from the community what are the practices which are sustainable practices, and get them to the classroom. I think if they are done in sequential manner and structured manner, then it would be definitely helpful. I think that is how the community engagement would help in sustainability education, as well as sustainability education can help in community engagement. That's my take.
Thank you very much. So it's a two-way process. It's the campus showing the example. Let's get green, but also learning from the communities from what in terms of sustainable management. So it's a two-way process.
Because campus priority could be different from the community priorities, but learning opportunities exist at both places. So we could take the learning from both places and transfer it.
Okay. Bhavani, final considerations?
Yeah, I just want to build on something that Ulrich mentioned about the assessment. And I was thinking, that how difficult it is actually to assess. I was just thinking that maybe the best way to assess something like this would be introspection and self-reflection on what they have learned based on what Nadia said. That would be the best way to assess whether something was successful, is not what you did, because you really never know whether something that you did is successful or not. Only time will tell, and you can't wait for that much of time to never know whether your intervention was successful or not. So it's really what you have learned from that entire exercise should be the marker of assessment. This is what I feel. Just wanted to add that. Yeah.
Thanks, Bhavani. Anyone wishes to share final thoughts? Nadia, please.
Thank you. I'll speak to the institution-to-institution relationship, because we didn't touch too much on that, and one of the comments from the participants raised it. But I'll say is that Western institutions, we cannot make it hard for our international partners. Again, being very practical. So the liability concerns, the contractual language, the documentation that's required from our universities is really an onerous thing. We cannot send untranslated materials, for example, and we must pay for that. So that is one way of that reciprocity. So I think there's an institution-to-institution relationship here to explore as well, that in service of systems and in service of a seamless experiential learning experience.
Thank you. Invitation is open. Anyone else? Amanda, please.
I'd actually love to build on that idea of reciprocity. I think that that is really key for any experiential learning in the field, but I'd like to also bring it back to your earlier question about technology and technology for pedagogy, or pedagogical technologies rather. I think that it's really important for universities in particular to be aware of the digital divide and aware of the of the challenges of communities accessing and participating in technological solutions. So I think that any technological solutions that we use in the field or use as teaching tools in the field need to build capacity at the local level and need to be really place specific. So they need to be really appropriate. For instance, when we were thinking about using podcasts as a way to engage with folks in 3 different places. When in Kenya, that will work really well because there's already a community radio network. So we won't necessarily be sharing podcasts through digital means, but tapping into an existing community radio network that is robust and it sort of like captures the spirit of the place. So I think that that is really important that we're helping students build their own capacity, but also ensuring that we build capacity in the field wherever we go.
Okay. Please.
Apologies in advance. I would have to leave in 6 to 7 minutes. But I believe the statement that you said, some final thoughts, and maybe I can use this opportunity to emphasize again that if it is about learning for impact, not just impact, then we need a robust body of knowledge that people should learn, students irrespective of age, and that again brings about this question of critical thinking before one goes into the community and giving it back to the community. So it should be key, and I think it was highlighted earlier, one should be learning from the community before giving it back. It's an open question whether the community should already be participating in this exercise. If it's about students who are not part of the community, then what? So I think it's perhaps important to give it a thought. The purpose of education, is it for the community? Is it somebody else for the community, for impacting the community? But generating a robust body of knowledge is critical, and learning from community is the only way that we can give them back in the long run.
Thanks, Saket. Vasilios? You're on mute, Vasilios. Sorry, you're on mute. Yeah.
Just to merge, thank you very much. You merge some very important concepts which have been raised here. Is that for curricula, we need the involvement of multiple stakeholders. This is very important. So we have to focus on multi-stakeholder curriculum development approaches, which can be enabled by ICTs and other digital technologies. And also it's very important, I mean, gamification also is very important as a concept nowadays, which has to be involved in this process. And gamification also can enhance all the technological or learning technologies, I would say. And another, in terms of pedagogies, it's very important first to conceptualize who we are, what exists out there in terms of curricula, in terms of realities, local, global realities, personal realities. We have to reflect on these existing realities. We have to critique these realities, and then envisioning is also very important, because without having a vision about the future, and also learning to become, are very important in this process. because these processes also relate to activation. We have to focus on action-oriented competencies, not just knowledge and the transmission of prescribed, ready-made knowledge, which has been given mostly in our curricula, and also reflection and reflexivity, because I think Nadia, mentioned the reflexivity, because the reflexivity, what's the difference between reflection and reflexivity? Reflexivity includes change, and this is very important, as I have mentioned before. So engagement is also another step in our process to engage ourselves with community, and also to engage all those who have invested interest in education and sustainability. That's shortly my points at the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vasilios. Ulrich?
Just a quick one in response to Vasilios's comment here. Basically, one of the things that came to my mind is that really it's becoming clear we're looking at a multi-stakeholder approach, type here. And I think one of the best practices that I've seen anywhere for multi-stakeholder approaches is the internet governance arrangements. For example, there's the regional internet governance forums, and there's the big international IGF internet governance forum, where basically all the issues are sort of flushed out and are sort of fed into the overall process, be that a standards making process if it's a technical issue, and then goes into the Internet Engineering Task Force and gets looked at there, or if it's a policy making process and then sort of ends up somewhere on the ICANN side of things, for example. And those are relatively large scale operations, because there's so many stakeholders involved. But one of the things, partaking in such events that I have noticed is that people feel heard, and the stakeholders feel heard, and they can basically, come there, they get invited. There's, sponsoring organizations around that are able to bring in stakeholders that wouldn't be able to afford themselves to be part of this. And, a document that people then work on as the outcomes document is very much a collaborative effort of everything. And so if you're looking at building a curriculum that's sort of going to be halfway universal and more or less going to be implemented around the globe, then that, I think, is an approach that we could probably copy the odd page from. So just a thought on that, and that'll be it from me for today. Thanks, and thanks for having me.
I think part of these discussions even take place here in Geneva, Ulrich, around the internet governance. Well, I think we're running already a bit over time already. Thank you for your patience and for staying on. I still want to ask the project team and Dr. Manisha in particular, if you would like to add something or raise a question, if you hear me. Dr. Manisha?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. There was a really good discussion, actually. I think I don't have anything more to add. I think there are very good points for us to take forward. And I think once we finish the symposium, what we are planning is to have as a network and have further discussion so that we can develop these ideas and bring up what is useful for the society.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha. That being said, I think we can wrap up the day 2, and we will reconvene tomorrow for day 3. Very interesting and concluding discussions with Dr. Tarek around what media, what kind of platform, what kind of tools can we give ourselves to build this curriculum with the pedagogies that we've been discussing. So that being said, I think anything else that I need to say, Dr. Manisha, or we can close the day?
I think we can close the day, and it was really nice to hear from each one of you. Thank you so much for spending so much time with us and bringing in all the valuable discussions to take forward, and hope that we will be able to continue these collaborations and march forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
Thank you to all the panelists and Dr. Mooks for moderating this. We'll convene back at 3 p.m. tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you to all participants who have joined and stayed back and listened to all this. We hope to see you tomorrow again.